Hey guys, guess
All
what?
right.
We just figured out we're muted.
We're
So
muted.
we're gonna redo everything we just said.
Yeah.
We're live.
We're
We had some
live.
technical issues, but we've resolved them. We're gonna come into round 2 of our season 4 invitational. I'm Rob. This is Stu.
Howdy.
Howdy. We have 2 great players. We have Kai coming up and Luke coming up. We'll show them here in just a moment when they start playing. Again, this is our season 4 invitational. We'll have 3 rounds of vintage followed by 3 rounds of middle school. And it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, so our players today, we have 10 folks in the Invitational. They represent the winners of 4 different in-person vintage tournaments, 4 middle school webcam leagues, as well as last season's champion, Andrew Webb, and a couple extra invites who had some special qualifications. Like Rob said, it's going to be 3 rounds of vintage, 3 rounds of middle school, and then a cut to top 4 vintage after that. Players on camera right now. Kai, he's a local ringer. He's put up some good results this whole season throughout our events and some others. He's on an exciting Esper Tinker deck. And then Luke, coming in from California. He did well in one of our middle school leagues earlier this year, and he's a perennial participant in our leagues. Really excited he made the drive all the way out here. So we'll see how this goes. We thought a nice blue mirror would be a good way to get the stream started.
Yeah, so one thing to note is that Luke is playing Loris, so this is just guy Loris. It looked like he originally was going to play some Breach deck and decided to cut Breach and just add more Loris friendly cards, and here we are. So our players are going to get started here momentarily. In 3 seconds, it appears, which is great. Perfect. Hey, we've got somebody in chat. Hey, chat. Wonderful.
Yeah, so Luke has already done the really important part of Luris, which is remembering to reveal him. He made the amateur mistake seemingly of playing Luris in the same color sleeve as the rest of his deck. When I do that, I forget that Luris exists, and I don't end up revealing him. Other than that, though, doing great. It seems like he's on maybe a 7-card hand with Luris, so effectively 8 cards. On the flip side, Kai has cast 2 restricted cards already. So, up for debate. What's better, 2 restricted cards or a card that has been errataed several times? We'll find out as this goes on.
Yeah. Lotus into Brainstorm is a very curious start, but I like it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's aggressive.
Yeah. Luke is showing us a storm count of 2. I don't know why that's going to matter. Luke does not have mana to Flusterstorm anything. Ooh, and we see a Lavinia. That's certainly not lights out for a deck like Luke's, but it's very annoying, and it makes sense to go ahead and force that while he can, because if this Lavinia resolves, he's not forcing anything.
Okay, there's the force.
And here's the Flusterstorm. This
Alrighty.
is why we count the storm.
Yep.
So we'll see if we get anything back here. Luke might have a second Force of Will for the Lavinia, but, I mean, that's...
Yep.
He's doing it. He's doing it pitching his own Lavinia. So,
what does that mean in Luke's name?
And a Force back. Wow. This is interesting. I mean, I guess you could make the argument that Luke doesn't care that much about going down on cards when he's got this Luris sitting here. He knows in the long game he's going to recoup his card advantage. But, I mean, Luris gets worse with the Lavinia in play. You can't do things like Lotus with Lavinia out.
Nope. And, wow, Luke kept a handful of free mana, is what it appears to be, which is why we were priced in to both Force of Wills. So, we just mind twisted Luke, apparently, with this Lavinia.
No shame on that keep, right? You don't necessarily play around the Lavinia, but if you think you've got double Force backup to make sure it doesn't happen.
Especially if your plan is to turn 1 Lavinia yourself, so...
Yeah, you also just never really expect the turn 1 Lavinia either. The mana is very awkward out of like anything Esper or Jeskai to make that happen. Like you have to have a specific set of draws like land Black Lotus or land Mox Pearl. So I think it's pretty safe to keep the all Mox in hand if you're Luke. But
sure.
I mean, he got the small percentage here where it's going to punish him.
Well, we'll see if Luke can draw out of this.
Yeah, we just see Kai on this nice aggro plan here. Just beating down with the Lavinia. Not what his deck's supposed to do, but it's doing it.
So, Kai's life total is at 10. I'm trying to figure out how that's possible.
I think the iPads are switched.
I think we switched them. All right, I'll work on switching that here.
Yeah, Luke should surely be at 8.
Yes. So we're just going to pay no attention to the people behind the booth, switching things around.
Luke discarding a bauble to hand size.
This
not looking great. I mean, this is, if you're a certain type of degenerate, this seems like really appealing Magic with high stakes. If you're the layman, you might look at this and say Vintage is a horrible format that ends on turn 1. I won't say either perspective is incorrect. So Luke, another unfortunate thing about his position, he now has mana, but that doesn't necessarily mean he can do much. You know, if he kept that hand of Mox in, he's still not casting them through the Lavinia. Right, so Kai is showing us some pretty good cards here.
That means any removal that we have is not going to resolve either.
Yeah.
But we know that.
So Kai's in this position, and he's been showing it, but he's just on the play Lavinia and protect it plan, which is working well. I mean, it's going to get him there. Yeah, I don't know what Luke could do. I mean, if Kai doesn't tap out, then...
No, I think...
I mean, I guess he could play a dude, right? If he went land guy.
Yep. That's certainly possible.
That's probably his best shot here. I mean, Luke might also have a handful of permission, for all we know. Well, he hasn't had much to counter, so...
Luke has a copy of Lightning Bolt in his deck and a copy of Pyroblast, so...
We don't want those.
If we can... Well, Pyroblast will get rid of the Lavinia, and Lightning Bolt will get rid of the Lavinia.
But we've got Flusterstorm Misstep, like... It's,
yeah...
all right, he's scooping it up. Yeah, so we see Mox... Yeah, I mean, he's never going to get there.
All right, well, a quick 1-0 to Kai here.
Yeah, and again, no shade on Luke there. I mean, when you keep a hand that can Force of Will twice, you know, you did your due diligence about playing around Lavinia. If you can't win that counter war at that point, what are you going to do? So we'll see. So, Rob, you had said that Kai is on Esper, but there's no PO or anything, right? It's just an Esper control here?
So it looks like PO, but it doesn't have the PO.
Yeah.
We've got a couple copies of Lavinia, the Mentor, an Opposition Agent, a lot of the Blue Stoop specials that we expect to see, some numbers of Preordain. We do have the Pact of Force of Negation for kind of the 5th Force effect. And then we have a Tinker package. So it looks like our win conditions are kind of, opposition opponent, or Lavinia or opponent, or, Tinker, grab a Sphinx of the Steel Wind. Kind of looks like what we're doing here.
What do you bring in here? I think, Mystical Dispute seems good. Force of Negation's all right. It's probably at least better than a Force of Will. That's an easy swap out.
Sure.
Opposition Agent, I would think is okay. How do you feel about Leyline against this deck?
So both players do have access to each other's deck list. They know what they're playing. We did see Loris revealed. Leyline of the Void seems fine, but we're not comboing. So Loris is really more for value. So we just have to decide: can we answer the Loris? And if not, then Leyline of the Void becomes appealing. So that way we can not get outvalued. But if we can answer the Loris, then maybe we don't pick up, 3 otherwise good cards out of our deck. Because a lot of what Kai's deck is doing is still helpful to answer and fight Luke. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, because theoretically Kai could cast, Leyline of the Void, so it's not unreasonable to bring 1 or 2. The Soul Guide Lantern is probably a better pick, if we want to fight those cards individually. Maybe we pick in, Harsher, Dead to fight, because those are good kind of at any stage.
Yeah, especially we haven't looked at Luke's list. If he's got things like Lavinia himself, then that might be something Kai wants a specific answer to. But I imagine him taking a light touch here and just going for, the Mystical Dispute, maybe the Force of Negation, maybe 1 or 2 plows as a hedge against Lavinia if we see something like that. So let's take a quick look at Luke's list, too.
Luke here, it looks like Breach, but it's Breach without Breach.
Yep.
We have the 4 Iconoclast to make all the tokens and gain our value. Great new addition from the latest set.
Yeah.
And then we've got a lot of good blue cards that we like to see. We've got, all 4 copies of Preordain here, which makes sense given the Iconoclast. Our path to victory is really just kind of control the game state as best as we can. Play one of these Iconoclasts and go wide as possible.
I think Luke's a lot more excited about his board than Kai is here. Having 3 Pyroblast is really good. You could bring in some number of Shattering Sprees if you want to attack Kai's mana. Flusterstorm, also good. I think I feel a lot better about game 2 than game 1 if I'm Luke here. Especially, again, there's some bad beats on that. I also think, I'm not very familiar with how these Luris Jeskai decks look or how they function, but I would think you could easily cut some Baubles in game 2.
Sure.
Bauble's a nice value play with Luris, but
it's kind of there.
You could, if you cut those for some Pyroblast, that seems nice if you don't immediately have anything else you want to cut. Cards
sure.
like Bolt can probably come out. I would think something like Prismatic Ending maybe can come out too. If you're not facing many creatures and that you're looking at Lavinia's your way anyway.
Sure.
I think you've got some easy cuts here.
Yeah, Prismatic Ending doesn't answer the one creature in Kai, or the couple creatures in Kai's deck. Well,
right.
It answers Lavinia, but it doesn't answer the Sphinx.
Yeah, it doesn't really answer Lavinia very easily, right?
Yeah. You have to have
and it doesn't answer Mentor very easily either. Like, you need all your mana to do that.
Yep.
If your goal is to get rid of those cards, maybe something like Path is just better. I don't know. Although Prismatic Ending, you could just attack a Mox with it if you want. Which is
you
fine
could
too.
Sure. Well, it'll be very interesting to see kind of how our players sideboard here. I think you're right. Luke is more excited about his board necessarily. I think he's definitely the aggro in this case. We'll kind of see what they do as our opponents, shuffle up here and get to their second game. But
yeah, well, we picked this as a nice blue mirror to get it started, and instead what we've seen is effectively one gameplay happen. So hopefully we get a couple more things happening. I mean, if you like counter battles, we showed you that. So you got that aspect of the blue mirror. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get a little bit more out of these guys this time.
I suspect Luke doesn't keep the same kind of hand just because he doesn't want to get got again.
Yeah, and the odds of him getting got again are low, but yeah, if I was Luke, I'd probably be very jittery if I opened a hand of all Moxen again. All right, we've got Luke on the play. I think our camera's a little out of focus.
Yeah, the player's it'll autofocus here.
Right.
I hope at some point. If not, I'll go give it the high five.
Yeah. All right, so we've got Luke keeping a 7, Kai sending it back. Sure. My broad take is that the Jeskai deck would be favored here. I mean, just access to these Pyroblasts is really big, but the Esper deck has much more powerful plays than it can do than the Jeskai deck. Jeskai is leaning a lot on the Iconoclast card that generates tokens. I don't know how good that's going to be here. I mean, it'll be a clock, but I think the Jeskai deck is certainly going to be in a good spot in the... Oh, I just focused. All right, so let's take a look at Kai's 6, see if he gets something he can keep. Again, we also didn't get to see Luris doing anything in that game because the game just ended. If this game goes to the medium or long, then Luris has this potential to become very valuable. Counter to the point I was making, though, without the baubles, I don't know that Luke's deck is built to take advantage of Luris outside of just incidental recast anything you want. Landmarks. Okay. Well, already less exciting stuff happening than last one, so this is good. We want a nice, boring blue game for you guys. As a quick recap, our round 1 that we had tried to stream that we couldn't get was fun. It was Grixis Tinker against the new White Initiative deck.
Yes.
Which featured a lot of really good gameplay and also a lot of confusion about what Initiative does. This is what happens when they introduce weird mechanics that are tied to D&D instead of Magic.
Yep.
No one has any idea what's happening.
I'm hoping to bring that the joy of initiative to you guys next round.
Yeah.
Because I want to feature that silly mechanic in all of its glory.
Yeah, that'll be great. Rob and I, as commentators, will have no idea what's going on, so that'll make for really good coverage. All right. And cantrips and passing. This is what we want.
Oh, yeah. Here we are. Blue Mirror. Okay, we
Fetch
both have
land,
mana
go.
sources. Wow. I mean, this sort of makes sense. Kai's deck is focused on being a little bit more reactive.
Mm-hmm. Those Lukes, I wonder who's going to be the first to bite and do something here.
I suspect it will be Luke, because Luke's deck has a bit more redundancy in its proactive department.
Yeah. This is where, if you're Luke, you wish that you could do Companion at instant speed. But what are you gonna do?
Oh,
Now
strip
we see the
mine.
strip mine on white.
All right, there goes the third color for Luke. Does Luke feel like he should have bought his Loris? Probably not. We're waiting to see what each other do.
With all these Pyroblasts and Flusterstorms, you really don't want to be tapping out for Luris. Oh, here's the Iconoclast. So Luke's saying he wants to get this going now.
And this makes sense, right? Because if we answer this Iconoclast, we can just grab a Loris and recast it.
Yep.
So it's not free, but it's discounted in the long run.
You got a Mox, too. Yeah, so, I mean, Luke's probably feeling good. He's got representing Pyroblast or Flusterstorm here. He's putting some stuff on the board. How big is Iconoclast body on itself? Is it a 1/1?
It is it's a 2/1, I believe.
2/1.
I'm going to look at the Oracle text here real quick. But the noticeable difference between it over Young Pyromancer is it is non-creature spell. So you do get to trigger off the Mox, which is what we see Luke do here.
Also triggers a Bauble when he's doing the whole Luris Bauble thing, so that's nice.
Iconoclast, yes, is a 2/1 human monk.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a match like this, obviously Luke would love to have like 5 tokens, but even just like the dude and the token, that's a 3 power on the board. If he can have 3 power and just sit on permission, especially permission that then will continue to grow his board, I mean, that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is exactly Luke's game plan against the style of deck that Kai's playing.
Ooh, Saga. Okay. Yeah, curious. I didn't see any Alpine Moons or anything like that from Luke. I wonder how much he cares about Saga. He could chump it very easily, but you know, he could also just get like Time Vaulted out or something like that.
That is a reason to have kept Prismatic Ending in the deck.
Yes, that's a good point.
So, just to deal with these tokens. So we'll see if that's something that Luke did.
Alternatively, something like Shattering Spree is good.
Shattering Spree is great, especially in a board state like this.
Scroll, he's probably getting the thing that we expect him to get. I mean, he's either getting an Ancestral or like a Flusterstorm here, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, Op Agent.
All right, the one in Kai's deck. All right, so we're gonna see either a counter battle or a.
Oh, we've got the plow.
Okay.
That's good.
There we go. So let's see if we battle over the swords.
I mean, Oppositioning Agent, a Merchant Scroll, is one of the scariest things you can have happen to you.
Sure.
But Op Agent in general.
Kai could just go grab a
very good in
Tinker,
these matches.
and then the game, you know.
Yeah. Well, you can't get a Tinker. You could get a Mystical Tutor for a Tinker.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I guess no, that's not how it works. Kai gets to do the Merchant Scroll on Luke's deck. Right?
Yes.
So he could get whatever Luke wants. So it's probably just getting like an Ancestral for himself or a Flusterstorm for future counter battles.
Yep.
Or
even just take Ancestrals out of, you know.
Yeah, get your Ancestral out of your opponent's deck and cast it at your leisure. That seems pretty good.
All right, so if Luke had counter spells that could counter this opposition agent. Well, no, we had the Fluster, so this is fine. I'm thinking maybe we counter the opposition agent, and then if that fight doesn't go well, then we still have the swords afterwards. But fighting on the swords is precarious.
When you've got the Flusterstorms, it's what you got to do.
Yep.
This is why we put the blue mirror on, so that we can get silly situations like this.
Sure.
Kai getting to steal this Merchant Scroll, if it happens, is really devastating for Luke. But the silver lining is Luke does have a pretty big board growing. Each of these 3 spells he's cast this turn has made him a token. So he's putting a lot of power on the board. And if Kai ends up getting the Merchant Scroll for something like an Ancestral, that might be impactful, or it might not be enough to keep up. But Kai's at 15. I mean, he's got a blocker here, so.
All right, we're letting these resolve one by one,
Oh,
which I
boy.
think is interesting.
I assume he was just putting them on different copies. So he has countered the Plow, and it looks like Merchant Scroll.
Yeah, he was able to pay for enough copies.
Oh, no. Yeah, it looks like Kai's getting his Merchant Scroll here.
Players are going to look up something here.
And this is so bad for Luke because Kai's going to get to do the Merchant Scroll with Luke's deck. He also, Opposition Agent means you control your opponent while you do it. So I think he can, like, look at Luke's hand, which, you know, as we know, probe effects are really good in blue mirrors here. So Luke's going to be playing at a fairly significant disadvantage now because Kai's going to know what's sitting in his hand.
Yes, you do control the opponent, which is important. Because you will get to look at their hand, because you control the opponent. And then you get to search the library. So
looks like there was maybe a judge call or something up there. Which makes sense. Opposition Agent is a weird card. Not very intuitive.
yes, no, instant speed, I get to control you, is not a normal thing we do in the game.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of people, if they were in this situation, would maybe interpret it as being like, oh, now I get a Merchant Scroll. I'm going to go look at my deck. Not what it is.
Right. Exactly. No, you control your opponent. So you search your opponent's deck. You resolve the search as normal. It just gets exiled, and while you control the opposition agent, you get to cast it yourself.
It's a really powerful card. I mean, Opposition Agent, it's got a very high ceiling. Right now in Vintage, it kills 2 decks on the spot. If you Opposition Agent in response to a Doomsday, or if you Opposition Agent in response to a Goblin Recruiter, your opponent's just dead. Yeah, Rob's going to go check in on them, see what's going on. But even the, you know, this kind of mid-level effect here, where if you Op Agent your opponent and they've got a fetch land, or they have something like a tutor, that's really good. And the floor of the thing is it's a flash blocker. I mean, it's a 3/2 with flash, so even if you're not getting any value and you're playing against something like Shops, although Shops has some text against because of Urza Saga, but even if you're just flashing it in, it's still a guy that could either flash in and start attacking, or flash in and block. Like, maybe if Kai was worried about his life total, he could put in the Op Agent and block the Iconoclast and end this. So we see it's resolving. He controls him, so Luke is showing him, I've got this Force of Negation and Force of Will in my hand that you can see because you're controlling me. Kai's looking through. He immediately stops at this Ancestral and says, that's probably the thing I want. But let's see what else he's looking at.
Yeah, so checking with the players, that's exactly what they were doing. They were checking just to make sure that by controlling the opponent, you do get to see their hand. And yes, as the opponent, you get to access to all the information your opponent does. When Mindslaver came out, you could do that and actually look at their sideboard once upon a time. You can't do that anymore. The rules have changed. When you control the opponent, you can't actually look at their sideboard. But these are open deck lists, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah, less relevant, but
just a little bit of info.
Yeah. So Kai is taking the Ancestral. I imagine he was digging through to see, like, oh, is there a mystical tutor I forgot about that maybe I want instead so I can get my Tinker?
Yep.
Or do I maybe just want a Flusterstorm? But I mean, Ancestral is almost always the thing. If you're casting your own Merchant Scroll, that's probably what you're getting. Like, drawing 3 cards, pretty good.
So I'm going to take a note here, or take a moment to note that our events are proxy friendly. So you're going to see the power on Luke's side. They are very clearly not real power.
They look nice,
they look great.
Good job with them.
This is 100% okay. Our events are proxy friendly, whether it's Vintage or Middle School. And we encourage that because we want people to play the game. And so that's what Luke has chosen to do. He's proxied his power. It makes sense. So if you see that, that's what that is. It's expected.
I think Kai's playing with some real power here. He's got some nice CE power that he's been collecting over the past few years.
Sure.
So Kai, he's looking to shift over into the beatdown here. Playing another Saga is good. I mean, what Kai can do on this turn is make a dude with his first Saga. Next turn, he, I think, has enough mana that he could make several more, and at that point, he's going to be looking at like 6 6s and 7 7s.
Sure.
Luke's got chumpers for days, so you know that's fine. But Luke's definitely not attacking anymore. Okay, so
We buy
Luke
Loris,
is,
we
he's-
play the Lotus, get a token, and then we rebuy the Lotus, make another token.
It's good. Man.
So while Luke did have a disastrous lose his own ancestral, he still has 2+5 power that can attack this turn. We're just gonna jam 5 tokens.
All right, so we see Kai making a guy. Yeah, Luris, really good. Been a little less prevalent in Vintage recently than it was, I don't know, 6 months ago, but still very powerful when you get to this late game stage. I mean,
Sure.
Luke is never going to want for mana, and yeah, he's constantly going to be generating tokens with this Iconoclast, so that's good.
This is exactly where Luke wants to be in this kind of deck. He wants to have the ability to extract value turn after turn and just make sure that he can interact with Kai's big plays. Because Kai doesn't have the ability to grind out this incremental advantage the same way. So we'll see.
Kai, he's making a guy here, so he's got another token, and then let's see what he does with his other saga that just ticked up. I guess he doesn't need to do anything immediately.
Yep.
Kai's tokens right now are 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 6 6s. Pretty good. Again, I guess gumming up the board with these tokens, maybe it matters less.
Yeah, I think his left twiddle is not in danger with the ability to kind of make at least a token every turn with his Loris. And the ability to go wide means it's really difficult for Kai to attack profitably without just taking a lot of damage on the backswing. So,
Rob, outside of like fair combat stuff, what potential does Kai's only like combo kill his Time Vault combo here?
I believe that is correct. Yes, we do have the Vault Key package.
So Luke has to be a bit concerned about that, but I guess maybe I overstated how good Kai's position is here.
Well,
yeah,
we're just one Saga trigger away from having half the combo, right? We can go grab our key, and then if we can just find a way to get to the Time Vault, that's all that we need. Now, it'll be interesting because if Kai has to use Tinker to get that Time Vault, then he'll have to find a way to hardcast his Sphinx to win because we have infinite blockers for this opposition agent.
Well, Kai's basically already got hardcast Sphinx mana. He's got black, blue, white, and he's got
yeah,
7
we're very
mana.
close.
He needs 1 land.
Oh. All right, so we're going to make another token. Well,
yeah, Sphinx would be nice.
we don't need Sphinx if we have all these giant creatures, so there's that. But we're going to lose the Saga.
It's also possible that Kai boarded out Sphinx. He's playing against a plow deck. He knows, and also Tinker is a little risky in these games, so maybe he didn't keep it in. He might have. I mean, if Luke doesn't have his plows or he took him out, then
yeah, I'm not
Sphinx
sure
really
what I'd want to
good,
do.
but
I feel like it's the only real way I have to kind of combat these tokens in a fair way.
yeah.
Well, fair being Tinker, but
Yeah. Yeah, Iconoclast, really interesting card. Again, as noted, triggers off any non-creature spell. Pitches to Force of Will, which is nice. The flip side is it dies to Pyroblast, but when you're playing against these Esper decks, like, who cares?
right, you have so many pyroblastable threats that you can't pyroblast them all.
And sometimes you need the Pyroblast for the counter battle, and then you can't
Yep.
go after the Iconoclast, and I guess they'll run away with it here. So I don't know. Game's far from over, though. We got 12 to 17, plenty of life total here. Guy's got this top, so he's not going to whiff too much.
Absolutely. And our tokens are big. We can start crashing in with at least 1 token every turn, I think. And that might be enough. Because the attack for Luke isn't free. If we leave back 3 real blockers, we're going to attrition these tokens away pretty easily, even with the Luris in play.
It is funny with the Luris, though, because he could even attack with his Iconoclast if he wants to. Just like rebuy it. So
I can't do this turn. We've rebought the Lotus, but
rebuying the Lotus is good. It gets you a guy every turn.
Yep.
Shout out Luke for bringing tokens that are actually what Iconoclast makes.
Yep.
Slops Kai for playing upside down cards as his tokens.
Especially because I know there's a construct token at the table
Right.
that I put there for him.
We'll have a word about Kai with this later.
So it looks like we just passed. We made a token and passed, which is fine.
Kai flip top, which is generally always a sign that something's up. It's not automatically true. Maybe he flip top just to get some cards out of the. Oh,
we're just gonna negate.
And that's good. He's getting the Lotus permanently out of here.
Yeah,
which is really good. That stops the automatic token every turn from Luke.
So it looks like we have just enough tokens to trade with one of these constructs, which is not a good spot for Luke necessarily. We can trump for a little bit, but... Oh, and then we play the top, so now we have... now we don't even have enough tokens to chump. Trade, so...
Yeah, so we know Kai's got a Mana Crypt in hand. I can't tell if he has anything else. Luke has at least something in his hand. And this is a situation where the top decks here are going to be really relevant.
And when you're in that position, you want to be in Kai's seat with the Sensei's top.
Yep, the top goes really far. So a good draw for Kai might be something like Mentor too, right? And if he could start making his own tokens and competing.
Yep.
Because Mentor tokens are significantly better than Iconoclast tokens.
Quite. So it looks like Kai has just the one card in hand, which is this Mana Crypt, which we cannot afford to play.
And we see him attacking.
I mean, this makes sense, right? Because we can't trade with any of these tokens.
I mean, this looks like a time walk to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's time walk, man. There we go. Called it.
I mean, that's good. Get rid of 2 tokens. And again, losing that Lotus for Luke is noteworthy, that he could perpetually add to his board guaranteed up until now. And now it's like he's got to draw spells that he can cast to do it.
Yep.
And something like a Bauble would be great for Luke, but again, that might be something that he cut. I don't know what they're trying to figure out right now. Kai aggressively flinging his Mox Jet at Luke as a show of dominance. The perk of playing real power.
So we're going to look at the top 3 again.
Ah, pretty good card.
I thought I saw a Saga in one of those. I don't know if we really want the Saga.
I mean,
it does
better
make more
than nothing,
characters,
right? Like if you see
true.
Saga land, but it's
all right.
attack again, huh?
This is an attack
he's got
for
like a
8
Yogg-Will or something here, or maybe he's determining at this point
16?
that Luke's crackback doesn't matter that much to him.
No, I mean,
flip top makes me think maybe he's got a Yogg-Will or some impactful play.
We don't even have enough. We don't have enough power to crack back for very much.
Mentor, there we go.
Okay.
Mentor with top is good. I mean,
yes,
he's going to be activating it a lot. Wonder if Kai casts out his Mana Crypt. Like, no.
No, I don't think you have to. I think you can be conservative about it.
Preordain,
the door is shutting very, very quickly on Luke here.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the strength of this preordain is. But that time walk was very valuable.
Yeah.
Kai's creatures are much, much larger than Luke's. And Luke's going to have to find a way to keep generating a lot of tokens every turn. Like a second Iconoclast would be huge here. If we could find one of those and then, a Bauble or something we can gain advantage with. But
again, like, I mean, losing the Lotus now, Luke also doesn't have the most mana in the world. Oh, Dig's pretty good.
You don't need mana when you have a graveyard. Yeah. Who needs mana when you can just delve your spells away?
Welcome to Magic after 2014.
Yep. All right, so this is definitely the shot in the arm that Luke needs. We'll see if he can find the cards that he needs to get out of the situation, though.
Again, this is a really pivotal time here because Luke Dig is great, but he's got a Volk and a Pearl up. He hasn't made a land drop or anything, but
Nope.
if he can run away with it all of a sudden, that's great. Something like a Time Walk again would be huge here. But if Luke doesn't hit anything super impactful, he's going to pass back to Kai, who's going to be drawing a top that'll make a token, and he starts topping with a lot of mana in play. Got a mana crypt in his hand for extra mana. Like,
an answer for this
can potentially just win the game next turn if he draws something relevant.
Kai's mana is a little stretched just because we have to play top and activate top in order to see a new card. But we have the Soul Ring and we have the Mana Crypt, so that's probably fine.
Well, yeah, he's got land, Mana Crypt, Soul Ring, Mox. Like, I'm not worried about his mana. Like, arguably the blue mana is tight, but he's got all this colorless mana for top. Like,
sure.
I mean, we'll see. Big turn here.
Let's see what Luke found. Did we find the removal spell for the Mentor?
That'd be good. Again, we don't know what removal Luke kept in. I guess we've seen a Plow. I don't know what else he has.
There's a second plow. All right.
Okay.
Plow, make a token. We're
Makes
back
his
up to 8
life
tokens.
So much better.
Yes. So now the best thing off of Luke's deck would be untap Shattering Spree.
Yeah.
We could kill 2 tokens? That's
Yeah, I mean, losing the Lotus makes Shattering Spree a little less exciting.
It does.
It's still okay. I mean, especially if you get your, another Volk or a Mox Ruby.
Sure.
But losing that Mentor is really tough for Kai. I think that's going nuts with a Mentor is one of his relevant game plans against this go wide thing.
Yep.
He's already burned his Time Walk. Like something like Yogwill would be really exciting for Kai right now.
Even finding Tinker would be fine.
Yeah, Tinker.
We've seen 2 plows disappear, so the ability to get a Sphinx, if the Sphinx is still in the deck, would be very huge.
That'd be good.
And
I mean, he's at 14 life, so like Tinker into Citadel is also okay. Like you can get some really good value, but
sure.
But without the Mentor, Tinker Citadel doesn't as easily end the game as it used to.
No, I mean, if we are going for Citadel, it is specifically to find our Vault Key combo. Now, we do have the top, so getting Citadel is great because we can just cycle through and find the exact cards we need.
With the amount of mana he has, he should be okay, but we'll see. Another noteworthy thing is, like, Luke's got this Luris, so in desperation, it's also a lifelinker.
Yep.
Luke's probably not going to die anytime soon, so...
No, we have the blockers. We have the board gummed up moderately well. I think if Kai doesn't want to win with the Sphinx and doesn't get to the Time Vault, he needs to find his other 2 copies of Urza Saga and make 4 more tokens. And then just, come in with the ham sandwiches.
So, my commentary on my own commentary is I've been rapidly shifting the advantage bar with basically every play. If it's not evident, I would broadly categorize Rob and I both as non-blue players. We'll dabble in some blue.
Yes.
We play a lot of, like, Rob loves a good Blood Moon.
I do love a good Blood Moon.
I like a Sphere. So, we did the good thing for the viewers of putting a match like this on, but who knows how on point our commentary is on the play.
Well,
here.
and like with any game like this, right? We've had our starting hands, we've played through all of our starting cards, and now we're just living off the top of the deck.
Yep.
So, at this point, it's really just whatever, what did we put in the deck? What did we find with the cards that we have? And
so we see
it could be anyone's game.
These constructs are getting big. I mean, Kai's marking them; they're 9/9s, but with 8 soldiers on the board, it's just like, who cares?
Now, one thing to note is I haven't checked to see if we're playing Voltaic Key or the other key that gives creatures
It's
Manifold.
probably Manifold.
Manifold will give one of these tokens unblockable.
That's a good point.
Which is a way to punch through all of these tokens. So if we can find another Saga to find it, or just, top into it, that's fine.
Yeah, that could end the game quickly. That's a good point.
Wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, if he's thinking about making the full swing here, I mean, again, Kai won't lose the game.
There is 8, 9,
15
10
power on the board.
Yes.
So if he's leaving up a blocker regardless.
Yep.
It's
No.
unlikely
Oh, wow. What
that Luke could win on the crackback.
Well, so if we're talking with everything, this has got to signify that we've got like a Yogwill
Yeah.
to rebuy this time walk and kind of keep going.
Did Kai have a Snapcaster in his list? These decks used to play that. I didn't notice if he has one. Like
I
Snap
don't
Time Walk would be
recall
good.
Snapcaster, but we can.
The sad part for Kai here is like one option is Luke could just chump and lose 4 tokens, just like not care.
Oh, we don't even need we can trade. We could even use 2 tokens to trade with the
Op agent.
op agent if we wanted to.
Yeah, that seems good. And it looks like he's doing that. He's putting 2 to the side to block the op agent.
Yeah, because we have to block it. We have to block at least 3 creatures. To
yeah, Kai's swinging for
well,
lethal,
2
but
creatures.
dying here is Luke's choice. He
Yes.
can do that if he wants to. All right,
so
yeah,
we're
he
gonna
gets rid of
take the
op
opportunity
agent.
there. This makes sense because it does we've removed half of the tokens that Luke has, which is
Oh, you know what we
relevant.
didn't factor in is Kai's got this mana crypt too. So he also could get bolted next turn. Oh,
there's the Yogwell. Okay. So that makes sense. So now we're going to, at the very least, time walk. I don't see anything else relevant in the graveyard that we'll want. I mean, we'll recast the op agent.
One of the things about
Oh, I guess we can play that. We can play the saga.
One
Sure.
of the things about the Tinker decks is when you draw the restricted cards, they are a little bit better. So
Yep.
Kai's done a very good job with doing that. And here comes this thing.
All right, graveyard check. What do we got? We have a strip mine, which we can't do because we've already played our land. Yeah, so nothing really. We're just grabbing a saga, which makes sense. And we're going to recast our
Yeah,
time walk and
Op
opposition.
and you're happy enough with that.
Yeah.
Because, like, next turn, he could be attacking to... all right, so we've got time and round. We extended them by 10 minutes. Aki, could you tell everyone? Thanks, man. Now, if he gets this time walk turn and he attacks in, there goes Luke's board. Luke's going to be left with the Iconoclast, basically, and that's it. Because Luke cannot let a single construct through or he's dead. Yeah. All right. I'll set a timer for 10 minutes for them. Yeah, if it's not evident from this behind-the-scenes discussion, we were playing timed rounds today. We would do that regardless, but in the middle school portion, we have like 2 or 3 people playing land still, so absolutely need timed rounds. So if you stick with us all day when we get to the middle school streaming portion, get ready for some things going to time. All right. So we've got the time walk turn. I wasn't paying close enough attention to life totals, but it looks like Kai dodged his mana crypt roll.
Yes. We were at 14, no, so we took 3. I don't know if we paid life on anything else.
Yes, but I mean, now Kai's in a good position here.
Yeah.
He's not going to win the game this turn, I don't think. But barring him drawing like time ball combo.
Yeah, but he still gets to crack in.
Yeah, he's going to eat all of Luke's board basically, except the Iconoclast.
All these tokens are lethal now.
I mean, Luke could even block with the Iconoclast and rebuy it with Lyris. So.
Yes.
Kai's not going to win, but, like, Luke's back to square one. He has to rebuild everything.
Shadow's asking...
That's my brother. He is tuning in from Connecticut, Abe. We are in a bar called Tweeties, and there's a mixture of coffee and beer and margaritas right now. I had a coffee and a strawberry... Oh, here's the Tinker. So... You're not thrilled if you're Luke. I mean, what do you get here? Citadel? Or maybe you get the Time Vault because you know next turn you're going to get the key.
Yeah, I think...
I get the Citadel personally and just, like, go for it, but...
Where's top?
There we go. Yeah.
The question is, where is top?
I guess he flipped it in at some point. But, yeah, he's got the Citadel. I mean, he attacked, wiped Luke's board. He has healthy life total. Now he's like, all right, let me just get some good card advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if I know I have access to top, I think top is gone. I think we just shuffled it away. I think we Tinker... Because we had to flip top to get Tinker.
He has not made a land.
But we can just grab top again next turn with our Urza Saga anyway, so...
Yeah.
Like, this is a very strong place to be.
Yeah.
Now, what if we just draw Shattering Spree right here?
Shattering Spree's good, though, but, I mean, he's only got red. So,
yeah, but you get rid of Bolas, a Citadel, you get rid of a token, and you make another token.
Yeah, like, it's a good play, but it's not like,
Well, we have the force negation.
Negation for the ponder.
So there goes that. All right.
Yeah, he flipped that off the Citadel, so he's paying 3 life for it.
That's fine. Sure.
Yeah, Citadel with counter magic's always
ponder.
funny. You feel bad when you can't go off, but like just having this thing sitting there that you can pay 3 life for is good.
So what do we think we found the ponder off of the dig through time?
Good question. I don't know. Maybe it was the plow.
Oh, Shattering Spree.
Shattering
Here it is.
Spree. You called it, Rob.
All right.
Kai, you got anything relevant on top of your deck again?
We got 2 copies of Shattering Spree. We need what exactly? Flusterstorm.
He gets it. Okay.
Wow.
So returning to the point about Time Vault, Time Vault wouldn't have been. I guess Time Vault was a little bit worse in that scenario because you don't get any value. But
no. Yeah. Then Luke gets an extra ponder off of this, and
all right. So Luke stabilizing a bit. I mean, we've got a good game here.
Well, I mean, Kai's going to make another token end of turn, and then we're going to make another token and get our top back. So, like, Luke has to draw.
Yeah, so they're going to be 8/8.
Another Shattering Spree. I don't think we can attack. Attacking with Loris seems suspect.
So this is the situation where if you're Luke, you wish you had the Breach package in your deck because, like,
yeah, you
he's
just win out of
probably
this.
not going to win conventionally very easily here. But if you could just like combo out the way you could get there.
Yeah. So we make the token, draw step, trigger, make another token.
What do you think, Rob? Are we going to be looking at our first match draw of the event? Or
no,
what?
I hope not.
It's possible. It's unlikely with Kai being up a game. I mean, this could easily end 101.
Yep.
But I don't know. Luke might be able to squeeze something in here.
We were talking previously, just trying to figure out the structure and what kind of expect for the tournament.
You called it earlier, the Manifold Key. So he's going for the unblockable dude. That's a good play by Kai.
There we go. So this will end in 2-0, which is good. But
unless Luke's sitting on a plow here. Yep.
No, that's going to do it.
Great games. Well, great game 2. Game 1 was not a game. Yeah, again, coming from my amateur commentary, the advantage bar all over the map. Maybe it was solidly in Kai's favor the whole time, and I just don't know what I'm talking about, but enjoyable on my end.
Yeah, so Kai's going to get that 2 games to 0 and advance to 2-0, which is great. We've got another round of Vintage up ahead before we switch to Middle School, our other format of choice. And again, after that, we will figure out what the top 4 best records are and then cut to top 4 and bring you the conclusion of our Invitational then as well. It's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to a lot of this.
Yeah, so Rob and I have the lonely job of broadcasting this out of the basement. Upstairs, I think everything's fun. But yeah, it's going to be a great day of viewing here, so stick with us. Got a lot ahead of us.
So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. And we'll go ahead and put some fun stuff up for you here in a little bit. And we'll bring the next round of Magic as soon as we have pairings done and that match settle in. So stick around, stay tuned, and we will be right back.
Thanks all.
The only way that he has to stop that card is just time, just beating Phil faster.
All right, well, we've got this great card, Grim Lavamancer, in play, so if you're
but not a fetch land. I think fetch land into Grim Lavamancer is S tier. This is slightly less good.
Yeah, I was a little
Fire.
confuzzled by the lack of. I would just put some
fine.
fetch lands in the deck just for the Grim Lavamancer. For the big deck thinning,
right,
blah blah blah.
I'll go check
I absolutely agree.
I would put some red fetch lands in this deck.
I get it though. Stu is being greedy with the Fire Blast. So typically, when you see a deck with 4 Wasteland, 4 Rishadan Port, which Stu is on, you don't see 4 Fire Blast. Like I played Sly this league, and I played 2 Fire Blast in my 8 colorless mana decks. But Stu is opting, instead of getting the fetch lands to combo with Grim Lavamancer, he's playing the extra mountains to combo better with Fire Blast. So it's an interesting choice. I mean, Fire Blast is an insane card, especially in 2s. Like to 8 somebody out of nowhere with 0 mana is an impressive play. But it does hurt him in a situation like this where he has a turn 1 Grim Lavamancer.
Okay, well, we're just gonna mop up these elves now and these bugs. We're gonna do incinerate. Okay, yeah, sure.
Incinerate,
Use our mana more.
Smash in with for 1 with the Lavamancer.
Human wizards greater than bug shamans. Clearly, clearly. This is bad for the elf player because we had to bounce that land, so we can't flood the board to like overpower the Lavamancer and Curse Scroll. And so this is one way to beat survival is if who cares how many creatures you're drawing out survival if I just shoot them all down with my recursive effects.
Yeah, but I think this Pyrostatic Pillar. I was wondering if Stu was going to bring that in. So that is another way to beat survival is just to punish the elves player.
Because Stu doesn't need to play any more spells at this point. Everything is on the board. And it's the Eidolon of the Great Revel effect. These symmetric everybody takes damage effects are definitely better for the burn player. Seeing the Pyrostatic Pillar as the elf player, I would be very interested in revising my sideboard strategy and grabbing extra disenchant effects. Like now, it's not just the Snaring Bridge. We need to revisit our sideboarding.
Yeah, I don't know. So these are open deck lists, and Stu literally has 1 Pyrostatic Pillar. So I don't think I would be worried about it. He's just like, all right, Stu got lucky this game. Let's go to game. If he ends up losing, go to game 3. But
there's also like 4 Curse Scrolls and maybe this Ensnaring Bridge running around. Those cards are so impactful. I might be inclined to revisit that thinking.
Yeah, it's interesting. So like. Phil can take care of the Pyrostatic Pillar if he wants to. He can like survival into the Vigilante. Probably can't cast it until he has 5 mana up to flip it immediately. Yeah. That's pretty
play and
slow.
Flip is a lot of mana.
Yep.
Right.
So he's in it. So Stu is in a great spot because Phil both has no mana elves in play.
Yeah. And is unlikely to do so.
Right. And so like his ability to play around Pyrostatic Pillar is not great right now.
Yeah, being paired against Kai is unfortunate because I wanted to put
I wonder what a go get. So obviously survivals, pitches, deranged hermit to get Squee, discard Squee to get a mana elf, I wonder.
Yeah.
It might be a mana elf, even it sucks to play it and dome yourself for 2 off the pillar.
Sure.
And then have it, gunned down by any of these other things. I'm not a big fan of getting anything else. We don't want to just pass with this mana that we're not using. Okay, Genesis.
Okay.
Then,
interesting.
So setting up
too much going on.
For this really long game.
Type anybody in?
Yeah, so
theoretically,
all right, this is a long-term plan.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, yeah, okay. This creature conveniently has 3 toughness, I believe.
Yeah, so if it's
Genesis is
you can
4/4.
start everyone else, and then I have to if it's gonna be.
But yeah,
hockey,
the 3 toughness. I'll double check.
Like,
Sylvan Messenger, is that a 3 toughness creature? Because that would be really huge, actually. And it doesn't trigger the pillar.
I thought he was just a 2/2 like the ringleader, but I could be wrong.
Sad face. Check that. No, it's just a 2/2. That's still fine. Not triggering the pillar and filling up your hand with guys is that's not the worst. I respect this decision.
All right. So you get some squee action going, pretty slow. So yeah, the elves is definitely slowed way down with Pyrostatic Pillar. Yeah. Otherwise, you could just kind of like poop out a bunch of mana dorks and at least come up the board a bit. But now that's going to cost him 2 life every time he wants to do it.
Oof.
Doesn't look like he drew the 4th land unless it's like a Gaia's Cradle. Nope, he's just going to squee it up again. So Stu's in a great spot to win this game. Although I will point out, Phil is at 17 life, and this is what turn like 4 or 5 or something. Like this is a slow game, but Stu seems to be in a good situation.
Stu's vectored into this like prison plan. Stu needs to draw 1 more land. Actually, is what it is. 1 more land. We could be more off to the races since like 3 mana is tied up on this Curse Scroll activation. But every time we do that, we like can't play another spell, so our curse scroll gets worse and worse. All right, and now we're just gonna start walking into the onboard tricks.
Yes, I wonder if Stu has any burn in his hand. Like an incinerate bolt here would be great. Get the cards out of your hand, start activating curse scroll.
Yeah, we'll find out at the end of the turn. I'm sure all secrets will be revealed. Oh, Guy's Cradle.
Guy's Cradle.
All right, so now you have like unlimited incentive to kill the Landware Elf. It's like, oh, we got to get this guy out of here.
Stu names Fire Blast.
Oh, what a
Let's
bold...
see how many Fire Blasts he has in
You
him.
didn't sight him out? Are you serious?
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Stu either got lucky or he's sitting on
Or there's just
two.
like pocket rockets in his hand.
Right. So the elf has gone away. Guy's Cradle has no text at this point.
Ooh,
Stu can wasteland it if he wants to.
No, Stu wants all his lands in play to keep activating this curse scroll. Especially when there's a Fire Blast in your hand. Like you're not all right, so Stu's gonna shock himself. Oh, that's fine. Just get these cards out of the hand.
So Stu passes with Lavamancer up, which means that he's planning on just using it end of Phil's turn. Otherwise, he would have attacked for one if he had something else he wanted to do with that mana.
Yeah. Basically, we can't let any elves go to the untap step.
We should tell them to actually wait a little bit longer.
So.
Just
I'm trying to think if there's like a modern elf that like fights when it comes to play. I'm sure there is, but there's definitely not in this format.
Not yet. I'm probably gonna get one afterwards. After this match, after the round.
All right, just pass.
Perfect.
Oof.
Pass. Okay. So we're just trying to get the 4th land for the messenger. We're drawing all these extra cards. They're just not translating to things that we can keep on the board.
All right, so let's see. Right now, Phil is at a virtual 9 with the seals, a virtual 7 with the Lavamancer activation, a virtual 3 with Fire Blast. So if he has exact... No, he can't do it this turn, but Stu's very close.
Yeah, that the clock is definitely very real. So this is actually an interesting thing. Because the other elf deck was splashing white. I wonder if it had something like Rule of Law, which the other elf deck does not. But if I were splashing white, Rule of Law would be something I'd think about to like get out of these lock situations. Because right now we're kind of frozen out. Typically, if you're playing a typical green deck, not an elf deck, you would get out of this by playing a 4 toughness creature. You would play a Ravenous Baloth, but no such option that exists in the confines of the elf deck.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Ravenous Baloth in the sideboard, like a 1 or 2 of in a Survival Elves deck. That seems like a reasonable card. I mean, you can also play Well-Wisher, which is weak to
you need
burn,
to untap.
and unless you're playing Angry Elves, in which case, like, you can activate it immediately.
Yeah, that would be great. If we had a Mountain and Anger in this deck, then we could actually just explode out of nowhere. That would... Yeah, okay, so that's one way to get out of this lock.
No, not yet.
All right, we're taking 2 from the fire static filler. We're playing with fire, like literally. All right, whoa.
All right, so Stu finally wastes
in response.
In response, yeah.
Okay, so that's a very strong signal from the burn players that they think the game is over.
Yeah, I mean, it Stu's got 10 damage on board right now.
It was bait. Second Guy's Cradle. They always have it. Wanted you to wasteland me.
Oh man. Assuming that Stu has 2 Fire Blasts in hand, then he will need something off the top. But I think he'll get here. I mean, Phil doesn't have any kind of a clock. So literally, if he goes Grim Lavamancer end of turn. Is that it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he literally wins on his turn.
I'm
so-
gonna
All
leave my
right, 2/2
computer here
morph,
and-
which
Yeah,
also
yeah,
does
he's
2
dead.
damage. So
I
yeah,
have
we're
my
dead.
The game
We're
is
dead.
over. The game is over.
Dubs.
Slash, if no one
The game was over
can or
anyway,
wants to
but-
do it, I can
Yeah,
also
it
just
is
like
now
do it from
especially
my
over.
house and
Extra over.
text you guys when the rounds are over.
Right,
But
Stu's not missing it. It's like, nope,
Right.
we're not shooting the elves. We're going upstairs.
You want, yeah.
There's nothing to see here, citizens. All right. So while Stu goes through the motions, we're going to mention that I feel like when in game 3, when the elf deck is on the play, it's going to be pretty hard for the burn deck to win because they have to the burn deck has to make a decision very early in the game to proactively do something versus.
what you were seeing with the middle school was some cool replay videos Rob spliced in as our
Yep.
weight screens. So this is the Invitational. If you see the thing saying Season 4 Invitational, it's live. If you don't, you're just getting some white noise broadcast into your system.
Yeah, we went ahead and cut some highlight reel from our past events, our past webcam leagues that we've got, and a few other things recorded here and there. So if you see that, we just want to make sure that your time is valued. You don't want to sit and...
Oh, I guess we can't be heard right
we
now.
can. We were muted, but now we're not muted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sweater.
There's a chaos orb on this sweater too. You can't see it with the camera, but yeah.
But yeah, so we've got Brian Hockey versus Kai. We wanted to make sure that we showcase the initiative, the new hotness right now in Magic, because it makes no sense and nobody knows what's happening. So we thought that we would share that with you guys. We'll go ahead and come on over to their match and take a look. They should be getting started here shortly. So let's talk about the initiative.
What's to say?
When one or more creatures a player controls deals combat damage to you, that player takes the initiative. So what happens is you play a creature that starts the initiative. It's kind of like the Monarch. It comes into play, and you get the initiative. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you then venture into the Undercity, as well as when you take the initiative. So if you deal combat damage to a player, you switch to Monarch, you switch the initiative, things like that. Instead of drawing a card, you gain value by kind of going through the Undercity. So what is the Undercity? The Undercity is a dungeon. And look to the left, do not look to the right, because everyone goes to the left-hand side. When you first take the initiative and start the Undercity, you grab a basic land. So you immediately draw a card, and it's always a basic land card, which is great. And then your next time you take the initiative, or at the beginning of your upkeep, you click on Forge, which your creature immediately gets +1/+1 counters twice. So your 3/3 3-power creature becomes a 5-power creature immediately. So you get to attack for 5, which is great. Next time you take the initiative, which is either the next creature you play or your next upkeep, you trap. Target player loses 5 life. Then you attack him for 5 again. That's 15 damage already. This is why the Undercity is played. This is why it's popular. After trap, you can go ahead and draw a card. And then at the very end, you basically get to grab a creature from the top 10 cards of your library, and it comes in with 3+1/+1 counters on it. Unagain text-proof, so it doesn't die. It's going to stick around till next turn. And there are a lot of creatures in this deck that trigger the initiative, so you're going to get a lot of these dungeon values multiple times in a turn. It's pretty powerful. So
my eyes are glazing over.
Yes.
So a question, Rob, is let's say you had a printing that said it was a creature, is a 1/1 or a 1/1 for 1 and a white, and it said when you enter the battlefield, you take the initiative, and that was it. Do we call that French vanilla, or is that it's? I mean, I guess if you had to print out a little token card to explain all the rules of like flying or first strike or trample or rampage, that would be maybe as lengthy as this, but like.
There's a lot
what's
going
the point
on.
of a keyword at this point? I don't know. Like, is it helpful to say you take the initiative if that means nothing to me? I don't know.
It only means something if you include the initiative card at the same time as the Undercity. So this one keyword, taking the initiative, includes 2 extra supplementary cards. I don't know. I'd play that card if that card existed, though. The 1 mana 1/1 take the initiative. That seems great. Immediately draws me a basic land, so I can cast another card in turn. It becomes a 3/3 next turn. It'd be better than Delver.
The best thing I can say about initiative is it makes an orc playable in Vintage right now, which I think hasn't been true since probably Orcish Lumberjack.
Yes. And when was that? It wasn't called Vintage then. It was just called Magic the Gathering.
That was Type 1, yeah.
It was just Magic the Gathering.
So we'll see. We see both players shuffling. If you're Kai... I don't know. Maybe he has his wherewithal and he knows how to strategically play against this. I mean, it's funny, like something like, what's it called? Opposition Agent that we were waxing poetic about, that has some text, right? Because you could op agent in response to initiative and get your own basic. But, like, for the most part, a deck like Kai's can't do anything to engage with the initiative. Like, you're probably not going to swing back and steal the initiative or anything like that. So, like, hockey's just doing this new mechanic that you can't interact with, and good luck, Kai. I don't know.
So Chad is asking, how is this different from venturing into the dungeon? And that is a great question, because Wizards did create something different. So venturing in the dungeon, when you do that, you pick one of 3 or 4 dungeons to go into. None of them can be the Undercity, though. And so you have 3 separate dungeons you get to pick, and then you just kind of, anytime you venture into the dungeon, you move the levels just like you would in any other dungeon. You don't do it on upkeep, because it only happens when you venture into the dungeon. The initiative is its own thing tied specifically to the Undercity. You can only get to the Undercity by taking the initiative. So if you have a card that ventures into the dungeon, you can't venture into the Undercity. You can only get to the Undercity by taking the initiative. So it's a whole separate line of, product with a whole separate line of, keywords and abilities that is different.
Is something about that unintuitive, chat? I follow it perfectly. No, I mean, Rob could be making up this whole mechanic. He could be lying to you right now, and we wouldn't know.
If you pay 3 mana at instant speed, you can venture into the dungeon, but only when the moon is perfectly aligned with Mars and, Pluto.
Yeah.
So get out your astrolabes and, poke outside your LGS and figure out if you can venture into the Undercity for 3 mana.
It's a good mechanic when it's made Plains a good card in Vintage.
Yes.
I mean, in seriousness, it does end the game very quickly. And I mean, it's been true in Vintage forever that, like, aggro is, I think we associate Vintage with the broken plays, but if you just, like, put a bunch of power on the board, you can end the game quickly. And it's like, in this case, you ramp, then your dude gets big, and then you, like, lava axe them, I think, right? That's the idea. It's something like that. And that's just going to end the game fast. It's the whole reason that Hogak's good. You make your opponent stumble and you kill him. That's what Ravager Shops always did. And, like, this is the same thing. Hockey, it looks like to me, is experiencing what I gripe about with mono white, which is that for some reason a monocolor deck has the worst mana in the format. I assume that's what he's doing. It looks like he's on a mold of 5, maybe. So
this is what we call the fail rate.
This is why we don't register Archon of Emeria, because this is what your play experience becomes. You have the most powerful thing in the format, but it is impossible to cast.
Now, depending on the start, it doesn't take much, though, for Brian to have a capable hand. Even like the right 5 can still knock Kai out pretty quickly. We've discussed that, initiative will kill somebody pretty quickly. You get a 5-power dude, and then you very quickly, if you have another thing that takes the initiative, you will then get to trap them for another 5 damage very quickly, and then you attack with a lot.
So the thing about banding, chat, is that it has a degree of intuitiveness. Like, it's a classically everyone refers to banning as the complicated thing. Oh, here's the ancestral. Yeah, the dramatic misstep. The thing about banding is it's relatively intuitive that you can be like, well, my guys are in a band together, so I bunch them all up. And the other thing is there's this shortcut of explaining it where you're basically just like, oh, I assign combat damage. And then it's kind of easy. The dungeon or initiative, it's like there's nothing intuitive. Like, I'm not a D&D player, so the concept of like traps and Undercity, it doesn't mean anything to me. So you just have to like, you have to do what Rob did, which is spend 3 minutes explaining it, or just like hand them this obnoxious token that explains it and make them sit there and read, and then call them on like time and slow play. So like, it's just a bad mechanic, and I'm old. All right,
So Kai started off the game with an ancestral.
Yeah.
Hockey responded with a very casual mental misstep. Kai forced back. Hockey, planes pass, and then Kai drew a card, missed a land drop, and passed. And Hockey has responded with Ancient Tomb, Mox, Thalia, Resolves, and now has all the mana in the world. And Kai can't cast spells that cost mana right now that are non-creatures.
This is great for hockey. Like a wasteland might even just be lights out.
Yeah.
I think that I don't know. I mean, this is how these white decks work. Like, you mold a 4 or 5, but like when you keep the right hand and your opponent doesn't have the force, sometimes it just gets there. I mean, we shouldn't say that it's over for Kai. Like, he's got a Mox now. Let's say he draws a land next turn. If hockey bricks a little bit, which these white decks can certainly do.
Now we've got a million mana, although our spells are... All right, so we have an uncounterable. We're going to take the initiative, everybody. Roll for initiative. Here we go.
What the initiative means here is effectively just that the clock's on for Kai. So, like, he needs to go, like, land,
Yes.
tanker or something, or the game's probably over.
Yes. Now, one of the cool things is the White Plume Adventurer gets to untap, I believe it's a permanent at the upkeep?
That's believable.
Let's see. I'm going to look up the Oracle text. White Plume Adventurer. All right.
It
untap a creature. It untaps a creature.
It can untap itself, too, right?
It can't untap itself. So if you completed a dungeon, you get to untap all creatures you control at the end of your turn.
Kai's got the classic Academy with 1 artifact in play. That's always good.
Yep.
Hockey was saying that we should take this initiative deck to Eternal Weekend. That would probably be me if anyone was doing it, because I like these white decks, but I usually play my white cards in Japanese, so if I can't understand the cards in English, I'm definitely not going to play them in Japanese. And here we see Hockey chucking the initiative card at Kai so that Kai can understand what's going to happen to him.
That was the Undercity. That's the dungeon part.
Oh, my mistake.
Yep. So there are 2 dungeons, one for each player, should the other player get to venture into the dungeon. But Kai's going to cast his top for 2. Which is cool because now the Academy tops for 2.
It builds the Academy. He can top end of his turn and maybe like tops into a Tinker or something.
Sure.
But, again, clock's on for Kai here. Right, because he's getting the plus. Does he get the +2/+2 this turn?
Yes,
so
he does.
He's swinging for like 7.
Yep. If he plays another initiative card, he gets to trap and deal another 5 damage.
So Kai's basically dead next turn.
Yes.
This is pretty aggressive.
So we're not going to follow up with any creatures. We're not at the end step yet.
I see a Mystical Tutor, and I can't read the other cards. It looked to me like Kai was putting it on top. So I think what Kai's trying to do here is upkeep, flip his top to get himself a Mystical Tutor and cast it. But then he's not going to have mana to tinker. So I'm not really sure what his play here is. Do we remember if Kai has plows in his deck? He doesn't have white mana, so it barely matters. But like,
we'll find out here in a moment. I do not recall.
Well, he didn't do the thing that I said he was doing, regardless. So,
Kai has 1 copy of Sword to Plowshares in the main deck.
So the point about bringing the spice to vintage, it's spice and it's not. This deck won a huge Japanese paper tournament, and I guess there's card of it. Oh, Time Walk. Okay. There's card availability issues on Moto where these initiative cards don't exist. So they're
$1 million.
Really expensive.
Yeah.
So this deck hasn't been prevalent on Moto yet. I think there's a lot of buzz about it, and it's yet to be seen like is this just like a spicy little brew, or is this deck actually insane and legit? And I mean, Hockey's 2-0. He's putting up a convincing game 1 against Kai here.
Yep.
Which isn't amusing in itself because all Hockey has done has been play a Thalia, misstep something, and make an aggro dude. Not very much, but like it's doing it, so.
Well, Kai's going to have to find something that can block this turn.
Yeah, and he's got about like 2 creatures in the deck, so.
Yeah.
I mean, like a Saga forever ago would have been helpful for him when he could make guys off of it, but.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what combination of cards Kai can get because under the Thalia we can't. We're not even gonna get to cast Tinker.
Right, I mean he's dead next turn, so he's gotta either go off or make something convincing enough that he can block, like a Sphinx. I think maybe saves him, but like Sphinx is funny because, like, theoretically, Hockey could make a guy bigger than the Sphinx. Sphinx is not pro-white, it's pro-red-green.
This is true.
We're used to Sphinx just, like, winning all of its stuff because, like, the decks that traditionally exist in Vintage, it's either pro-green or it's just bigger than the things they're doing anyway.
Well, the trick with the Sphinx is Sphinx can take the initiative and get big, too.
That's a good point.
So,
Well,
okay, we found the mana for
Okay.
Tinker. Somewhere we dumped out the couch cushions, found the mana, got to Tinker, and now we've got at least got a blocker. Okay.
Hockey's got outs to a Sphinx. I mean, he's
Sure.
got like solid, whatever the elemental thing is Solitude.
Solitudes
Wow.
are in the deck. There is also the other 4-mana initiative creature, which makes your creatures unblockable because they get protection from creatures. So you can play that, which you did, and now we're gonna take the initiative again, and that's it.
And that's it.
So yep, we found that, made our creature unblockable, and here we go. So Brian's gonna go ahead and win this first game here. All right, let's get to the fun part. Let's take a look at this deck. All right, so initiative. Look at this deck. It's all white.
So if we look at the board, like Kataki, classically good against these big blue decks. It just like makes it a lot harder for Kai to do his thing.
Yep.
Containment Priest, reasonable because it'll stop the Sphinx coming down.
Sure.
I think Null Rod is the most obvious thing here, though, where I mean Kai can't really do much without his mana.
No, I think Brian's deck is designed exclusively to prey upon a deck like Kai's in a lot of ways.
Even Mind Sensor is pretty cute too. Mind Sensor might even just be better than Containment Priest because, like,
Yeah.
it probably stops the Tinker thing, and it also just stops anything else that Kai wants to do where he's searching.
So Kai has 3 Stoneforge Mystic in the main deck, 1 Lumart
Or Hockey does.
Aspirant. Hockey does. You're right.
Yeah, those seem like easy cuts here.
Yeah, I don't think we want this Stoneforge package. We can cut this Cauldron Complete, and that's going to give us 5 spots if we cut the Aspirant as well.
And I think like Solitude is also a pretty reasonable cut. If you're bringing in these things like basically everything that Hockey brings in makes the Tinker plan harder, right? Because like Mind Sensor and Containment Priest actually stop it, and Kataki and Null Rod make it harder for him to like do it in the first place.
What's also hiding is these new card from Brothers War. That's a 3-mana come into play, destroy target artifact or enchantment. He's got 2 of those.
Lauren or something.
Yeah, Lauren of the Third Path.
Yeah, that's a good one.
He's got 2 copies of those, I believe, or at least a copy. There's a lot of good stuff in this deck that's well situated to fight Kai's.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Kai's got. Kai's going to have access to all the blue stuff. He's got less.
Yeah.
We've got 2 copies of Sword of Plowshares. Those seem good. Another Prismatic Ending. Prismatic Ending seems hard because a lot of these threats cost 3 mana, more under a Thalia. So, like Thalia, you might be able to get, you still have to pay 3 mana to do that.
I think that broadly speaking, Vintage in general for some number of months has been defined by like Blue Saga versus Bazaar.
Sure.
And I think in general, Vintage was maybe a little bit soft to something like Hockey's deck coming along.
Oh, yeah.
But especially in Austin, I think of like we're a blue town, but like Bazaar's been so good that people play that too. But if I was rolling into this tournament, I would not have prepared for these creature decks.
Oh no.
So
I mean, like, so I play. I have a love affair with Moonstomp and Vintage. I like the idea of playing a threat and playing a way to interact and make my opponent, make it harder to play Magic for my opponent. This white deck does it better. It plays better threats, in my opinion, and the white cards are better against Vintage than I think the red cards are. So, it's a very powerful strategy because no one's prepared to stop creatures, in a large scale.
This white deck is also interesting compared to, like, its forebears would be the Luris deck that was most recently popular, and then before that, like, White Eldrazi. And this white deck, I think, it's more explosive than the Luris deck was, and it has better mana than the Luris deck because you've cut the Eldrazi, and the initiative sorts out some of your mana problems. You're always going to have planes as a result of doing this. So I think it's possible. We'll see what happens over the next few months with Vintage, but it's possible that this initiative deck has actually solved the white problem that has historically existed in Vintage. I'm realizing saying that it sounds like I'm talking about some type of like race politics, and I'm not. I'm talking about the white weenie deck.
Yes.
So we got Kai on the play. I mean, normally when you're like this white style deck, you don't love being on the draw against any combo deck. I mean, Kai could do something really obnoxious, like make a turn 1 Sphinx. But if Hockey did the thing that I was talking about of cutting his solitudes, then like turn 1 Sphinx gets under everything he was trying to do.
Yep.
If his plan was to like catch it with a Containment Priest or a Mind Sensor or a Null Rod, like Kai's maybe gonna have his window here, but we'll see. I mean, Tinker decks are built to do that, but like it's still not a given that it's going to happen.
Sure. Well, I mean, we saw Kai was on the play last game, and Brian Mulligan into Oblivion, Mulligan to 5, and it almost wasn't even close.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, Kai never did anything. Thalia effects are funny because they're just like they haven't been around much in Vintage lately. Like the shops decks sort of do it, but no one's used to Thalia nowadays. And she can be good.
I think Thalia's
I
perfect
see
creature
Kai
for this
Mulligan.
format. Oh, no. What is Kai Mulliganing to?
I think he's trying to tanker him. Or like
that's
mentor.
Yeah, those are really the only real paths to victory for Kai.
The mentor is tough though because like if he just makes a mentor and says go, even then Hockey might just like make a taxing dude and then he might make an initiative dude and kind of beat out the mentor. Like if he can do something that stops Kai from going nuts and then just like build his aggro plan. I mean, this was always what you want to see happen with these white decks is like your blue opponent is floundering a little bit and you get your thing that makes their life harder, and then you just end the game.
Yep.
So, I see an Ancestral and a land, so it's like, and I see a Force of Will, so I think Kai's keeping whatever this hand is.
Yeah, Ancestral
I see
Force.
a Lavinia, too.
You can't get much better than that. I don't know. Lavinia doesn't do much here because it might stop some of the fast mana, but it doesn't stop any of the fast creatures.
It stops the busted things, but I also don't see a Mox Pearl, so I think Lavinia probably, it looks like he's getting rid of Lavinia Mox Jet would be my guess.
Yeah, that seems
keeping
fine.
Merchant Scroll, Force of Will. So he's got a Force, an Ancestral, and 2 or 3 lands. Like,
Yeah.
2 lands.
Force, blue
Ancestral,
card, and
Force,
Ancestral.
yeah.
This is, and if you can scroll for the Tinker.
It's hard though.
Well,
it's
eventually.
hard going to, the scroll for Tinker is a slow process, but
Yeah.
it's hard going to 5 with a Force of Will against these white decks because of Cavern.
Cavern is a big play. We'll see if Hockey has him. Has him this game. All right.
Let me see. Land go, do the
Ancestral. What? No.
And he gets it. Okay.
There's no misstep.
It looked
Come on,
like-
Hockey.
Did Kai do that on his upkeep or no? I would assume not because he's
No.
he's got enough moxin that he's like hoping to.
Well, and
Get
he
something.
also mulligan. He's not going to discard anything.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Initiative.
And
Oh,
no!
no. Okay, that's
Fortunately, he's
solid.
got the force here because Archon is just like.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been saying recently. I think it's like maybe the most powerful thing that can happen in Vintage, and no one's
Chalice
doing
on
it.
0.
Chalice 0. Oh, poor Kai.
Yep.
Chalice 0 with an Archon on turn 1 is like... It's a lot. It's a lot for any blue deck to beat.
All right, we're gonna ponder for our spell. We're gonna ponder. And Kai's deck relies on these 0 mana artifacts so much. I think.
You know, like a Chalice 0 was always like it was brutal against something like PO because like okay, your PO is just not going to really work anymore. But against this deck, it doesn't do that. But it's like Kai has land. He doesn't have that many artifacts that he can even like tinker with anymore.
Exactly.
And if he's casting Mentor, it's like he's just gonna punt him into this Chalice to get triggers, but not do anything with. So,
how many artifacts does he have that he can even cast and resolve?
Right, there's like a
the
top,
question.
a Soul Ring, a Manifold Key, and a Time Vault. There's not too many others. He's got a Manifold Key in hand that we can see.
All right, we can tinker that if we draw the tinker.
I think I'm seeing a misstep in his hand. If that's what that is, that's like interesting to me that he would keep it in. But I could be seeing the wrong card. But I mean, getting the Archon off the board. Archon is it's more devastating than a Chalice, which is like it's hard to overstate that.
He's gonna play his Manifold Key.
Play out the Manifold Key. Why not? I mean, Hockey's not playing anything like Revoker, and he's got those Laurens we talking about, but like, I think you probably don't get punished for playing this out against the Thalia deck. Like, you might as well just get it out of your hand.
Sure.
Bacchus.
All right, so Kai can get to the Vault Key.
Yeah, I mean, Vault Keys are
Thalia's going to make
reasonable
that really difficult to do, and Archon's going to make that really good too.
Oh, what a card.
I saw what looked like Prismatic Ending in the hand, which is solid, and a Vampiric Tutor now.
I think we work with the assumption that our viewers know what these cards do, but it's just Archon, if anyone doesn't know it, is a 2/3 flyer. It says players can only cast one spell each turn, and that your opponent's I think it's just your opponent's non-lands that
Yes.
tapped. It's just like an insane hoser.
It slows down your opponent considerably, which is exactly what Brian wants to do.
And like at the moment, it's not the biggest deal for Kai because like he's with this Chalice, he's not going off anyway. But like, oof, Mind Sensor too. So Hockey's got 4 flying power on the board now.
It doesn't matter that I can only play one spell a turn if I can cast spells on your turn.
Right, and like now the Tinker line shut off, so
yeah.
I don't know. What are we're looking for a Time Vault?
Time Vault's the only thing that gets us out of here. I think the door's really shut on Kai.
Kai had this Vamp in his hand. He's got a Vampiric Tutor that would have gotten it, but no more unless the Time Vault's in the top 4.
I mean, I think we cast it anyway and just hope that it's.
Hope. Yeah. And
how insane would it be if it's there?
The door's closed, so it's like, all right, hope and pray for this Time Vault in the top 4.
Yep.
Because he's just toast.
Hockey gets to search more than the top 4.
Yeah.
All right. We're not going to upkeep. We're not going to end step. I think that I would have been aggressive for it.
I mean, I guess like it doesn't look like Hockey as lethal, so I guess you can wait a turn.
Well, but then you're going to lose 2 life, so you're not going to have the turn next turn to do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we're going to take 5. We're going to go. We're going to take 10. So I guess our out was to do it and cast it and win this turn, and I don't think we're going to, because we're not going to get a chance to cast it next turn. Because we're going to take the initiative again, get 2 counters on one of these creatures. We're going to have 10 power on board.
Looking at Kai's hand, though, from what I can see of it, I see I see the Misstep, I see the Vamp. It's hard for me to tell how much Hockey's cards are actually mattering, though. Like, they all theoretically make Kai's life a lot harder. I guess I see a Mana Crypt he can't cast. But like Mind Sensor is the only one I think in this of anything Kai's played all game that has mattered.
Yeah. Like
all these things are bad, but like Kai doesn't have a hand that was ever gonna do anything other than try to get this Time Vault going. What I can tell. I mean I can't see all the cards, but I mean, they're bad. They're certainly bad. I see Kai sitting on what looks like a Prismatic Ending, which can Can't kill anything because he doesn't have enough color. No,
Nope.
he does have enough. He has black, white, blue. So he can kill something, but it's sorcery speed. So
We can get
that's
rid
his
of
turn.
the.
He could get rid of. So he's doing that because he needs to do this vamp,
Yeah.
and that's really hard because hockey is still gonna swing back for big. Kai
Well,
has
but now we have
to-
the life to do it, so we can upkeep, cast it.
But then we don't have enough mana to activate.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is there anything in hand that we didn't cast?
There's a
'Cause of
mana
Chalice?
crypt that you can't cast because of Chalice.
Well-
Unless he's slow rolling a land,
If we're taking infinite turns, we can't cast the.
the mana crypt.
The
Anyway.
mana
That's
crypt
a good
anyway.
point. Yeah. All right, so he's battling in. Make sure we understand how much damage hockey's actually doing. Oh, if it's 5, then I think 4, 5. Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
oh
no.
no!
There we go.
And Kai scoops him up. Yeah.
Guy's done. All right.
Yeah,
well,
the Kataki, meaning he can't keep his key around. So, like, I guess, yeah, the out would have been if he had a land, he gets the vamp, get a time vault, take infinite turns. But, I mean, it's pretty narrow anyway.
Hockey's going to win this one 2-0. Pretty
So this-
convincing
This
fashion.
puts Hockey at undefeated in the vintage side with the initiative deck. He played against Grixis and this deck. I can't remember what he played in the middle round.
I missed who he was playing on the middle rounds.
I
too.
mean, a worthwhile use of our time would be player interviews with everyone who played against Hockey to figure out how confused they were about anything that was going on. But again, like, this game, initiative closed the door very quickly, but, like, Archon, Chalice, Dahlia in game 1, these things, like, also do hateful things. So if you don't have the initiative, you're still, like, powerful. The initiative just means that, like, if you make a lock piece and then initiative, you're going to kill your...
Yeah. So that's going to do it for the vintage portion of our Swiss. The next 3 rounds are going to be Middle School Magic. If you've never seen Middle School Magic, it is very similar to Pre-Modern. It's got a slightly different ban list, and the rules, there's some rules tweaks. But it is a format that we play a lot of webcam leagues with. So when we switch to some of our replay video, you're going to see our Middle School Webcam leagues. We've got a lot of good kind of highlight reels to watch for that. But at the next 3 rounds, again, will be Middle School. After that, we will then be able to cut to top 4, which will go back to Vintage. So if you like Vintage, stick around, keep watching. We will get back to that. Middle School is a great format. It consists of 4th edition all the way up to Scourge. So pretty much everything in the old, original retro border. It's the original border. And it's great. It's a lot of fun. The format has a lot of really cool, interesting decks. There's a lot of diversity that is still competitive. So we've got some really cool decks for the Invitational today. So I'll be excited to see what our pairings look like for next round when we come back.
Yeah, otherwise, we've got about 13 minutes left in the round, and then we're going to give players 20 or 30 minutes to go grab some lunch before we start middle school. So I'd expect we'll probably be back with you guys, in half hour, 45 minutes, something like that for middle school?
Yeah, we'll probably be back in about half hour or so to kind of talk to you guys before we roll into our middle school rounds. We'll see who's here in the booth with me. Stu will be taking a step out.
Yeah.
So
my wife's out of town on vacation, so I'm single parenting. I have a babysitter until 2 o'clock, which is in a half hour. So
bring the kids to the bar. It's
I
a
know.
perfect place for the kids, right?
June can do commentary for us.
Shoot. Oh, that'd be great. You know what? Shoot still the show.
Well, she'd be about as knowledgeable about initiative as me.
Wonderful. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and go on and take our break. Again, what we're going to do is we're going to bring on some of our replay matches. So you may see some middle school. That is normal and expected. So question for Stu. Would any of my old decks be remotely competitive in this format?
Again, that's my brother, so I know what decks he's talking about. Remotely. There's a Goblins deck that's good that's not at all similar to your deck, Abe. So you'd have to rebuild it a little bit. But the next time I'm in Connecticut, we can stress test that. some middle school decks, and we could figure out how bad the beatings are. But if I remember the last time you played a game of Magic, you kept a 0 lander, so that tells me that it might not be an issue with the decks. We'll see. All right, we'll see you guys soon. You want to drop something in the chat that also says, like, we'll be back. These are replays or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna put up right now. That's in the chat, which we don't have right here, which is fine.
Alright, so let me go see what's going on with everyone. I think, like, if everyone's, like, done playing, they can go in, which that's great, but, like, we need to just figure out
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
let me go see what's going on.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I'm gonna put a thing in here that says.
He did discard some of them to hand size in the previous match.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so
Okay,
he did
well,
force a roll it after.
doesn't
casting that.
matter.
Okay.
You know, we didn't want that to happen.
Um,
All right.
yeah, but I mean,
so,
you're pretty happy with that exchange,
that's
probably, if
fine.
your opponent 2-for-1s himself.
Yeah, we got it. We got a
Open
2-for-1. Maybe we've got a sweet follow up like Deranged Hermit or Sylvan Messenger to really just run up the score on the board here. Though our Landstill player is getting closer and closer to 4 mana, which is always a suspicious amount from blue-white control. But what are we doing here? We've
Game
got
is
good 4
Armageddon?
drops in our deck. Yeah,
More
get
Armageddon.
it. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Casting Armageddon. Our opponent didn't have counterspell last turn. We're gonna cast another accumulated knowledge.
Kind of looks like
Impulse. Looking for the force. This is pretty stressful. Yeah, this Armageddon card, real good. And now we've tapped. This is actually kind of interesting. The decision to tap what I think was the planes.
No, it's not a planes. It's a that's a Mishra's factory. He's got
It's a factory. Okay. So we don't actually have any white mana. Weird. Okay.
Don't have any mana anymore.
Yeah. If the elf deck has been slow rolling a land, they're just way ahead, and they can just rebuild very quickly. And so the elf deck does have a land, so they're two steps ahead. And our Landstill deck has not played any white mana yet, because the way we break out of this is by plowing the symbiote to start with, for example, and that is not possible.
Yeah, another land.
Yeah. So and now we could potentially have access to, we will have access to 4 mana next turn. So the elf deck really doesn't care. Just stayed on plan, stayed on message, cast the Armageddon. Your lands, destroy them.
It's like untap blue mana. Let's see. Prove it.
Yeah,
prove that you've got it.
I call.
Yeah.
I call.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have a lot of. He's down to one card, and he's got 3/1/1s, but that might be enough, you know.
Yeah, we need a single factory to stop the beats. But
Yeah.
these
He
3/1/1s
did
could
just
come
lose a
across
factory.
for a couple of turns. And if we have like any sort of follow up here, like a lord or a messenger or an acolyte, oh, okay, that's a big part of it. Do we have anything else going on? This is indicating probably not. Okay, get the
Yeah.
symbiote out of here. Okay, that helps. The cradle is less powerful, and now our subsequent spells could be relevant. So yeah, Mike's still. Yeah, it's totally up in the air. Yeah, Mike has
Yeah.
no follow up, so this is the window we need as the Landstill deck. At step 1, have more lands in our hand. Okay, we've
Yeah.
accomplished that part of the. Oh, and that's a
Oh, he's got
factory,
a
I think.
factory. Yeah.
All right, so the
Factory.
beatdown is over. The burden is back to the elf deck to present more.
Yeah.
But the elf deck is set up to do that. We've got all the mana in the world. We can cast all of our spells here. We're doing some counting.
He cannot cast a deranged hermit. He's 1 mana short of that.
No. Aren't we good?
Oh yeah, no,
1,
we have
2.
5 mana.
Yeah, we're good. We can hermit. We can cast anything in our deck. So first we're gonna rumble in. No, we've got to be casting something. Acolyte. Our symbiote just got killed, but that's still fine. This gives us a mana for the cradle and lets us draw into our deck. And I don't think we can afford
to tap the elves there.
Well, now
I guess they can't
we get a
attack anyway,
rebate on the cradle. So if we drew a messenger, we could potentially play it.
Right.
All right. Well, our plan, a part of our plan is our Landstill opponent not having a lands, and that did not happen.
Yeah, did not work out. Yeah.
So
it's kind of surprising because he didn't play a single white source, and then
maybe he's playing around the Armageddon. You know, he's just like, I've only got one white source, I can't afford to lose it. I'm just gonna hold on to it. But yeah,
looks like he's taking some mana burn from his cradle.
Yeah. All right, so both players just have tons of lands. Profitably. No, the factory just brick walls everything. So we need to put more into the board to make something happen.
Yeah, I thought that Geddon was going to be better than it was. Yeah, I thought that Luke might miss a land drop.
Well, we didn't have that much in play,
right?
Okay, so symbiote. This demands action. If the symbiote resolves, then we can.
Now we can attack.
Yeah, now we can just attack. We're gonna bounce this guy anyway.
Yeah.
Damned if we do, damned if we don't. Yeah. So this is a big deal. Yeah, we just take it, especially if we have counterspell in our hand, we just take it.
How many cards does Luke have left? I mean, just seems
Luke's got a lot. I think that's a stack. There's several cards in hand.
Yeah.
Whereas Mike has played out all his cards because he's playing a bunch of creatures, but none of them are counterspell, or maybe they are. We're putting this card onto the stack.
Well, it seems like
none of those cards are counterspell or Stars to Plushers. Okay, well, in that case, if the fact that we're not doing anything, okay, we're just cycling to draw. Ooh, the sign of weakness.
Yeah, that's what you want to see as the elf player.
Okay, yeah, the elf player plan is coming together. We've got our Howling Mine, our Landstill opponent spinning the wheels. They might have some powerful 4-drops strapped in their hand. That is not double white. So I hope maybe there's a factor fiction. We're definitely the game is slipping away as the Landstill player at this point.
Yeah, and one thing he can do is end a turn bounce the Acolyte if he wants to.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to try to attack with it.
What are we doing? Well, I mean, we could play a standstill because the elf deck can't profitably attack, and if they want to activate their engine, they have to cast a spell. Standstill is a reasonable play to make under this board. And Luke agrees with me. So this will, we can't just rumble in.
Yeah, I mean, you
'cause
can
we'll
still
just
attack with
lose
all
our
your
game.
elves and then just bounce whichever one he blocks. But then I guess you're
Yeah, but
like,
then
gonna
we have to
replay your
replay that
cards.
elf, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, standstill's looking good. We can't win under this deal. But yeah, we definitely don't attack with the symbiote because that just gets picked off. And now we just, you know, we call with the factory. Whatever gets blocked is going to get bounced. Yeah, we have the factory pump itself.
The symbiote also gets to untap an elf, right?
Yep.
How that works.
Yep. It's not just bounce guy back to your hand. It has more text,
Yeah.
but wait, there's more.
Yeah. Just the bounce guys back to your hand is like the part that always is the only part that ever seems to matter.
Yeah. Okay. So we did not replay into the still. Mike possibly correctly suspects that there aren't a lot of lands sitting in Luke's hand and thinks that we can get into a scenario where Luke might be forced into discard maybe. But right now,
he's only got like 3 cards in hand though.
This favors Luke. Mike can't really attack, and we're giving Luke time to get his feet under him. This is exactly, you know, this is really weird in a game where Armageddon resolved, but the board state is what we want to see as the landstill player.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's at a relatively low life total. It says we got him an 8.
8, yeah, but there's no good attacks. Like we can't like alpha through, you know, several turns in a row without playing spells.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have probably just wanted to crack the standstill last turn and just jam the acolyte back.
Yeah, our opponent was tapped out. It was we could just cracked in and just put some more threats on the board and hope it plays, especially if any of those threats draw cards. Because now if we have like a really good payoff, like a Sylvan Messenger, it can just get sniped by a counter spell.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if he was setting up for a turn, we could like deploy more things at once. He's probably going to try the acolyte first.
Yeah, go with the acolyte. So this is tricky. Like if we draw a plow, we can just plow the symbiote in response and let the acolyte stick around because we have to get rid of the symbiote at some point anyway. I would be, if we let the acolyte resolved, our opponent can bounce it and replay it. So the acolyte actually represents like 2 cards, not just 1 card. So yeah, if we don't draw a plow or humility or something like that, I would be inclined to counter this, even though our opponent has just like unlimited mana. This is a tough call, but Mike only has 2 other cards in hand. They haven't been great.
Yeah, I mean, 1 card he drew. Well, he might have drawn the fetch land this turn.
Yeah, but yeah, this because of the symbiote, the acolyte represents a lot of value.
Yeah. Well, and even if he's got a humility, like humility's not the best.
No, humility doesn't work because we're at this low life total, so we could actually lose to 1/1s if our card is humility, and we have to take damage of our Darkar wastes. So humility could potentially not work out.
Oh, so this resolving seems really good for Mike.
Yeah. Now, so if we have land Wrath, it's not terrible. But yeah, what do we got? We got all this mana. Right? Our opponent isn't counting things. Luke several times has been called and then like revealed to have like a weak hand.
Yeah.
But I would strongly suspect. Okay, wow. So yeah, that sucks. So we really get to go off with Acolyte.
Yeah.
Just go
float
berserk.
5, bounce it.
Yeah. And then Wrath is only gonna be a 3-for-1 after our opponent has just like powered through. Now that the white mana, by the way, is tapped out, if there's a counter spell, I don't know, I would counter the Acolyte on the second time down or something like that, because we don't have to worry about getting Geddoned. Our opponents played a land and
Yeah.
tapped their white source. Plow under.
Oh, plow
okay.
under.
Plow under. So there is another pseudo get-in effect in the deck. So far, Plow under has been a little underwhelming, but it's definitely a real Magic card right now. And Luke is rewarded for being disciplined. Because now...
Yeah, that would have been lights out. You could have buried the white source 2 cards.
Yeah, we can do some stuff. We can still get things going on. But yeah, that was good on Luke for being so disciplined and sniffing out that there was some haymaker in the works here.
Is he attacking with the 2/1/1s?
No, he's gonna tap them both for mana and then bounce the Acolyte.
No, I think he's attacking.
Attacking.
It seems very odd. I thought he would have just replay the Acolyte.
Yeah, I'm a little lost on this one. Okay, so we get in chip shot 1 damage. Yeah, like that. We just got in for 1. Okay. So Luke, now's the time, Luke. If we have Wrath, it is time to play Wrath. You know, and it can't be Humility. It's got to be.
Got to be
Wrath.
White Source Wrath, right? I mean,
We got White Source. Well, we just drew like a whole bunch of extra cards, so we could have bricked, but White Source Wrath is what we're looking for.
has he played the Wrath already?
No, there hasn't been a Wrath, and there's been a bizarre dearth of white sources. I'm suspecting that white source is that a Wrath is in hand, but not a white source, based on these hand gestures.
Right.
Yeah, we don't even have any other land. Ooh.
Oh, that's...
Okay, well, if we don't have land, we've got to have counterspell for this Acolyte. We're gonna rumble in with some guys, some elves. We're gonna bounce the Acolyte, and then we're gonna counterspell the Acolyte on the way down.
All right, I am gonna have to find some headphones because my headphones died. So
okay.
Well, one of my headphones died. I guess I can ride out this one for a little while.
Okay, so more Acolytes. Yeah, the elf deck is just squeaking out incremental advantages here. And yeah, we're spinning our wheels. We said, it didn't look like the Armageddon made a big difference, but now we're just like not making land drops and falling further and further behind. I don't know what that is.
I think that's Hive Master. I think it makes a 1/1 whenever you play an elf.
Okay. Well, we can definitely play a lot of elves.
Not sure about that.
So we're not playing counterspells. We're not playing plows. Maybe Luke's hand is just like all like double white spells, and we just like can't get anything going on. We're gonna rumble in to make it to where if there's a Factor Fiction lurking in the works, we can't just like fire that off. So this is really tough. Okay, plow.
Yeah.
So we got to get one of these symbiotes out of here.
That's an Elvish champion. It's not a.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't recognize this art at all. Okay, well, the Elvish champion has got to get out of here.
Well, he just gets bounced.
Now we're gonna block. If a symbiote attacked, I think we block the. I would block the symbiote that hasn't activated yet. That would have been, it's really tight on the life here, but yeah, that might have been what I would have wanted to do. I'm not sure. So we'd have taken 1 more damage and been at 2. That's tough, especially clearly our out. It's like yeah, actually going into 2 is rough because that turns off Flooded Strand as an out. So
Right.
Yeah, we're kind of forced into this. All right. Well, we're not slamming land onto the table. I think we're dead.
At 1 point.
Okay. If another factory, I don't think that's good enough. I think we get Elfid. No sweepers. That's one way to lose to elves. That'll definitely happen.
Yeah, I mean, he notably only plays 3, so I mean, it's not like you have unlimited.
That's true, but we've cracked a standstill, and it's way late in the game. It's not unreasonable that we would have had one, and I think that we did.
Never found
we
a
just
second
never
white
drew the
source
second
in
white
all
source.
of those cards. Yeah, like the first
Yeah,
that
so-
of it is still had the biorhythm.
So
that's pretty crazy to not hit the second white source with how many cards he saw, because the Geddon hit 2 blue sources in a factory. 2 islands in a factory.
So there we go. Elf deck stays on that.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to match 2 of Romancing the Stones Fall Semester Middle School League. My name is Robert, and I'm joined here in the booth by Hockey. How's it going, Hockey?
It's going pretty good. I'm excited for a new match after that grueling grind we just saw.
Yes. So if you were here for the last match, you saw goblins get prisoned out very quickly by a number of different enchantments. And this matchup should be very different than that. As Hockey mentioned earlier, we have a deck full of blue cards versus a deck full of white cards. So we'll see what happens here. One of these is Stifle Knot. Stifle Knot does have the ability to win quickly. But the other deck
blue
has...
too.
Hmm?
Mono blue Stifle Knot.
Mono blue Stifle Knot, yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Kind of a more classic build, I would say.
He is packing some Sea Drakes as well, which is not a card to be tried.
He is packing Sea Drakes. Well, we have definitely seen Sea Drake be a powerhouse in this league before. Previous leagues to 2 top 8s, piloted by Andrew. But Philip
I
is
think
going
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like Philip is going to be missing land drops here. We do not have live totals this round due to some technical limitations by our players.
Guys,
so we're
you
going to do our
can't
best to keep track of them.
A one-lander in middle school. You can't.
No, not even with red. I don't even think you can. Oh, snap. Look at this. Okay, so...
Okay. Apply your guy. Hope you don't have a daze or a force of will.
And we did have a daze. All right, well...
There's no reason to do it there, I don't think. I guess it phases out until his next upkeep, so he is kind of...
if we draw a land here, though, how bad will that feel? Nope, no land. All right, well, at least we don't get super punished. We're just punished by the one lander, but...
I mean, he does have more plows and disenchants. But,
yes, he does. So we have a lot of main deck answers to this card. We just need to draw a land to get there.
He's playing white leaning, but his curve isn't as low as I think he was thinking it is. He has a ton of 2-drops. He's got 4 Imperial Armor. That's a 3-drop. He's got Soltari Visionary. That's a 3-drop. He's got Cataclysm, which is and Worship. Cataclysm seems very, very bad in this matchup.
Yes, I would not keep Cataclysm in my main deck at all. All right, so Phil's got this turn to find an answer to this 12-12. And he does not have it. All right, so we're going to have a very fast game 1 here. All right, so lessons from that are we need to have at least more than one land.
Yeah, you got to have a functional hand.
Yeah. I think the ability to
like an ingredient in the ham sandwich.
Okay, fair. I'm on board. Sure. These are all ingredients for a ham. So is this just ham sandwich.deck?
No, no, that would be like tap out control.
Okay, so then this is more like a charcuterie board where you just have a bunch of little things that make the whole thing.
Charcuterie.deck.
Okay.
No, I mean generally that dichotomy is more for describing like control decks.
Sure.
There we go. Seal of Cleansing. Let's fight. Are you going to daze this? That's brutal. He did keep this Soul Warden, which just seems awful. Like I think the Soul Warden seems bad. In his deck.
Maybe you just decide you wanted a bunch of 1-drops. Because your 2-drop slot is overstimulated. I don't know.
I mean, he's not playing Savannah Lions.
This is true. We are not
Soul
playing
Warden
Savannah
made
Lions.
the cut, but Savannah Lions was not a good enough.
Nomads in Car also made the cut, and that is also
That card's reasonable. I mean, if you know how banding works, it's like the same thing. I think maybe the fact that Savannah Lions was hard to come by in a black border may have entered somewhat into his considerations.
So Imperial Armor is going to come to play on this 1-drop, which makes this curve very reasonable to keep the Soul Warden in. And Soul Warden's going to get +1/+1 for each card in Phil's hand. Which means Phil doesn't really have to do too much here.
Attack you for 1,000 damage. It does. I don't know how many cards he's got, but I think we just took 5.
Yes, we did just take 5. So we've got 4 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand. Okay, so we've got 3 cards in hand. We've attacked for 1, and then we just attacked for 4. So the pressure is on for Shet here. I'm looking in this blue deck. I don't see anything in here that answers this once it's hit the field.
Yeah, you know how earlier I was talking about you shouldn't keep a hand with one land in it. You also shouldn't play mono blue in any format at any point in history.
It used to be mono blue control used to be the shit.
Good.
Used to be real good.
Mm-mm.
We're gonna stifle this. Wow, we just stifled the Sealy cleansing.
I'm not sure he wins the race at this point, though. Like, I attack you for 5. Oh no, this guy doesn't have shadow.
No, he doesn't have shadow.
Oh my god!
But we have Sword to Plowshares.
Oh, it's plow. It's plow. I was like, I thought he spirit linked his own guy. I'm like, no.
Which we have
Force of
removal.
Will.
We have counter spell. We have Force of Will. All right. We're gonna tap out for a seal. No, we're gonna tap out for a knight.
Silver Knight.
All this just shrinks the Soul Warden. We've got 1 card in hand. We do gain a life, so there's that. If we've gained 2 life off of Soul Warden, so if
It's
we
not
could gain
nothing. Like,
we can gain 3 more, then we have to attack 3 times.
Like, that's not nothing. It does have trample.
It does.
Man, and what if it didn't have trample?
Oh,
Then we wouldn't have to put up with these stupid decks that people keep putting
No,
up.
then I don't know if it would even be playable. All right, so we're gonna block. It looks like.
No, we're gonna learn it has trample.
Well, that's fine. We're at 12. All we need to do is play another creature, and we still have like an extra turn. So we have some live draws, right? We have either removal spell or creature buys us a turn. Okay, that's gonna buy us a turn. That'll bring us to 13.
Oh my god, if these stupid Soul Wardens win this game.
Oh, look at that kid, 2 life. I mean, we're not gaining another 10 life, so I don't think the additional life from the second Soul Warden matter.
I mean,
here.
we forgot to attack before we played that, so we just.
I know, and that's the dagger. That is the real dagger.
His opponent could be at 10. There could be a chance at winning, but no.
Trigger. Where is Norn the Wary? Yep, no kidding.
I think missing that 2 damage is costing us.
Our match 2 may be over real quickly here. Let's see if we can. We're going to attack beforehand. We're not interested in blocking. This is true.
We're at exactly 12.
Now look at Chet. Chet's hand has had an answer for 3 removal spells. So.
Oh my god! Why didn't you cast it on your turn, on your upkeep, on his upkeep?
We're gonna tap out and show we have 2 planes. That's gonna do it real fast. Chet's gonna win this one 2-0 in very quick fashion. But game 2 was much closer than game 1. It could have very easily gone Phil's way.
Fetch lands, or I'm sure there were times it was probably like, yeah, I don't need this dual land. Who cares about that? Back in the day, the pain is very real. Chat's also noting that there's apparently a couple of other sets like 5th, 6th, things like that some of these have been printed in. So good to know. Yes, the Eternal Kyle Wells, right? Like it's like, yes, never sell. And trust me, as an older, wiser, older, let's just say older person, I am aware of that wisdom. Young me was like the very sweet, whatever card that I just bought or traded for, probably like a Jessica Warrior adept, would feel different about that. So we've got a meddling mage. I'm curious to see what this names. We obviously, Greg saw quite a lot of what Andrew was doing the first game.
I think I just name. So you can name Dream Halls, but then Andrew can show and tell in it. Now Greg never saw show and tell, so maybe if he's not, keen on the format, he doesn't, maybe it's not on the radar. Or you name show and tell, thinking it's harder to cast Dream Halls. Or you just name Brain Freeze and hope that there's no way to, bounce things in the 75. Now, there are 2 Cunning Wishes in the 75 here, so theoretically there is a card. There's a Rushing River in the sideboard, so we could grab that potentially. But it does, maybe we just name Force of Will and we're just going to go slam the combo. Who knows?
Yeah, so we're sacking some lands. Oh, well,
there's a Dream Hall, so we didn't name Dream Halls. All right, game could be over here, folks. Game could just be over. Which honestly, I do want to go to game 3. I want to see an executed combo with Dream Halls on camera. Then we can clickbait the YouTube video like crazy and get some views. How's that sound?
I love it. I'm here
content,
for it.
Right?
Listen, of all the content creators, is that what Romancing the Stones is now? Content creator? We're definitely taking the least slimy approach. So,
I thought of this more as just kind of like a well-produced hobby. Because we're blessed by some people who know other people who can make some nice graphics for us. And then I was looking at our YouTube channel, and we've got like 35 videos on our YouTube channel, and I'm thinking, well, that's actually not too shabby, for just a casual hobby, right? So, yeah, maybe we are content creators. I don't know what we do. I mean, how many people want to watch Middle School, right? Our total audience is like, a tiny bit of the Midwest and Texas and then like Japan, right? Those are the people playing Middle School right now.
What I heard you say, Rob, is that we have a global audience.
You're absolutely right. You are now marketing director, FYI. You're promoted.
Yeah, I love it. So the reason we're not saying too much about what's happening is because Web is just kind of going off. And doing the Dream Halls things, discarding cards to basically all cast them and just saying like, hey, I'm just going to keep kind of doing my thing because clearly you have no way of stopping me. Yeah, international following. Again, we know who, listen, we've built a brand, we've built an audience, and that's thanks to producer Rob. Rob rarely will ever let us give him credit for this, but everything that you see, all those videos, is because of Rob putting this together, figuring it all out, wrangling, hurting all of us cats and trying to make us get to streams on time, and all of you for watching and participating in the leagues, which is huge. We've had leagues that are literally 40, 50 plus people, and that's incredible, right? Especially when we're, like Rob was saying, literally all over the world. It's pretty crazy. So,
so yes, all that is all true. I'll try to be humble, but it's true. It's a lot of fun. There are some people, Tweety obviously, helps produce some of the stream. He organizes a lot of the players who is commenting. He does have the hookup for the person who makes the actual graphics for the video, which is great. I just press play, but it's a lot of fun. So we saw Andrew. What did we see Andrew do? He played a bunch of cards for free by discarding other cards. He did go ahead and remove. He did discard a one of his wishes, I believe, or maybe he cast his wish for the card. So we're one wish down. But we did time spiral, so we are going to kind of reset, draw some more cards. We're going to draw 4 cards here, get rid of this show and tell. Notably, discarding the cards means we can time spiral them back. All right, so we've lost Andrew's battlefield. Andrew is playing remotely, so he is kind of ad hoc this. This is great. This is dedication. I love this.
Showbiz,
this is wonderful.
Also, I realized we did not, maybe intentionally, who knows? We didn't shout out Stu. Stu is like
Oh,
our
yes.
de facto leader of all things Romancing the Stones. Even when he's not playing in these leagues or events, still coordinates, is posting pairings week after week. So shout out to Stu. We love you.
Literally could
So
not
thank you
do
for
this
that.
without Stu
Yeah,
making it
we
happen.
literally
and
would
driving
not without it. But yeah, the
I'd be
best
a
moment.
washed
See,
up
again,
content creator wannabe without Stu, that's for sure.
listen, well, who would we be were it not for the great man that Stu is? But yeah, so Web has spiraled. We're drawing more cards, and we're casting and drawing more cards. It really is just at this point of like, what? How are we winning the game? To your point, if Greg did name something like Brain Freeze or something like that, it's like, well, we need to get that Rushing River.
Yep.
Then we need to find the Brain Freeze. Which, I mean, you're drawing enough cards.
Yeah,
right?
I think finding Brain Freeze and our last Cunning Wish isn't, it's not trivial, but it's not hard with all these draw fours.
Mhm.
And especially Time Spiral gets us a whole bunch of new stuff. Storm Count is high. I think. Let's see, what else do we have? I think that we're just there's a potential for Andrew to break. We could draw 4 lands.
Sure.
Our 7 could have been bad. It is possible. And if Greg can untap, maybe he gets to cast a Disenchant or something. Dream Halls does, is global, so it does affect both players. Greg doesn't have any instant speed stuff to cast, so it doesn't really help him.
Yeah.
All of his stuff is a creature, or an enchantment. It's all sorcerer speed, looking at his list. So Andrew's going to go take another 7 and just kind of keep playing. So if you've ever played like some of the LED Echo Vions decks in Legacy, this is kind of what Andrew's doing. He's going to just keep playing this draw 7s into draw 4s, which get into his other draw 7s. And it's probably deterministic. We do lose a Time Spiral each iteration, but
Yeah.
I believe we have the requisite Storm Count. I do like that Andrew is mobile and using his iPod's case as a counter on this depletion land. That is that's great.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Absolutely. There are Lotus Petals in this deck, but as chat has pointed out, the mage did not name Lotus Petal.
I mean, if we had named Lotus Petal with Meddling Mage, that would be a very particular play. So
yes,
we can rule out Lotus Petal, Dream Halls, Time Spiral, Attunement, what else? Cunning Wish. So,
I think if Greg had named Lotus Petal, we would just call him a stream sniper at that point. Even though we can't see what's in Andrew's hand.
Still, it's the internet. We can say whatever we want. It's
exactly. Oh. So Andrew's going to continue taking game actions. And this is part of the fun of Middle School, right? Some of these storm combos require you to just kind of, they're not very efficient. They just kind of like do their thing, and then eventually we'll get there. Which is what we're seeing, but free spells are still free spells. Meditate. Okay, so now there's some real stakes. If Andrew does whiff, he's going to skip his next turn and draw 4 cards. So I'm not sure how many meditates have been cast. I believe that might be the first one, but it does mean that if Andrew does whiff, Greg is going to get not 1 but 2 turns to find an answer and disrupt Andrew here.
Yeah.
Which is conceivable. We have at least 3 different answers in the board. We have a Monk Realist and 2 Sealy Cleansings. I think that's very real. And if we're passing, that means Andrew doesn't have a lot of stuff in hand either. So, giving him the turn back may not be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the way that Andrew's deck is set up, it's not like he's like, oh, I quote-unquote whiffed, I'm going to pass back, and even though you kind of technically get an extra turn, not really, because I'm not going to let you do anything. The deck is definitely kind of just trying to execute its game plan. You know, like you had noted, the Force of Wills are in the sideboard, right? We're not bringing in more counter magic. We're basically bringing in our only counter magic. So,
Yep.
also, we did just throw another Meditate out there, another Lotus Petal, which again, still not named by Meddling Mage. So we're sacking our depletion land
To cast a wish.
Cunning
Okay, so we
Wish.
did find the
Okay.
last wish. This is good. We will go ahead and get our Raging River. So this is what Andrew's been doing. He's been waiting to find this because he needs to go ahead and remove the Meddling Mage from the board. This is the last wish. He's already cast one of his two. And now we can cast the Raging River for free, bounce this Meddling Mage, and then if we have the Brain Freeze, we've won. If not, we can continue drawing for until we get there. So Andrew
Yeah, okay, there we go.
is explaining that here. All right, do we have the Brain Freeze? We
Yep,
do!
there's the
Where's the
Brain
blue
Freeze.
card? We have a blue card. All right, cool. So we're going to Brain Freeze. I really wish that I had a digital storm counter because I want to know how many cards are going to get milled here.
I think the answer to that question is yes. I think Greg did the correct thing and literally just flipped their deck over.
All right, so stream, we have a highlight reel ready for you of what is that? A 5-minute turn, 6-minute turn of comboing off. This will be great, complete with earthquake footage. So that'll be good for the highlight reel. That'll be great. Is Jake just? I guess Jake's sort of priced in because Greg could be keeping this Aloran and combo kill in hand.
Yeah.
And
like I said, that's why I said Greg has a bajillion cards. You just assume he has.
Yeah,
it.
you can't. You have to. You're gonna have like Counter Spell and Force of Will or something in hand. Well, you could blow the disc and then cast Urza's Rage at instant speed, right?
Yeah.
So before Greg can really do too much.
Okay. We're blowing the disc.
All right, we're blowing the disc. Okay,
Now's
mana
the
check. How
time.
much mana do we have untapped?
Now's the time.
We have
He wants to
we have enough
put
mana.
in Mana War to bounce the beast. Or bounce the elf, I mean to say.
I think bouncing
Yeah.
the elf makes sense so that you can combo next turn. But I think we're just going to kick Urza's Rage here, is I think what's about to happen.
I mean, one can hope that that's what is
Please,
in Jake's
one
hand.
card in hand. One
He
card in
has
hand.
enough to do both.
No!
E
It's the
plague
30
down
plague.
again. Okay. All right.
I mean, I'll
Um,
take it.
Yeah. I mean, we can hope that we're not going to die.
What do we
That's
name?
what-
Do we name Beast again? Yeah, we name Beast again. All right. Well, we still have to deal with this elf in hand. We have no cards. Greg is still we're not surviving, but we have a full grip. So
Yeah, but so many cards.
we're going to cast a Lurin. Almost assuredly.
5 mana now? What is he doing? Survival.
All right. We've got 3 floating.
So we have 2 green and 1 colorless.
We have access to blue source if the
So
survival
maybe he
combo
wants to
is still in
start
the deck.
survivaling. Yeah, I don't know. What's happening? Okay. he's casting
Okay, well
this thing.
the other 3 plays an elf.
Okay.
That's fine. We're gonna play a land.
Okay.
Depletion counter. Cool. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Greg has less cards now.
4 cards in hand.
It's better for Jake. Come on, AK. Come on, Fact or Fiction. Oh shit!
Tap all that mana! Tap it off! Check off your bingo cards. We're going to game 3. Chat is happy. Everyone's a victor here, except for Greg on this match. That was all the mana tapped. Jake
Boom,
drew the
boom,
rage.
boom.
Oh my gosh. Everybody is happy with that one. Sorry,
Cheers,
Greg.
cheers, Pat.
We have
Cheers,
to see
chat.
that one.
You know what?
I will keep this.
Alright, good luck. Mountain. Goblins on the floor. Just grab the card. Grab any cards you don't know.
Okay. Turn. Mechanic Island. Hustler.
Strip the vault.
Hold the top.
Play Mons Goblin Raiders, which is a vanilla one. Go ahead.
Island Pester.
Hammerheim, it's just a mountain, basically.
Okay.
So 1.
19.
Playing Iron Claw works. It's a 2/2. It can't block creatures power greater than 1.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Brian just texted that he thought it was on Sunday.
What a fucking moofus. Like, it's not.
Dude, I'm not even gonna respond to that.
Yeah, whatever. Like, the next time we see him, we'll give him shit for it.
Yeah. Like, should I just dot him?
We posted infinite things about
Dude,
it.
this is the most
Go
hyped
ahead.
of all of our tournaments.
Yeah.
It's gotta be killing me.
Isn't it?
3. Takes me to 16.
Strip an island.
Okay.
And I'll chain lightning you.
Okay.
13. Go ahead.
Draw a card. Mechanic Island. Chain line. Go ahead.
Strip the vault. And get in for 1. Which you get 12.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First factory. Go ahead.
Mountain. All lightning. And combat. 6. 6.
Takes me to 6.
Go ahead.
Draw a card. Go ahead.
All lightning. Swing it.
Alright. 6. Trample, so go here. 2 spill over. Plus 1 more takes me to 3.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Draw a card. Pass turn.
I like the mix of Serendibs.
That's what I have.
No, I like it. It's awesome. Goblin King.
Okay.
2.
Block here.
It's Mountain Walk.
How does it get? Oh, I thought he just gave a +1/+1. And Mountain Walk. He's nice. All right, takes me to 1.
Go ahead.
Line up. All right. Go ahead.
Goblin to the floor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's my baby right there. And your baby.
Oh, are they here? Oh, awesome. That's awesome. I'm so happy they came.
Activate combat. Shoot.
8.
Go ahead.
That's like great. Or actually, it's actually really good if you don't have all the cards.
Strip the plateau. And get it for one.
You can just like cross it in your deck.
18, 19. Got it. Go ahead.
This is bad. Last turn.
Ooh, yeah, that's factory.
Yeah, I consider
Iron
it
Claw.
like
Go ahead.
Card.
Go ahead. Hi, I'm so happy you came.
Last turn.
Goblin King. Swing 4. Put you to 14.
14.
Go ahead.
Draw a card.
Like fucking strip mine format, right? It's the worst. Swing 6. Put you to 8. Bolt you.
Taking a 5.
And Goblin Grenade you.
For 3 more.
5.
5.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good match, man.
Good match, yeah. Sitting on all the answers, I just
It's
didn't have mana.
awful. That's the problem with this format.
Sitting on 2.
Alright, yeah, sure. Good luck.
You too. Mountain.
Yeah.
Goblin Flyer.
Sure. Go ahead. Yep. Sure.
There.
19.
Pass back to you.
Go ahead.
Factory.
Yep. 18.
Go ahead.
Invitational.
You.
Yep.
And him resolves. Put you to 15.
Yep.
Do you want to just point to 2?
I do. I would like this one and that one.
You got Goblin Grenade Mountain. Pretty good.
Alright, go ahead.
Alright. Let's strip a swamp.
Yep.
And get in there for 3.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Cool.
I got you at 12.
Yep. Like that. Go ahead.
Alright.
I mean, you've got like bolts, so like maybe.
I don't.
Pass turn?
Yeah.
Woo! Alright, let's see where we get from here.
Let's magic.
Off to the races.
Come on, hand.
Oh, this is bad.
Go ahead.
Mountain.
Yep.
Sea and Lightning, the order.
Sure.
Oh no! Oh no! Alright.
The rack?
Sure.
Cards in hand? Not enough? Go ahead.
Go ahead. This is so bad.
Combat. 2. Sure.
No box.
Yeah, 18. I've done this before.
Yeah, that.
Mrs. Factory.
Oh, Royal Assassin, what a treat you
Right. Go ahead.
God damn it, Rob. Sure. Factory.
You got it.
Go ahead.
Combat.
Sure. No box.
I will leave it at 2.
Sure. Go to 260.
Yeah. 3.
Oh,
Go ahead.
God damn it. Pull up a Royal Assassin.
Yep.
Animate?
Yep. I will go ahead and block. Sure. Sure. That's that. My turn. Creed.
Yeah, and you also have to vote.
This card's pretty good.
I've actually never played
Royal
against Creed.
Assassin.
Oh, fuck me. Crap. Why? Why, though?
Go ahead.
My bad. I thought you did.
Sure. Instep?
Yeah.
Great.
8. This is game 2, right? Or
This is game 1.
This is game 1, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I could have taken game 1.
No, yeah, you're good.
Rack?
Sure.
Assassin?
Yeah, why not?
Go ahead.
Alright. Take 3.
3. Yep, you're at 13.
I can't beat this board. Yeah,
Start us off.
that one.
Yep.
Well,
Balloon Brigade.
Yep.
the last round, but also
Sure. Go ahead. Yep.
Taking team.
I think we're doing.
Sure.
We might be doing the
Grab the cards.
I am at 19.
Yeah.
Strip. Go ahead.
Hammerheim.
Sure.
It's a mountain. It's 7 for 2. Go ahead.
17.
That's legendary.
Oh, yeah.
It's worse than a mountain.
Important clauses.
Yeah,
here.
please don't run.
Drug ritual.
Sure. I don't think you want to pass. Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
so we can try to.
Trick the swamp.
Yep. Sure.
Man, really getting the damage here.
Aggro.
Go ahead. Oh, you had so many lands. Yeah. 12. 13. 13. That was a 15, right?
Yeah.
When there's a third game. If this isn't
Go ahead.
how it ends.
Well,
it's
he
not-
won
but it's not
game
game 2. Or, yeah,
Yep.
you know what I mean.
11. 10. Did you attack for 3? Yeah.
Iron Claw.
Sure. Swamp, go ahead.
Swamp, go. Okay. 5.
Is it? Oh, it is 5. Yeah, I'm at 5. Sure.
Take a little more time to show the camera your draws.
Oh.
Just because it's the finals.
Iron Claw.
I'm dead.
Alright, you're up. Alright, man. Take it away.
Factory, go ahead. Go ahead. Bolt me? Sure. Yep.
I know, like, white wings. I know exactly where they go. Yeah. We're actually going to have.
Sure. Just pick your two. Ball. Lightning, ball lightning. Pretty good.
Say lightning, ball lightning.
Him is all right.
All right, go ahead. Sure.
Check 14.
Yep.
Oh,
Sure. Yep.
12.
Yep.
Go ahead.
What's up, everybody? We're back. Sorry for the extended lunch break there. Our players need to eat since we are a small event with a very, small number of people competing. We have 10 players competing today. We took a lunch break. Some people took a little bit long. Apologies, but we are back for the second half of our invitational event. We're going to switch and pivot a little bit. The first 3 rounds were vintage. Now we're going to go ahead and play some middle school. What is middle school? Middle school is a format that consists of cards from 4th edition all the way up to Scourge. Very similar to pre-modern. Has a different ban list, which creates a very, little bit different kind of format. Noticeably, you're going to see some cards in this next match that are not legal in pre-modern. Force of Will being a one thing. So we're going to come up and bring up a blue-white landstill mirror. I know, everyone's favorite thing. So we're going to go ahead and get that started here shortly. One of the things that I do want to say is it's just me at the moment. So it's not Robert and Stu. It's just Robert for the time being. But that's okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at what our players are doing. So let's take a look. So we're going to look at Luke's deck here. Luke's deck, Landstill, what does that look like? It's a bunch of blue-white cards. Our game plan is to control the board, cast Standstill, and wait for the game to go long and us to find a way to victory. Now, that's good against a lot of things, but what do we do when our opponent is also on Landstill? So this is Patrick's deck. Patrick is playing a little bit different version, it looks like. A few key differences here. So both players have open deck lists. They can see the differences. As a landstill player, you're going to want to see how many win conditions does your opponent have, because that's what you really, that's what it comes down to. So in this case, Patrick's got 2 Decree of Justice. We've got a Powder Keg. That's important because that interacts with our opponent's win conditions and our own. We've got 4 Mistress Factory and 2 Fairy Conclaves. And that's it for game 1, which might be all that we see depending on how long this game goes. If we take a look at Luke's list, we can see that we've got 3 copies of Decree of Justice, so we've already up a win condition there, 4 copies of the Factory, 2 copies of Conclave. So on that alone, there's an advantage a little bit to Luke. So it just depends on, we'll see what they draw, we'll see what they do, and we'll kind of go from there. But it'll be interesting. So, yes, we decided to start off with a Landstill mirror. We are playing timed rounds. Normally, our webcam events, if you've seen our middle school webcam events, they are untimed. So the Landstill mirror might go on for a while. But we are playing timed rounds, so there is no worry there. So we'll see. Patrick's already got a draw in this in the vintage portion of our event. We'll see if both players can avoid picking up a draw here. That's the biggest detriment. Here's the game draws and they go from there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer on my end. Sorry, it won't be visible for 50 minutes, and we'll go from there. So our players are waiting to get started here momentarily. But yeah, welcome back. For those of you who stayed around and watched some of our replay content, we thank you. We thank you quite a bit. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Alrighty, so our players look like they're going to go ahead and start off, and we're not going to see too much going on in the beginning. Fairy Conclave is a great first start for Luke here. Both players do have access to Dust Bowls and, at least a copy of Wasteland, so those are very important in the mirror to check our opponent's activated creatures. Patrick's going to impulse, try to find relevant cards and get rid of the irrelevant cards. Not too much going on in the beginning. We're just going to play land go. Like I said earlier, this game is all about maximizing your ability to last in the long game. And Patrick's getting Dust Ball is huge. We're going to be able to not only get rid of a threat that Luke has, reducing the total threat count down a little bit, but we can also, maybe take Luke off some land drops as well. And if Patrick has an abundance of land, this will allow him to potentially pull ahead, and maybe find an avenue to make some tokens and start getting in a little bit early. We'll just see how Luke follows up and let him go. Not much else going on. Now we do get to see Luke's beautiful deck. If any of you have seen Luke play in some of our webcam leagues and seen some of the lists that he's played, his decks are beautiful. They're wonderful to watch. It's quite enjoyable. Oh, and we'll see a Wasteland for Luke. This is really big. Taking care of Dust Bowl takes care of Patrick's main way of being able to answer Luke's manlands. There aren't too many things that Patrick can do to stop this. So maybe we're thinking, maybe we do want to cast a Fact or Fiction. But nope, we're just going to let this go. And that's going to be that. We're taking a draw step. Take a look. We'll probably see a land pass. Now, notably, Patrick's got the one white source, and it is painful. So he's missing access to a majority of, or being able to cast multiple white spells. We'll see if that matters. I'm not sure it will. Patrick has drawn his second copy of Dust Bowl, which again is huge. It's a significant advantage in these Landstill Mirrors to have a Dust Bowl, specifically because you get to answer those manlands. And we're going to see exactly kind of what I alluded to earlier. Luke missing some land drops, Patrick using this as an opportunity to make just some tokens. We're going to make 4 tokens here, which is a significant power here. So 4 power is pretty big. This is good. We're going to make our 4 tokens, and Luke's going to have some responses here. So we're going to sacrifice a Flooded Strand and search up a Plains. And we'll see exactly what Luke's going to do with this Plains. So we're going to cast Swords on one of these tokens, which all just makes sense. We're going to get in and battle. So that will drop Luke down to 19. You may need to remember to update the actual digital life tracker. We're going to play a Seal of Cleansing. I don't imagine to see this do too much. It does stop Mistress Factories, so that is a notable thing to have. we will factor fiction, which will then receive Force Will. So Force Will is the difference, is a key card here that it differentiates Middle School from Pre-Modern. Pre-Modern has Force Will ban, Middle School does not. That does alter the format context a little bit because you do have differences in decks that can exist because you do have Force Will to check certain combo decks sometimes. So it is a reason we like playing Middle School here at Romancing the Stones. And we're going to see one of, I think, is one of the more fun cards that gives your opponent choices. Factor Fiction, you know, is a card that gives your opponent choices, and usually when you give your opponent choices, it's usually bad for you, the player. Or rather, it got countered. Sorry, we're not going to see it happen. But if we see Factor Fiction resolve, which we are very likely going to see it resolve here, you do get to give your opponent a choice, but then yourself get to make another choice afterwards. So it is a pretty well templated card, I think. Fantastic in the format, very powerful. It does typically draw you at least a card, so it is not just a cantrip. We're going to see a really cool pile here. So we're going to see Sword of Plowshares, Wrath of God. Those kind of do the same thing. They'll kill a creature. Swords, marketably better because it can hit Madlands. Then we're going to see Impulse and Counterspell. So we do see a threat, which will complement the token that we already have. And we're going to see, yeah, the Counterspell, the Swords. Those are the two real cards I think we kind of that matter. We want to take the threat because we know that we have less threats than our opponent. We've already used a threat and had half of it answered, and so we want to put something else to the board, especially while our opponent is low on mana. But we do have the Seal of Cleansing, which will check the Mishra's Factory over here, as well as any future standstills that our opponents might play. Standstill is a key card of the deck. It is a 2-mana enchantment, blue, colorless. When your opponent, and it reads, when a player casts a spell, sacrifice Standstill, and that player's opponent gets to draw 3 cards. So the idea is you play that card, you get to attack with your land because they are not spells. And when your opponent tries to play the game, you get to get good card advantage and draw more cards. So that is a key card of the deck. We're going to play another Seal of Cleansing, which is going to check our opponent's Seal of Cleansing, which will then allow us to attack with this Mishra's Factory. Which is good. So we're going to get a clock established here. Now we're going to resolve another Fact of Fiction. Again, look at Luke's beautiful deck. We see a Prohibit, Sword to Plowshares, what I believe to be a... I'm not sure what that altered card is, but we can find out here in a moment. It looks like a Plains that's altered, and then a Skycloud Expanse. I know he's got a set of cards altered for all 4 seasons. We're looking at that one right now. I'm going to see if I can't determine what that is for us. Let's see. Luke's deck. That could be an Impulse, theoretically. I'm trying to see the mana cost. I can't even see the mana cost. I'm sure Patrick knows what's going on. Chat, if you know what card that is, please tell me. That might be our Standstills, actually. I think our Standstills are altered in all 4 seasons. I'm not too certain. So it looks like we're going to take the Hand with Lands. Now, that makes sense, right? We need mana to cast our spells. We're already at a land deficiency. That's how you lose the Landstill Mirror. You don't have any lands. Yes, Fact or Fiction should go into the yard after the card's not chosen. This is true. So, yes, as Chad is pointing out, Fact or Fiction should go into the yard after those cards. Card order does matter. In Middle School, there are cards like Phyrexian Furnace, that will change that. I don't know if in the context of this specific match it matters game one. So I'm not going to go ahead and fix it in this moment. There aren't really good ways in this format to recur stuff from the yard often in these colors that either of these players are playing. But that is a good call out. So unlike most modern formats like Pioneer or Modern, where the graveyard order does not matter, in Middle School it does matter. There are cards that do interact with the top card of your graveyard, or if it checks to see how many cards of a certain type are above a certain card. So the graveyard does matter, and the order does matter. And so, yes, as the spell has not resolved yet, it should not be in the graveyard. Cards not chosen, then go to the graveyard, and then Fact or Fiction resolves, placing itself in the graveyard. Good call out. So if I'm Patrick, I'm looking for ways to pressure Luke's life total and protect my threats. That's what I'm looking for. So as the life totals dwindle down, I'm going to go up and get our players to update these life totals for us, for you, the viewers, because I think that is important. I will return here momentarily. Alrighty. So, when I said I was going upstairs, if you hadn't tuned in earlier, you would heard us say that we are streaming from a bar in Austin, Texas. I'm downstairs in a basement. The players are right above me, and so I went upstairs to talk to them. Looks like life totals are a little wonky, but maybe they're correct. Yeah, it's not showing the way I expect it to. I do know that we've seen, I believe, let's see, we haven't sworded Plowshare. We've swords one card, so I'm trying to see if Luke's gained any life. We've attacked twice with this token. He might be, 2020 might be correct. I don't think so, though. And I'm losing my job. Luke also fetched. Yeah, I'm going to go upstairs and just double check those life totals again. Thank you, chat. Yes, I've confirmed that the life totals upstairs do not match what I'm getting down here, and I'm solving the technical problem for you guys right now. Alrighty, so while I work on getting these life totals fixed, it looks like we've turned the corners a little bit. Currently, Patrick is at 19, Luke is at 11. I will get that adjusted here shortly. All right, almost there, everybody. I appreciate your patience, chat. Sometimes things get weird. All right. There we go. Hey, look at that. Life totals. All right. There we go. 18 to 11. Perfect. All righty, everybody. How about that? How about that? Excellent. All right. Let's get back to the game. So in a moment, I'm going to be joined by our very own Brian Tweedy. Tweedy has lost his match in epic fashion, and he's going to squeeze in here and come join us here.
Lap it up. Where's my drink?
Tweedy's going to go find a beverage and come join us. So, all right, chat, I'm going to come back in and reacquaint myself with the game. It is still match 1. We are still trying to jockey for position. Luke is at 9. And it looks like Patrick has the ability to attack and has some mana up. But hey, look, we're going to go ahead and make some more tokens. So, as before, Luke does have more copies of Decree of Justice, which does put him at a significant advantage, having an extra instant speed uncounterable threat. And we're going to go ahead and crack in for 2 here. Now, notably, it looks like we're leaving some tokens back. I believe that is to check this Mishra's Factory. We'll see what that does.
What's the game count? Oh my god.
Hey, look, everybody, it's Brian Tweedy. How's it going, Tweedy?
Game 1 still?
So yeah, so we're game 1. The land still mirror. We've been jockeying for some position. Patrick's ahead. We've got an unblockable threat in the air, which is pretty important here. Patrick also has this Mishra's Factory on the ground to kind of check these tokens up a little bit. There's a dust ball hanging out there that will keep our opponent's man lands in check as well. So we are pretty much all in on our Decree of Justice plan. Luke does have an extra threat. He does have 1 extra copy of Decree of Justice as compared to Patrick. Patrick has used a copy of his Decree of Justice already, and I believe Luke has used 2
Luke
copies.
Must be up to something because he's not trying to scoop.
No. I mean, there's still
I would
some
just
game.
feel like he would be aggressively trying to get out of this match, or at least this game.
Sure.
Otherwise,
if time is consideration, sure. Yeah, there is about 28 minutes left on their clock. About 18 left in the normal round.
Yeah, I almost feel like it's all about this game.
Yep. That is, and that's the thing. And so Patrick's already got a draw, and Luke's down a game. A draw would be real bad. Now, with 6 rounds, cut the top 4, and draws around the mix, anything can happen to make top 4. So we'll see what happens.
I love that this match is on camera, though, because all of our middle school leagues are untimed.
Yes, exactly. All of our middle school leagues are on time, and that's a big thing here. This is a timed match. This is the first thing I said to our players is that, hey, this is a timed match. You guys are in the Landstill Mirror. Make good choices. So we'll just see what happens. I still think it's conceivably anyone's game. If Luke can check this Fairy Conclave, he's definitely still in the game. The next step is to find an answer to this Mishra's Factory, and then we've got 4 power on board, which is easily enough to cut Patrick's left tool down quickly.
Not just that, dude. I mean, Luke's name is Standy Stillman, so it's like if you're gonna play the mirror, you gotta win. What are you doing, Hockey? No, come hang out with us. Come in here. Well, now that now that the flyer is gone.
We do get the flyer gone.
I got absolutely crushed. He played guys and then played Armageddon, and I died.
That's what happens.
That's a good way for that to happen.
Yeah, my middle school match was probably the worst thing that could have happened to me because he was playing Dreadnought. So sit on a bottle. So now I mean, even though he broke Standstill, it looks like Luke is in a way better position than he was before.
If you draw 3 irrelevant cards in this matchup, it's very easy to have none of those cards matter. So, yeah. Now all Patrick has on his side of the field, keeping him at bay from these tokens, is that Mishra's Factory, and
that's enough.
It can be enough. Luke can have any number of things, though.
I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's so Patrick has a draw, right? So
yes. Surprise.
Yeah. I mean, these 6 rounds, what does 2 draws mean? I mean,
we don't know.
We don't really know, right? But
I think if you're the player with 2 draws, it's bad. If you're one of the other players with a single draw, it's better. But I guess that's an easy thing to say.
Is a loss.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. So it's
yeah.
I understand that he's trying to keep going, but to me, playing this matchup, it seems like aggressively scooping is.
I mean, I think Patrick's in the stronger position here. He has a Dust Bowl. He has a Mishra's Factory.
Yeah, so Patrick, I think, I agree. He's probably in the stronger position. It's definitely his game to lose right now. Dust Bolt keeps almost all of Luke's win conditions in check. Luke has, I believe, only one more Decree of Justice in his deck. We've used 2 of them. We've lost a number of lands to this Dust Bowl already, so it's going to be challenging for Luke to punch through. It's still possible, but all Patrick needs to do is find a way to answer some of these tokens, and then he can start punching through.
What I'm saying is the Mishra's Factory does it on its own, unless he's afraid of it getting plowed. Like obviously that's a huge issue.
It just keeps drawing Force Will.
We got to look at our hand like 3 or 4 times. Like still nothing to do. Still nothing.
I mean, all it takes is one Wasteland.
Luke has already used a Wasteland this game. Took care of a Dust Bowl early on. Patrick drew a second Dust Bowl.
He's on 2 Dust Bowls today.
Yes, and now Luke has drawn his Powder Keg, which I think we leave it at 0 counters, but it really doesn't get us anywhere.
Yeah, you leave it at 0 counters because it kills
kills
all
the man
threats
land
in the decks. It kills the man lands, kills soldiers, but he can't like. Some decks can like aggressively pop it because they have a real guy into an attack in a factory, but clearly that won't work here because he loses all his soldiers.
I mean, the interesting thing about this matchup is the sideboard, in my opinion. It's like, what are they going to bring in, dudes?
Sure.
Are we going to see Exalted Angel in the board?
Oh, see, I don't think that's interesting because there's no time for that. We're playing one game.
No, but like when it's untimed, that's what they do.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they bring in dudes. But I guess since it's timed, I mean, this is it.
This is
like
it.
A one game fucking match.
There are 20 minutes left on this match for these guys. So this may be it. So this
I'm forcing it. I think Patrick's got a handful of Force of Will, so he wants to get rid of any value he can off of him.
He does. But this Powder Keg doesn't seem as
we're going to forbid. Okay, and with
we're
buyback.
Paying the buyback.
Okay, so we're going to get rid of Route and Wrath of God to buy back this forbid, which is pretty powerful. Now does Patrick have another force and blue card?
I mean, Patrick might as well force it because he doesn't. If he forces it, they don't get the forbid back. It's
right.
Part of the effect.
Yeah, if we force the forbid goes away for good. We don't get to buy back.
Flusterstorm here, huge.
Yes.
If only Fluster was legal,
that
sure.
Would be incredible. I mean, I want to defer to Luke just because he's Standy Stillman, but
yeah, this is a really interesting spot. I mean, you have to value for every inch because at this point you have to really think you're not getting a game 2, and if you lose game 1, you're definitely not getting a game 3. So this is really it. So there's no sideboarding because we're not going to get to sideboards.
Well, that's my point. It's like if Patrick is going to draw, I mean that's worst case scenario for him, right?
Patrick's only real route to victory is to not draw this round and is to win this game so that he doesn't get a draw if the next game goes to time. He's up 1-0.
Usually the way this matchup works, if one of them doesn't just like beat down the other early on, is you're playing this game of do you have threats left in your deck?
Right.
Which is a miserable game to play when your decks are just filled with answers.
That's why I feel like aggressively scooping early and boarding into aggression. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's like my play style.
I mean, but scooping and being down a game is not where you want to be.
Mikey, you win?
Yeah. Trust me.
Oh. So what's the time count right now?
Well,
so
this is 4 minutes in.
The round ends in 11 minutes, and we and our landstill mirror has 20 minutes on the clock.
All right.
So we've got a little bit of time.
God, this seems miserable.
Luke is standing.
Correct.
Yep.
Still, man.
So we've lost our left totals. Give me a second. I will bring those back again.
Luke is Standy Stillman, but Patrick also won a league with Standstill. It's it's not like Patrick doesn't know how to play it. Dude, what is he? Oh, okay. So he's playing Decree. He's going to force the powder keg with Mistress Factory still in play and the Dust Bowl. Which makes sense. Okay.
Did he force it?
No, he's casting Decree on the end of turn, but I mean the powder keg's in play, so I don't know. The whole reason he played the powder keg was to proactively go after his Mistress Factory. So if he pops the keg, which he's doing now, he's killing all the tokens, that puts Patrick back in the driver's seat.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised Patrick didn't just counter the forbid, and then he's got twice as many tokens and a Mistress Factory.
Well, I mean, that's true, but I mean, I don't know what his blue card source was in his hand, but I mean, he's definitely holding Force Wills.
So he'd rather just have that card than.
I mean, his board position right now is really good, so I'm assuming that that altered card on Luke's side is not a Mistress Factory. That's a Plains or something.
That is a Plains, yeah.
Okay.
Plains and Island. I believe it's a Plains.
Patrick's way ahead.
Yep.
I mean, Luke is holding a ton of cards, so I don't know. I mean, this deck's got a lot of air in it, so who knows? I mean, where are the Factor Fictions at? I mean, they're playing. Are they both playing 4? Do we have the list?
I do not believe they're both playing exactly 4. We do have the lists. Let me pull them up. So.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I was.
Luke is playing 3 Factor Fictions.
Mm-hmm.
And Patrick is
I
going.
was quick to judge early, but I mean, it looks like Patrick knew what he was doing the entire time.
Patrick is playing 2 Factor Fictions.
That seems wrong.
Well, it's definitely wrong in this mirror match. You definitely want all 3. You want 3 or more.
You know what card? And
I don't even know how good Factor Fiction is in the mirror, because you might lose a thread.
I was talking to Jake Hilty about this, but like I just feel like in these lists, like having one like stroke would be so good.
No,
sure.
It's all bananas. It's oops all bananas. That would be a ham sandwich. We don't want that in our deck. Bananas only.
Bananas only, everybody.
I mean, you could just pitch it to Force Will, but in these situations where there's parity, you just break the game with it.
Yeah, if you can get it to resolve, that's the hard part. All the threats are sort of uncounterable, so the only thing left in each player's hands are counter spells or removal
I don't know
spells.
about y'all, but back in the day, stroke saw a lot of play.
Well,
Try to protect my guy.
Fair. All right.
Wait,
this forbid, which we knew about.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Patrick should have known about this forbid. We did see it happen.
He's
He's buying it back again.
He's holding Force of Will.
Buying it back
Well,
again.
that's his only card now.
I mean, so he was obviously setting up this work.
All right.
All right, Patrick's.
Luke's gonna say,
Patrick
yeah, that's
looks like a
fine.
He's scooping him up.
master
There we
here.
go.
Yeah.
Like I was like, oh, I'm surprised you did that, and then here we go. It's worked out perfectly.
All right, so Patrick can take game 1. Our players have, I don't know, 15 minutes.
What does Luke's list look like? I mean, like how much aggression can he? How much aggression can he bring in? Like, I know that Patrick is playing like 3 Exalted Angels and maybe Meddling Mages. What does Luke have? In his
Luke has, for a sideboard, we have 2 Annuls. We're not going to be good. 2 Tormod's Crypt, Blue Blast, Red Blast, Hydro Blast. Nope. There's a Disenchant.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's nothing that can turn sideways.
No, there is nothing that can turn sideways.
Whereas, like,
there's a Dust Bowl. We can bring a Dust Bowl.
I mean, those cards are great. Disenchant's great. Dust Bowl is great. But like, comparison to what Woodrow and Patrick are doing is like after the first game, they're bringing in.
Well, look at this.
Action.
Yeah, Patrick is going to bring in 3 Exalted Angels, which is huge, bringing in more threats, and brings in 2 more Wastelands, potentially. So. I think this is phenomenal. Trade routes isn't too bad either.
I mean, it's open deck list, so they know that the Exalted Angels are coming. But
yep.
I mean, that's what I love about Woodrow's list is the Meddling Mages are. I mean, Meddling Mage is like MVP of this format, in my opinion. And if you're playing Islands and Plains, I don't know, man. I just feel like it's worth bringing them in. So many. I don't know if you saw this, but like. One of the Japanese players crunched all the Romancing the Stones.
I saw a little bit of that. I didn't dive into it a lot, but
so, and I just see the meta is so combo heavy right now that.
Yep. I think playing counter spells is great.
Mage? I mean, like I just lost the Stifle Knot.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how you lose playing mountains. Absolutely. I've done that too many times. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think game 2 is significantly favored for Patrick, getting to bring in 3 more threats, which brings his threat count up higher.
Like I wouldn't even say it was favored for Patrick, but I would say if you're trying to win a game as fast as possible.
Yes.
And your sideboard doesn't have any creatures in it.
That is a problem. Agreed.
That's a problem. Like an Exalted Angel is the kind of card that just randomly your opponent might not see any kind of interaction.
Well, you can just also
just spike a game out of nowhere.
You can, and you can just play it on turn 3 as a morphed creature, just as a 2/2, and it can still turn sideways. When you're ready to flip it over, you can. The only thing that really answers it is Counterspell in the stack or Force or Sword to Plowshares.
And that's the irony of this mirror match is like you would think that Exalted Angel is like one of those cards they bring in for not this matchup.
Right.
But I watched Patrick and Woodrow play a mirror match once, and they both brought in Exalted Angel, and it doesn't seem like the kind of card you would want in this kind of mirror, but at the same time, anything that turns sideways is good.
Yeah, you just have to have more threats than your opponent, so that way you can get to the long game and just have a threat that sticks. Yeah. Because you're going to trade your resources back and forth in the beginning. There's nothing you can really do to avoid that. And so that's just how this game's going to win.
And I'd be shuffling like the wind if I was Luke. So Luke is 2-1. I mean, like, I guess Luke can afford a draw, but I mean, he's just running out of time. I just don't think his deck could close the deal in this amount of time.
Luke's best shot is to get a draw here. Because the 2-1-1, his record is still fine if he wins out. Patrick can't afford to get a draw, so we'll see if Luke can put together a hand that can win in, 11 minutes is the time they have in round. So we will see. We will see what happens. In either case, Luke is going to present his deck. We're going to wait for Patrick to finish shuffling.
Patrick's like the guy in the World Cup who's taking his time with the inbound pass.
Sure.
When they're at on time.
I mean, are we gonna soccer rules this, or are we just gonna get like add extra time at the end of the round, just like stoppage time?
I'm just gonna shuffle.
I think standstill should have some stoppage time. Let's give it.
I think this deck. It's like if you're gonna go to bed with this deck, then you should be prepared for this.
This is 100% true.
Part of my friends, but you should be prepared for this.
Well, and hockey. You and I were talking about this the other night, right? We were saying, oh hey. This is exactly what, could happen, right? We were trying to figure out what records actually were going to make top 4. I was like, once we get to middle school, there's 3 standstill decks, and anything can happen because we're going to get to the draw bracket.
Yeah.
And Patrick picking up a draw in the vintage portion doesn't help him anymore.
Dude, there's a bunch of draws. My opponent in middle school had 2 draws as well.
Sure. Wow.
And I guess maybe he's still alive?
This is maybe, who knows? Luke has played a Mistress Factory. That's what an altered card is. All 4 seasons for Mistress Factory. That all makes sense. And so we've got a threat. We've got a wasteland. We've got an impulse. Do we just start going? Do you just start attacking with this Mistress Factory, knowing that we've got a wasteland?
I think traditional play style for a list like this just goes out the window when you're on the clock.
Sure.
So just be as aggressive as possible. It's like turn 1 Mishra, turn 2 Mishra.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Like you're playing old school or something.
Yeah.
Just go all in on Mishra's Factory and force them to have the disenchant and the plow. But I mean, I could see Patrick's hand. He's got a disenchant.
Yeah. And he's gonna pump fake with his lands, decide not to cast a spell, go in the tank some more.
Yeah, he's going to slow roll this, and good for him. But, it reminds me of, I don't know if you played Legacy during the Miracle days, but...
Yes. I didn't play Miracles. I played Mountains.
Yeah, it was very frustrating because the Miracle player would dirtle you.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Until, it was almost time, and then it'd be like, I'll make a bunch of angels.
Yep.
2 minutes left in the round. You'd be like, how long was that on top of your deck?
I know. Exactly.
the last 20 minutes. You know.
So we did see Patrick. He did bring in the trade routes. Luke's not getting into the red zone here. I don't know what we're saving our mana for with, what is it? 8 minutes left on the clock now. So
I think he's just playing it the way that he plays it. Yeah. There's the second Mishras.
Yep.
I like that foil impulse.
That's pretty. Sure.
Is that trade routes?
That is trade routes.
What is that in there for? To protect his manlands or something?
Yeah, it generates some value. It's better than the other cards that he had in his deck, I imagine. I mean, so what? We can return the land you control to its hand, and then discard a land, draw a card. So, yeah, it'll protect from Wasteland.
You just bounce your manlands, but
or just bounce the Dust Bowl to make sure Dust Bowl sticks around. Which
that's true. Actually, that's kind of a cool card.
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that it's an enchantment. We've talked about this a million times. That enchantments are kind of like the planeswalkers of middle school.
Sure.
And I mean, even though your opponent's probably playing disenchant, it is an awkward permanent to deal with.
Yep. Now Patrick has a Wasteland to deal with the opposing Mistress Factories. We've got 2 of them. We can Wasteland the Wasteland. Patrick will respond by getting a Mistress Factory. We'll have 1 left. Patrick has it checked with a disenchant, and we're back at square 0.
Well, it's going to be parity for a while.
Yep.
I don't really see what Luke's plan is really here.
Well, and that's what we expected. Game 1 is where it matters. Now, if you watched one of our last few webcam middle school leagues, we were able to have it was like our second or third one. We had Woodrow playing the Landstill Mirror in the semifinals, and that was on time. So we had 3 games of Landstill Mirrors, and it was a masterclass. It was lovely.
Yeah, like I said before, I watched the match between Patrick and Woodrow playing Landstill, and I want to say it went 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Sure.
I mean, it was incredible to watch it because it was a masterclass, but it
was hard. It was a long game. It was a marathon.
It's not the kind of thing that you could play in an event like this.
I watched it because I was waiting for it to conclude to see who was playing in the finals.
Right.
And so it ended up being Woodrow at the end of that. But all right, well, we'll see a Wasteland activation. Get rid of a Mishra's Workshop. Sorry, Factory.
So
Workshop
the
was
real
the last
question
format.
is like, does Patrick try to win?
No.
Yeah.
I think Patrick's creatures and win conditions only come into play as roadblocks. And I think Patrick is incentivized to control the board and play a typical Landstill game. And Luke has to be more aggressive, which is hard to do.
Man, I've been in this situation as Luke so many times. And it, even though it's like not your opponent's fault, you just get so frustrated because you're like,
yep.
Go.
Right.
What are you doing? Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Well, and the problem is, too, is like being aggressive, which is where Luke has to be. The punishment for getting that wrong at the wrong time means the game is over and you have no chance of winning. So it's just a tight spot either place. And we're going to see Patrick follow up with the land with a counterspell. Counterspell back. Prohibit. Okay. We'll prohibit. We'll take a pain land from Darkheart Wastes. Patrick will drop down to 18. And we will counterspell the prohibit. And that's going to resolve, it looks like.
Why
That's
would
fine.
not just pay? Why would he not just pay?
Do we not know the text in prohibit?
I thought prohibit was 2 mana.
It may just be counter like a sorcery or something.
Oh, I think you're right. I think if it's under a certain casting cost.
Counter target spell if its mana value is 2 or less. Yeah.
Okay,
So
you're
yeah,
right, you're right.
that's why he didn't pay because he's not allowed to.
He's not allowed to. Makes sense. Thank you, Card Breaker. I've had a lot of White Claws already, so I'm a little bit behind.
Tweety is playing in this event. He has been enjoying the player's version of this event, which is drinking and playing Magic. He has joined me in the booth so that I'm not alone.
I've been getting beat by Hollow Ones all day. It's been amazing.
Yes.
I had a game 1 with triple Hollow One.
Play more Pauper. Okay, sure we go. Yeah, see, good card in Pauper, I'm sure.
I mean, I remember when Prohibit was played. It's just been a while.
It has been a hot minute. You don't play Prohibit decks, that's why.
I play blue. That's my favorite.
But you don't play Prohibit.
That's true. I don't play Prohibit.
Exactly.
Like, I'm one of those blue players that refuse to play the best blue deck.
Yes, this is true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like, I always play blue, but I'm not going to play Standstill.
Yeah.
Landstill. That's never going to happen. So, I'd rather play Lightning Angel.
Lightning Angel is a very sick card. Oh, I love Lightning Angel. Everything about that card is just like, is great.
I'd rather play Omniscience.
Well, who wouldn't want to play Omniscience? We can't play that in this format, though.
I know. But dude, that Dream Halls deck, that's
Dream Halls
so
deck?
dope.
Sure, yeah.
That deck is sweet.
That is sweet. If you caught our, go check our YouTube channel. You'll find in our last league, we did have Andrew Webb playing a Dream Halls mono blue deck. We do have a combo turn where he does get to go and combo kill his opponent with a Brain Freeze. It's great. It's wonderful. An enjoyable 5 minutes of Magic.
There's the Dust Bowl. That is not good for Mr. Luke.
Chat pointing out trade routes with damage on the stack is really keen.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
But still, now, all right. So Luke has no creatures other than his manlands, right?
Manlands and Decrees.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so just like Patrick having a Dust Bowl here, he doesn't have to be scared of anything. There's no Exalted Angel. There's no...
No, Patrick's draws have lined up very well for this mirror, I think. He could have easily lost game one having less threats and just didn't. He drew both Dust Bowls early, which was important.
Mm-hmm. Dust Bowl is a sweet Magic card, man.
I enjoy it. I play copy in my Rock deck. It's great. I love it.
How many you play in Rock? One?
I just play one. I might be able to get away with two, but colorless is such an I'm casting Necropotence in my deck, and that's hard.
I've gone back and forth between Wasteland and Dust Bowl. It's like Dust Bowl's obviously when it's good, it's insane.
If in the Rock, I feel like if you're going to play just one card, it should be Dust Bowl because you have an abundance of other lands. I'm also playing the version with Veteran Explorer, so I get more lands to just feed it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, I think Wasteland is a very good card in the format too.
Yeah, when we were I mean, my list is not Rock, but it's close. I mean, we pretty much play the same deck.
Yeah,
it's different win cons, but it seemed to me that Wasteland. What do you think about Wasteland over Dust Bowl? Dust Bowl over Wasteland? Well, I mean, Wasteland does kill Dust Bowl.
Wasteland,
that's true. It's maybe as a fifth.
Maybe.
Dust Bowl.
So Luke's going to go ahead and try to cast a Seal of Cleansing. It's going to get counterspelled. He's going to, not do too much back. His counterspell gets countered as well. So
there we go.
That's pretty much sealing the deal here. Now we've entered the Dust Bowl phase of game two.
Phase is beginning.
With 50 seconds left on the timer. So I think we'll Wasteland the Dust Bowl.
God.
Luke's left for 3 lands. This is not looking good for Luke here.
I don't know how many cards Luke has in the grip, but it looks to me just from what's in play that. I don't know if Luke.
He's light on land. He could have lots of cards.
Yeah, but I just don't think he would win this game anyway. I think he's in a really bad spot.
This even if we had all the time in the world, I think this is. I agree, a bad spot. Patrick has the opportunity now to really start closing the door. We've got 4 power and creatures theoretically on the board. We could arguably just animate the factory and still have lands for. Oh, now we just have the decree, so we have it all.
Yeah, he's got double.
We have it all.
With decree, and my opponent's stalling on land. He's missing land drops. I wouldn't be surprised if Luke was scooping. I mean, obviously he's entering the scoop phase right now. Dude, what is that Urza's Saga token?
Look at that! Look at that! It's supposed to be a construct, but hey, now it's a soldier. This is good. All right, so we've hit time and round. We're gonna go notify our players that they are going into turns here. If we get to them in time, this should be turn 0.
My guess is when Luke finds out that we're at time, he's gonna pick them up. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. This is just such a bad spot to be in. Man, good for Patrick.
Yeah,
it's a good showing from him for squeaking into the event late.
Sure.
He's been trying out a lot of different decks lately, I've noticed.
Okay.
So for him to kind of fall back on what he knows, and
that makes sense.
I think he played Goblins in the last league.
Yeah, I think he did.
And then in Vintage, the last 2 Vintage events, I know he played Oops All Spells last time, and then the Vintage event before that, he played.
Hard to go to time with Oops All Spells.
Yeah, he played. I want to say Bizarre Aggro.
Okay.
And then today he came with shops.
He did come with shops today.
Yeah,
Yes.
And
He's played shops before, though, right?
He has,
before
but he plays
usually
this year he's played Doomsday. He's played.
He used to be a dredge player too, so
Yeah, I mean he's all over the place. But when it comes to middle school, he's had performances with this list.
yes. And like we're gonna come in for 5, which is just gonna seal the deal here that Luke isn't. Even if we had time, Luke isn't gonna win this game. And Patrick, if this is turn 0, Patrick may actually have. We might be 1 turn short of
Patrick winning.
Of winning.
I mean, he's already 1 up, so
he is. I know, but just to prove that, to not. Well, I guess we're 1 up, so he's not going to draw either way. But oh nope, there's the keg. So at the very least, these tokens are gone. Well, it checks everything. So.
This looks good. The layout
So chat
looks good.
doing the math for us. He can do 7 each turn and 2 turns, and so yeah, 7 a turn is 14 for the 2 turns. So that would do it. Unfortunately, we've got the powder keg. But it doesn't matter. Patrick says, "Okay, well, it's not my game to
Right,
win.
and
It's your game to lose."
I mean, that's what we were talking about. Is he going to be the aggressor? I don't think he is. I think he's going to lean back and make his opponent try and kill him, which is obviously not going to happen. Oh, he's attacking again, though. Oh.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think Patrick has anything to lose here. We're just going to either Luke's going to take it.
So Patrick's going to go 2-1-1. Luke's going to go 2-1-1.
Luke's going to go 2-1-1, and Patrick's going to go
2-1-1.
2-1-1. Yeah.
I
So
can't wait to see
they're going
how
to have the same record at the end of this.
Hockey, after destroying everyone in Vintage with initiative, lost his first round. And
Luke going 2-2. You're correct, chat.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Chat's correct, too.
This is why I'm in the booth and not playing, Math is hard.
I'm curious to see how it pans out for hockey.
Yeah. So we get to see him in round 3. He was playing the new hotness mono white initiative. And so far, all of his opponents have had to read what initiative does. It's been great. So hopefully, if he makes the top 4, we will definitely put that back on stream because I enjoy rolling for initiative. And look at this, just a show of, hey, I'm going to attack with everything. Does not matter.
Do we know what the top of the standings look like right now?
These guys are actually in 2nd place, I believe, with their records, which is it's super weird.
These
like
6 rounds is
it's
weird.
It's kind of weird. I think Patrick has to pair up, so I think Luke is in like thirdest place, and Patrick got the pair up. So this game is over. Patrick's gonna win this game.
Luke, for a middle school player, he had an incredible showing in Vintage.
We're gonna call it 2-0.
Yeah.
But pretty good showing actually for the Landstill Mirror. It actually wasn't as dry as I thought it could have been. So it's not too bad. So hey, look, it's Tweety. So everybody say hi to Tweety. Hey!
To all my fan base.
We're down here in the basement of Tweety's bar.
With our Christmas theme.
With our Merry Christmas, December Invitational. Wonderful. So that concludes the first round of our middle school portion. That is the end of round 4. We're going to move to round 5 in a little bit. We'll get pairings done now that all of our matches have finished. So stick tight. We're going to have a quick intermission to get our next match ready to go. And then we'll start round 5, which is another round of middle school.
Maybe I'll be back.
Maybe you'll be back.
If I win fast or lose fast.
Win fast, please. Do that.
Try and win fast.
Cool. All right. Well, we're going to go get those next round started real quickly. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
What's up, everybody? I'm back. We're back. We're going to go ahead and start our round 4 here momentarily. Sorry, not round 4, round 5. Again, this is going to be a middle school. We're going to have a GB creatureless rock deck versus a blue-white splash black tax rack tog deck. Both decks have been featured on our stream before. So if you've seen our previous streams, you will recognize these decks. They're both pretty cool. So we're gonna have Brian Hockey versus Andrew Webb. We saw Hockey on stream earlier, round 3 of our vintage portion. We're now playing middle school, so he's switched decks. Now, what's really cool about both these players, these are the only 2 players who've ever won our invitationals in the past. Brian has won 2 invitationals in the past, and Andrew Webb won the last one, Invitational 3. So these are both heavyweight champions, as you might say, for this format and for our group here at Romancing the Stones. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at and see what they're doing. So we've got Andrew's deck. We've got this sort of tax rack deck playing Sea Drake, which is a card you get in middle school that you don't get in pre-modern, which is kind of cool. This is the closest thing to kind of like a tempo-y Delver deck. We get to play main deck Meddling Mages. We have Sea Drakes. We get to really take advantage of our tax and rack plan. Sea Drake is very good with this. There are a lot of really cool interactions that Andrew has out of this deck. On left-hand side, Brian Hockey, we've got our creatureless rock deck. What does that mean? Well, it is a rock deck, which is loved and beloved, but it's not really playing a real creature package. It's playing more Call of the Herds. It's playing a Roar the Worm. It's playing an Entomb package. We can Entomb for Nether Spirit, which, yes, is a creature, but it's really the only one. We've got that and maybe Undead Gladiator. Otherwise, we're playing just to go ahead and, get the value plays with Cabal, Therapy, using Nether Spirit for value, Duresses. We want to go ahead and kind of outvalue your opponent. Now, we can see here for the Invitational, Hockey's playing Pernicious Deeds and Powder Kegs. So we want to attack the board aggressively, which is going to be powerful against what Andrew is bringing to the table in a lot of ways. So I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I really like the rock as a strategy in middle school in general. I think it's a lot of fun. And it's definitely a mainstay of the format. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see how this goes. Definitely not the Landstill Mirror, which is wonderful. So, again, I think these players, their standing is still 3rd and 4th right now. Because we've had some weird draws, and depending on the way people have played, other players already, it's kind of a weird pairing. So we've got 10 people, we've got 6 rounds, anything can happen. We'll see what happens. So we'll go ahead and start a timer for them. Make sure they are in good shape. And we'll see what happens. So, and for those of you guys watching at home, thank you so much. We do appreciate you. We know that there are plenty of Magic things to watch on the weekend, plenty of content, and middle school is kind of a weird format. And maybe you started watching when we were playing Vintage, and now you're wondering, what are we doing, and you're not interested anymore. Stick around. We will get back to Vintage in our top 4. But we do appreciate you watching and supporting us, hanging out in chat. It is fun to talk to you guys. For those of you who don't know, this is our invitational end-of-year event. What does that mean? Well, we have several vintage events and middle school events, all proxy-friendly throughout the year. Winners of those events, or top performers, will then qualify for our invitational at the end of the year, and which brings us to now, where we're streaming it for the first time. We do stream our middle school leagues. They are webcam leagues open to anyone across the world. We did have a Japanese player win our last middle school league just last Thursday from Japan, which was great. And so they qualify, come here, and they battle for mostly bragging rights. There is no cash involved. There's just some fun tokens we make for everybody. You get this cool playmat, which you see featured in the center of our camera there. and a bunch of other fun stuff. And it's just a good excuse to kind of hang out, have fun, playing cool Magic. So we're going to get this game kicked off here. Brian's going to be on the play, open up with Swamp Pass. Andrew's going to go ahead Island Pass, and we're going to end of turn Entomb. So as I mentioned before, this is a proxy-friendly format, so you may see certain cards in players' decks that are proxied. This is normal. This is expected. We want players to be able to play the game first and foremost. So you may see that. So I'm not sure if this is an alter or a proxy. Either way, it's sweet. We're going to go for the mainstay here, which is Entomb for Another Spirit. It's a really good way to just get a recurring threat, and it allows us to really capitalize our Cabal Therapy. So we'll see if Hockey's deck can kind of get off to the races and start doing what it's doing. The general rock engine in this format is pretty powerful. Disruption is strong. So we're going to see that. That must have been on the upkeep or something, because we didn't see Another Spirit enter play, and Andrew got to have his turn, and he's gone ahead and play Meddling Mage. If I'm Andrew seeing this Another Spirit, I probably name Cabal Therapy. That is my first name, just to make this Another Spirit not do too much. Now, it's possible Hockey's choosing not to put it into play, to avoid maybe some Sword to Plowshares. Because unless we have a Cabal Therapy to immediately clear the way or to sacrifice it, then it can be a liability. Andrew going to follow up with another Meddling Mage. Wow. 2 of his 3 Meddling Mages. So we're going to Entomb I'm going to assume this is in response. It may not be in response. We can Entomb for Cabal Therapy or Roar the Worm. Okay, there we go. So now we have a threat lingering in there. I'll assume this is after Meddling Mage is named a card. But yeah, if we're allowed to cast Cabal Therapy, we can Entomb for Cabal Therapy, get another Spirit back, and then, well, Sword of Plowshares is an instant, and then in the upkeep we can still get it. So there's not a lot Hockey can do other than look at Webb's hand and know that there is no longer a Sword of Plowshares there. So this Undiscovered Paradise is going to return to Webb's hand at the beginning of his at the next turn, his upkeep. Now, fun thing, the way Sea Drake works, when Andrew does get to have that, is that Sea Drake will allow him to, it does return 3 lands, or 2 lands to his hand, 2 target lands. So if you cast it off of a land and a Mox Diamond, you have no targets, you don't have enough legal targets, that ability fizzles, and you just get a cheap Sea Drake. So something that's kind of cool, comes up every so often. We're going to see Hockey try to cash in this Roar the Worm. It does get dazed. We're going to see Hockey at least start getting in with this Nether Spirit. Something that now is the time to do it. We want to trade with this Meddling Mage. Webb obviously is not going to go for that. Assuming the named card is valuable. Webb is stuck on land though, so this could be precarious for Webb if this continues. Andrew will follow up with another island, notably no white mana for the white half of his deck. So we're definitely missing the ability to cast land tax here. That's what we need. Hockey getting in with the creatures here. So creature list rock threats include man lands, includes another spirit, includes some of these cards you can Entomb for. Entomb, a very powerful tutor in the format. Andrew does draw the fetch land, which does allow us to get to white mana. So it's possible we can follow up with a land tax, which will allow us to get more mana and really get us off to the races here. But we're behind. We're at 12. We can't really afford to block at the moment, as noted by our we're attacking. We're going to cast a Sea Drake. Cool. That does block. We're going to return trigger on the stack. We're going to Gush. So Sea Drake targets two islands. We're going to target our 2 islands, and then trigger on the stack. We're going to gush them back to our hand, which is a great way to utilize this card. Something you don't see in pre-modern because, again, you don't have access to Sea Drake. Middle School does have supplemental sets, so it does have access to Portal 3 Kingdoms, and so forth, which is the way you get to Sea Drake. Webb's deck does take advantage of it very well with cards like Gush or Daze. This isn't a drawback. It's a 3 mana, just a 3 mana, 3/4 flyer. Or rather, 3/2? I don't remember. I'm going to look up Sea Drake now. Let's look up Sea Drake. Exactly. Sea Drake. 2 colorless, 1 blue for a 4/3 flyer. I had them switched. So Hockey did offer the trade. Webb decided to decline. It's going to allow Webb to really put on the pressure should he want to start attacking. We're going to see swords for the Nether Spirit, which is unfortunate. We got a few attacks in, but we don't really get to cash in the value that we wanted, which makes sense. Cabal Therapy is probably named by this Meddling Mage. So now the race is on. We've got 6 power on Webb's side, and only the 3 on Hockey's side. All right, so Hockey's in kind of a tight spot. We need a Pernicious Deed. Deed would be very strong here. That definitely signifies to me we don't have a deed. We're going to put Andrew to 6, which does not win this race. Andrew's going to put Hockey down to 6 this turn, and we're going to need to draw like a Smother or another removal, or maybe even a Call the Herd will then block this this mage. So if we can find a way to interact with the Drake or the mage, we're fine. But this just goes to show you, like, Andrew's been stuck on mana sources for most of this game. Deck operates pretty quickly, and Sea Drake is a very fast clock. Hockey has chosen, of course, also be aggressive, choosing not to block the mage, and now his left total is a little low. Webb down to 5, plays a Psychotog. That blocks pretty well. So now, nope, we did not draw a deed. We are going to game 2. All right, so what looks like a strong opener for Hockey.
Off the air?
Now we're back on the air. I don't know what happened, guys, but I don't know when we cut off, but we're back.
We're back. All right, Necro is getting played. All right, so here's what happens when you play slow and don't put pressure on the board, or your opponent has Necro. Eventually, they just draw like 10 cards or something in the middle of the game.
Yep.
So it's pretty hard to, it's pretty hard to come back when your opponent has Necro and you're not like actively pressuring their life total. The Meddling Mage clearly did not name Smother because it got smothered. So.
Let's see. We've got Necro. We've played Smother. I assumed it named either like a Cabal Therapy or something like that.
Maybe it named Necro and then just got smothered and Necro got played.
Yeah,
I mean, Necro is a pretty scary card. But I think Andrew's in trouble. Andrew's got a sweet engine with land tax and later on with Scroll Rack where he gets to turn the lands into spells. But in terms of card drawing, like, just muscle, it's really hard to beat Necro.
So now this is where we get to see if Hockey brought in Sickening Dreams.
That's like discard X, deal X, to all players and creatures or something.
Yep.
Okay, so we're playing this. We're playing the Sea Drake. So now if we deed away the Sea Drake, we'll deed away our own Necro. I mean, once the Necro's drawn like 4 or 5 cards, do we really care? Probably not.
Probably not.
But 2 Smothers have been played. There's only 1 left in the deck, so Hockey will want to blow up the Sea Drake. He doesn't have any flyers.
No.
So something will incentivize action.
I think Hockey is waiting to really see also what's in his opponent's hand. Especially we've deeded now, so we can really cash in this deed, blow up our own necro, get more cards, and then be okay. But I think we want to. We haven't seen what's in Andrew's hand yet.
So yeah, we're gonna deed now. So that allows us to draw for our turn because necro is no longer in play. Otherwise, necro does not allow you to draw normally.
Would you have wanted extra draws, or do you want to have your draw step?
I mean, if we know we're gonna deed the Sea Drake, like we know we don't have any way to like get rid of Sea Drake in our hand, yeah, we might as well just deed now and get our draw step. We've got like 7 cards.
Yeah, I guess there are 7 cards.
So what does Andrew have? Andrew has a bunch of nonsense, like 5 mana sources.
Yeah, that is a bunch of nonsense.
All right, yeah. So this is one of the things where you Cobalt Therapy and you miss, and you're like, that's fine because my opponent's hand is trash.
Yep.
we've got Grizzly Bear and Grizzly Bear.
But one of the here we go.
Get out of here, Grizzly Bear. Like the only relevant card is
Yeah, I mean we've had tax last so long. I don't think it's gonna matter.
Okay. All right, Powder Keg. Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. And now Hockey knows that he can really get in here. With the Treetop Village now.
Yeah.
Because there's no Sword to Plowshares or white mana even now.
Bring the beat down with Treetop Village.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean
that's what Hockey's deck does, right? He doesn't have any creatures. He wins with his lands and with Call of the Herds.
Okay. Yep. Okay, we're doing Undead Gladiator shenanigans.
It's there, Hockey. There it is. Perfect. All right. Are you gonna? Okay, so we're just gonna draw it. We're not gonna do the cycling.
Maybe it's time for the Undead Gladiator beatdown. Are you not entertained?
I'm fine with that. I mean, it's a 3/1. We need to close the door. Now's the opportunity.
I'm gonna clock out our opponent. Wait, what did we just cast? I thought we just cast Entomb. So what are we getting?
Roar of the Worm.
Roar of the Worm. Okay, 6/6 worm token.
Yep.
All right, that's pretty. That's real.
Yep. And then we're gonna pass, and we're gonna trigger land tax. Grab 2 lands. Does that indicate we're out of basic lands?
We just might be.
Okay.
And we really need Scroll Rack. If Andrew draws Scroll Rack right now, the game is blown wide open.
It's in the name of the deck archetype, so yes.
Gush. No, Andrew, you do not throw your lands into the graveyard to cast Gush. Wow, that card would be so much worse.
Well, we're going to put him there at the
Andrew's
cleanup
like,
step.
I don't want to play anymore. This game's stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reasonable.
All right. Well, great. We're going to go to game 3 here, which is wonderful. Let's see. Let's go look at our deck list again. All right. So if you are Andrew, is there anything else we want to change?
The game's so long and grindy, so if I didn't have deep analysis in my deck, I most certainly would.
You're on the play this game, so would you play deep analysis on the play?
Yeah, you've got more time to mess around with your mana. So yeah, it's clear.
Sure.
Clearly he brought him back to basics. That got duressed.
Yep.
So I'm thinking that really, actually, a null is insane. It counters,
Null is insane.
Keg, Deed, and Necro. I mean, I'll want the Irish Car Bomb. What do we call those now? I hear that you can't call those.
Our bartender has shown up to give us beverages.
Bartender? Oh, Lord have mercy. What do y'all want? I don't know if I can make it.
If that's not available, then gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic.
I have a beer down there.
No, that was directly directed at the audience.
So nulls are good. I'm sure that those are in the deck.
Yeah, null's really good.
If you're Hockey, we probably maybe want the second Nether Spirit.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it wasn't too much. Vendetta might be okay, but maybe not.
Yeah.
It wasn't too much going on. Signaling Dreams is probably not where we're at.
Yeah.
There's no enchantments to blow up, so we don't need our green spells. The only thing I can think of is this Another Spirit in Vendetta, maybe, but I don't think we're in the Haunting Echoes world.
So, on that note, Webb could have brought in the Graveyard Hate, like he had some Phyrexian Furnaces to
sure
nuke the
maybe this Winter Orb seems good.
Winter Orb could be okay. It's tricky because it's really hard to play Winter Orb when your opponent's removal is like Swords of Plowshares and Wrath of God, Winter Orb is really good.
Yes.
But when your opponent's removal is Powder Keg and Producer's Deed, Winter Orb is just another card that gets blown up by the removal spells. So it's tricky. You can't really lean into Winter Orb as much here as you might like.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if anyone's made any changes for Game 3. Andrew Webb will be on the play. Definitely looking to pick up a win to keep his seat in contention for top 4. Hockey might have a round to lose. X2 might be able to make it.
Yeah. X2 will make it. Also, like, we have like more rounds than we need, so weird records can get in.
Yep.
Not my record, but other people might get in.
We have. So this is round 5. When we have one more round of Swiss after this, we have a couple draws in the around the tournament already. So it's anyone's format.
All right. So the Winter Orb did come in. Ooh. All right. And the Winter Orb was scary. We got to stop it.
Yeah.
This is a pretty decent hand. Andrew might just decide to miss a land drop to trigger the land tax. Nothing in Hockey's deck. No. Yeah, we can't do that, buddy. They've got to have more lands in here. Stop.
No,
okay, they figured
no
it out.
cheats. No cheats.
But Andrew's like, yeah, I'm just
All
used
right.
to pulling all the lands out of my deck.
So we're playing at We're All Friends Ariel. So we're just going to shuffle the deck. It is random, and that's fine. And Andrew's going to take a draw step, and he's going to pass a land, not trigger his land tax. All right, so this is great for Hockey.
Yeah, so right now land tax is just white mana enchantment, has no text.
Yep.
But there is a trick here.
Oh, snap.
We can crack
therapy.
the fetch land and fail to find if we wanted to.
We can.
That's a kind of steep cost. Also,
no.
we got Mind Twisted. So, yeah, it's land tax against the world. Sure. Pass. Yeah, we don't want to play any more lands. Hockey's deck can't really win without playing more lands, so I feel like he's got to, besides Entomb for Nether Spirit, which is also... Okay, so we're going to trigger the land tax, and there's no brainstorm in this format. Otherwise, land tax would be way better. So we have to go get our scroll rack to turn the land tax and turn these lands into like actual cards.
Yep. And so we're gonna see Hockey get another spirit off this Entomb, and Webb is gonna go ahead and trigger his land tax. And so Webb is just kind of on top deck mode. He's going to have lands to cast whatever he draws.
When your opponent casts Duress, Cabal Therapy, you're going to be in top deck mode. Like, all your good cards will be in the graveyard.
This is exactly where Hockey's deck wants to be. This is exactly how you draw it up as a rock deck. So, we'll see what happens.
Oh, we've got to play. I think it could be Psychotog, Dr. Teeth.
Nope. Well, because we don't have any black mana to search up, it's not Psychotog.
No. Well, we've got a Polluted Delta.
Yeah, but there's only one swamp in the deck.
Oh,
and it's in the hand.
Okay, so it's not Psychotog.
Nope.
All right. Well, a good way to like get rid of a bunch of lands in your hand
is Psychotog. Sure. Okay, counter spell. That's fine.
This is great. The timing
Void Mage Prodigy, technically, for those following along at home.
Because now this guy's in play. This creature's in play before the Deed or Powder Keg show up, so maybe we can counter those on the way down, depending on how things play out here. Okay. Never mind.
Hey, look, we've got the card that answers everything in every stage of the game.
Yeah. All right. Well, we get to plow. Get to plow the Nether Spirit and rumble in with Wizard. This is, I believe, is this Kai Buddha's invitational card?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes. So Hockey in 3 games has gotten Another Spirit and not gotten any value off of it. He attacked for maybe 6-1 game, and that was it. So he's not gotten to sacrifice it to Cabal Therapy once, which is great. Andrew Webb has been able to sort it every time.
Away this stuff, sure, whatever.
Yeah, leaving Webb with one card in hand.
Rumble in with the Treetop Village.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Webb has got 2 mystery cards and a bunch of land, so I don't think Webb's still not in a great spot.
No, we need to top deck like Scroll Rack or Gush or Deep Analysis.
Deep Analysis is really good. Deep Analysis is great.
Oh no, Undead Gladiator Beatdown. It's not just some weird card that interacts with the graveyard. It's actually a 3-power creature.
We're cycling.
No, there's no beatdown here.
No, we were mistaken.
That's not the type of game we're about. We're about doing weird game actions.
All right, we're going to rumble in for 3 again.
Yeah, we're not going to forget that one.
No Sordid Plowshares from our opponent. Nope. Right, mystery card number 3. So now we're getting to into the territory where Andrew actually may have some real magic cards.
They're not creatures and they're not removal. They're not card draw spells. So maybe they're counter spells. You know, we're sitting around not doing anything.
Well, if they're counter spells, that's great for hockey.
Yeah, because we've got these man lands. Yeah, get them. Uh-oh, we're casting a spell. All right, Follow the Herd.
Call the Herd?
Do we have a counter spell?
I don't think we should be playing Call of the Herd if we have the ability to just activate, because we can activate both man lands.
That's true.
We can just do that and force our opponent to have removal, which he's shown that he doesn't have.
Yeah, same deal. Like we successfully determined. Ooh,
that's a big one.
All right, yeah. Get these cards the hell out of here. It's gonna get on. Yeah, cash them all out. Let's go to the library with Hermione Granger and find out all about magic, including removal spells. It's the best type of magic.
I might have actually discarded Call of the Herd to get back my Undead Gladiator, and then animated both of my man lands.
Yeah, that might have been better. All right, so we didn't draw Source of Plot. Well, I mean, if we did, we'll find out if we fire up these treetops.
Can hockey afford to attack with? I guess we can afford to lose a green source.
Yeah, we're doing okay.
Did I miscount? Is there only 3 green sources? That may be it. There's only 3 green sources.
Okay,
so that explains the play.
Double attacked.
Okay, I feel better about that.
Hockey playing like Gigapede or something obnoxious like that.
I
don't think so.
He's not playing he's not playing Gigapede.
Okay.
So his Gigapede is the Undead Gladiator.
All right.
All right. Well, we're gonna keg, and then we're gonna attack in. There's no Sword of Plowshares. We're gonna get one more activation out of this out of the scroll rack.
All right. We got some. Okay, so we play the Sea Drake. Oh, Psychotog. That's even better than Sea Drake because it beats up. I don't even know if I'd have played that land if I had a Psychotog in play. To be honest, I just kept this land to discard the Psychotog. But the Psychotog is years ago. Psychotog was incredible and it was bigger than everything.
Yes.
Now it's just okay. But yeah, Psychotog stops any sort of beatdown. It's just huge.
Well, we're gonna grab a blocker with this Nether Spirit. So we did bring in the second Nether Spirit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How many cards does Andrew have in hand? Not like 2 cards,
I think
but he's got a big
2.
graveyard. He's got a good graveyard.
Large.
Vendetta. All right, this could backfire.
Wait, I thought Vendetta could not target black creatures.
It does not target black creatures, which is why we're discarding it.
Yeah.
This makes perfect sense.
Boo, fun police. All right, we're gonna do some stuff. Probably cast Gush in response, maybe. All right, the Smother kind of made the game a little less interesting.
We don't need a fetch to cast Gush. We have these 2 tapped islands.
Well,
so we must be casting like actual counterspell.
I don't think that's in Andrew's deck. I thought he had Force, Daze,
it's not.
Gush. So,
you're correct.
He has nulls. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We're gonna find out.
The Landstill Mirror was the last round, and everybody had counter spells.
Yeah,
so
what a time to be alive.
Yeah, I was really hoping you'd like finish your game and come here and give us the masterclass.
I was too busy not drawing any lands in my 26 land Landstill deck.
that is not how you win playing Landstill.
Yeah, it was a real problem.
I lost.
Oh no! All right. Okay, we're activating the scroll rack in response. Looking for it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, we didn't find it. We got smothered.
That's good for hockey.
All right, pass. So, yeah, our mana is all spent that turn, doing weird game actions. We're scroll racking our whole hand.
All right, we've got 5 ends left in round. So these players, hockey's in control, but he needs to find a way to close out this game.
I don't know if Raj is watching, but this is what hockey says is the best deck in middle school.
Like, he's so wrong. Get out of the chat. Like, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, bro.
Creatureless rock. Yes.
So, I had said earlier in the chat, I thought that the best decks. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can get the Nether Spirit. Get wrecked, loser. Get wrecked.
No, we're coming after these Cabal therapies. We're a long way from getting. We have to like tap mana to get rid of the Nether Spirit.
That's fine.
I would do that.
Yeah.
I don't know why we didn't do that.
Well, it's still on our,
This is our. It costs 1 to tap. You have to tap it too, right?
1 to tap. Okay, so we decided we don't care about Nether Spirit because I don't know about that. I think we're at 6 life. Honestly, I feel like And we get to draw a card off of this. So it digs us deeper to get out of our hole. We're in a spot. Honestly, hard casting the Undead Gladiator is very relevant when you're at 6 life.
Yes.
3 power with the beatdown. All right, duress.
You don't have to tap the furnace to activate it, so that makes sense.
Okay.
You can just pay the 1.
We duress the annul, and once again, Andrew's left with a bunch of mana sources, so we're in trouble.
One of the things that happens very often in this green-black deck is that it doesn't have a lot of green sources, so we may not see double activation of your tree-type villages anytime soon, but we may not be going to time. Hockey's in a very commanding position. Next turn, he can come in for 9.
Yeah.
So
also, next turn, he can just like pop this powder keg and blow up the Siege Rake. So yeah, I think Andrew's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And so Andrew's deck is really sweet, but Hockey has decided, I think correctly, to make the game about Andrew's creatures, and he only has like 10 of them. And Hockey's just like, I'm just going to like kill all of the creatures, and it doesn't matter if you land tag, scroll, I can do all these other things. You know, there's only 10 cards that actually really matter. So he's just going to overwhelm.
There we go. We're going to blow that up. That is fine. We're going to activate a tree-type village, I imagine, here, just to make sure there's no Sword to Plowshares. I guess Sword to Plowshares is going to stop him from winning this turn, but
yeah,
we'll put him down to 3.
Do. I mean, there's no reason not to put him to the test. Because you've got a backup treetop, so yeah, just call.
Nope, that's going to do
does
it.
not have it. All right.
All right, well.
So at this point, I'm pretty sure Hockey is locked. Win, lose, or draw for top 4.
Excellent.
Andrew is in trouble. He's probably knocked out. And we've got one more round of middle school coming up. So we'll be back for that.
So this is the conclusion of round 5. We have 6 rounds of Swiss, so we have another round coming up of middle school. After that, we will take the top 4 players with the best records and best tiebreakers. Not top 8, top 4. We will switch back to vintage. So top 4 is going to be vintage. So if you saw us playing vintage earlier and say, where's the vintage? Keep watching. We'll get back to that for you guys. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get pairings up, get our next round started. It's going to be a blast. Stick around, and we will see you guys here in a bit.
Okay.
Sure. I was moving to get rid of the assassin already. Right, oh, it's gone.
Oh God.
Go ahead.
Sure.
I should have attacked.
Go ahead.
Sure. Combat.
Yeah. No blocks.
No blocks. All right. Once. So 6, 7.
Yeah. We're going to 13.
I've had people ask if that was my son. It's kind of weird.
Hypnotic Spectre.
God, yeah.
Go ahead.
Hammerheim?
Yes. No mountain walk for me.
You're 12?
Don't say that.
I got you. Thanks, man.
Gonna play standstill.
One card?
One card.
I just played this?
Yep.
Goblin King?
You got a Goblin King. need the card, Robert. 2, drain life.
Ooh, yeah. You go to 14?
I go to 14. And combat.
Yeah.
Two in the air, 2 on the ground.
Sure. Pick the one you want.
Sure. I want that one.
You got a wheel. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Go to 9. Go ahead. Yeah, now they're just 2 ones, but.
Sorry, I'm at 9.
Yes. Yep.
Let's swing.
For 3?
Yeah.
I'll take 3. Go to 11.
You got it. All right, man. Good match.
Yeah. As camouflage.
Okay.
And then I played 3 dual lands,
Right.
which you do not have in middle school.
Right.
But
because you could fetch for any blue duel with the wind.
I can do that. I can so I had a blue duel, I had a red duel, and a black duel.
City
They
of
were all part
Brass for
green.
Jackal Pup.
And you also had land grant for those
There you
duels,
go.
which you don't have here. So I think the mana problem will
Is a
kind of
Carnifade.
balance that deck out. Oh wow. Are we? Did we block? No,
I
we didn't
assume
block.
we blocked. No.
No, we
Yeah,
did block.
blocked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, we at
blocked.
least trade a Wax Wayne for a Carnophage.
Yeah, Ty still has to take damage from it, right?
Yeah. Which, you know,
Carnophage-
we've seen
did
could
Ty
stack
take
up.
the Carnophage damage though? It doesn't look like he did.
He did. He dropped down to 17.
But he's tapped City of Brass thrice, twice, and he's only
yeah.
representing the damage from the battle from the lands.
Yeah, definitely. We'll check in with him. I think we're there now.
Oh, we're there, and then was that Contagion? Is that why those Jackal Pups are gone?
Oh,
E-Plague on Pup. Okay, that's an
E-Plague on Pup. Oh, that's solid. All right, so Lorian's
like
trying to
it.
get his camera to focus here. So we'll
Lori's
just
basically cheating right now.
Earthquake.
The stakes are really low, folks. Lorian's a super good wizard, and he knows I would be messing with him. But it's always funny when people, in the middle of the match need to, refresh or something. There you go. Oh, Dark Lorian. There you go.
So we
there
tried
we
to
go.
trick
There
this
we go.
camera into focusing. All right, almost. Follow the card. Do it.
Follow your hand, his hand down. Almost. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. I can see. Oh, there you go, Lorian.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah. All right.
All right. I see an engineered plague. I see swamps. I see a cabal ritual there.
Oh, look. So we ritualed into priest into E-Plague.
Yeah. Brutal. Brutal.
Ouch. And now we get to attack for 2.
Ty really wants to do stuff here. What's he
Oh,
do?
no.
Mog Fanatic. Oh.
No more attacking. Roadblock.
And Mog Fanatic can kill our Appreciative Gex. Just pick it off.
Yeah.
So,
well, we
it's
get
not
to
great.
be on blocking duty until we need to. We can damage on the stack and still throw one at Lorian if we really need to.
Yeah.
But
It's
maybe
okay. I mean,
this
Lorian's still at 20. If I'm Lorian, I'm really happy about where I'm at right now.
Oh yeah, this is
And a
this is
Necro.
thrilling.
Okay, yes. I am again like Ty. Love you, man. But I really like Lorian's deck, so I'm getting excited. But your deck is super fire, dude. Again, make Rancor great again, right?
I mean, game 1, Ty had everything, and it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. I can't disagree with you.
And I think, like, if Lorian doesn't draw that one sideboard card, just maybe it's a spot removal instead. This is still not quite the same game.
Can't deal with two things. Yeah. Well, that's why I thought it was Contagion, because I didn't see the E play there.
Well, we saw two cards come down, right? We saw a black card and the other kill card. So we're gonna Rancor this Mog Fanatic, come in for
there
3.
It is. See, I would say outside.
And we're gonna block.
Calling for that.
Sure.
Do we have Contagion? There's no Contagion in the deck.
Nah, I think we're just blocking to remove the permanent. We'll put damage on the stack and then ping. So Lauren will still take 3.
Yep.
But Ty is running out of resources. We'll throw a cat.
Oh gosh, here's a cat with the Rancor. That's all the cards, and he's like, I'm done. And
totally told me I was wrong. He's not running out of resources. Still has all these.
Nothing up my sleeve. We want
chat commenting on the art choice for swamps.
Zuran Orb.
Ice Age swamps are great.
That's gonna keep us alive. And what we really want now is E-Plague on Cat.
Yep. Okay. I thought you called the shot for a second.
Oh, well, he still has 3 mana. He could make another one. Okay.
This is true.
Okay.
All right, we're going aggro.
All right. So we have Carnophage, we have Priest of Gix, and Lorian is looking like the aggro aggressor now. And he goes all the way to 5. He says,
yeah, there's no combination of cards in Ty's deck that can deal 5 damage right now.
So he says, yeah, do your worst. Which is a creature with a Rancor on it.
Well,
like, I'll do.
I don't even think we put Rancor in here. I think this is just on,
I mean, for Ty,
duty.
there's no. Yeah, for Ty, there's no reason to take damage. But yeah, and you can cast the Rancor next turn and still attack for if you want, or like you said, you just snipe off some guys.
We have a little bit of life to use as a resource on Ty's side, so we can take a turn off from blocking and try to snipe some guys starting after this turn.
My fans told me that my fans told me my face disappeared because I was getting into the map. I was like staring down at the screen. Your face disappeared. We didn't see you. All right, so here we go. Wait, is that Contagion?
Yes, that is
Contagion in the list. Did I just miss it?
Yeah, there's one in the main.
Oh, it's in the main deck. That's why. Okay, I was looking in the sideboard. Okay, I swore there was one. Okay, I love that card. It's one of my favorite Grim Tutor targets.
Oh, sure.
Because you can cast it for free after you
find it. All right, well, Lauren is showing all sides of his deck now. We are on the aggro plan, and now we've got 6 power.
Yeah. Is that a Withered Wretch? Yeah, he just put in dudes. He's like, I need more dudes.
Well, we can grab Rancor now. But
Withered Wretch is the solidest dude or dudette. Withered Wretch is a female, I would say.
I'm on board. I think it's a zombie. You can be whatever you want.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? We're back. Round 6 is just going to get started here shortly. However, it is not me and Woodrow in the booth. It's going to be just myself for the time being. I'll be joined by whatever player finishes their round first and comes back to join me. So we'll go ahead and get our next match here kicked off. We do have a bit of an odd pairing situation. We'll get to that in a moment. But we have 2 cool decks. We have Blue-White Landstill versus Green-White Terrageddon. A deck that wants to play, has land in its title, Landstill, is going to play against a deck that has Geddon in its land name, or in its deck name, to destroy all land. So it's going to be an interesting give and take. Landstill really has to have the right cards at the right time to kind of get where it needs to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we thank all of you guys who have been with us the whole way through so far. We've loved having you guys here. It's going to be great. So remember, after this round, we do get to go ahead and go to our top 4. It'll be great. So we've got Mike O'Malley and Woodrow. You look at those records and you say, what the heck is going on? This is correct. So we have 10 players in 6 rounds. Pairings get really weird the way that we're doing our events, but that's okay. So Mike is 401 between Vintage and Middle School, and Woodrow is 140. So Mike's going to be on the play here. They're both keeping 7, I am told. so they should be getting started here shortly. It's a pretty interesting development, right? To have the records that they have, but they're both two top-notch players. Woodrow is qualified for all of our invitationals, usually within the first couple of events, which is great. So he's a pretty strong player. Mike definitely making a strong showing here, having made two really good deck choices, it seems, for this event. So we'll see how this match plays out. Mike's going to go ahead and get it started with a Brush Lands and start with a Nimble Mongoose. And the goose is loose, and the game is afoot. All right. I can hear the players upstairs. They are definitely having words about this Mongoose. Cool. Goose is loose. All right. So 1 mana, 1/1 Shroud threshold. It gets +2/+2, becomes a 3/3. The only way that this Landstill deck has to answer a threat like Nimble Mongoose is a card like Wrath of God or blocking with a creature of equal or greater size, which is hard to do in a deck that plays no actual creatures main deck and just makes token makers or the man lands game 2. You can kind of peek and see Woodrow has a Sword to Plowshares in his hand, and we've got 2 Mongoose, which is insane against a Sword to Plowshare. So this is wonderful. This is great. This is going to be a good start. This is exactly what Mike O'Malley wants. We can find a way to get Threshold later. This is good against Sword to Plowshares. It's also going to be good against Standstill, theoretically. Now, we do have the factory here, so that is going to roadblock these Goose for a little bit once Woodrow gets some mana. But Mike's going to say, okay, that's fine. We're going to fetch. Mike can easily find ways to answer, sort of what Woodrow is presenting, and we'll see. Standstill is great though because it is going to be what he needs to kind of claw back and get more resources to find ways to deal with what Mike's going on. Because at this early stage, Mike is absolutely incentivized to play into this Standstill at a brisk pace, because he can really only be punished by Wrath of God. And Woodrow has shown no white mana so far. So Mike will go ahead and fetch and then cycle end step to put more cards in the graveyard. We are 5 cards away from our threshold count. We get a Dust Bowl, which is going to be great down the road. Not good now. If you saw our Landstill mirror, you saw how good Dust Bowl is against the lands in the Landstill deck. It's definitely good in this deck because we want to get to Threshold. We don't mind sacrificing our lands. We're going to play Zoran Orb to break the Standstill. Okay. So, curious. This implies that we have something else that we want to do this turn because we want to play spells. Now, Woodrow, his mana is tapped, but we still may be able to play Force of Will. So we're going to see what we're going to play. Is that Aquarian Dryad? The glare is kind of in the way. I believe that is Aquarian Dryad. We're going to take a pain off of that. And does this resolve? Woodrow's going to untap and say, yes, it does. So we did see a Sword of Plowshares in Woodrow's hand. We need a white mana to cast a Sword of Plowshares. Do we have the white mana? Let's find out. If not, Woodrow could be in bad shape here because we can just start growing this Aquarian Dryad, and it will outclass this factory very quickly. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take care of this Dust Bowl. I think that is a great decision. It does keep Woodrow down on cards he can cast. He definitely seems starved for white mana, and he seems to have too many cards in hand, which would make sense. We did resolve Standstill, so we're going to discard probably 2 cards. 3 cards. No, just the 2. Should be just the 2. All right, so we're going to discard 2 basic islands. That makes sense. We seem to be fine on blue mana. What we need here is white mana for a Sword to Plowshares to get rid of this Aquarian Dryad now before it really becomes too much of a problem. We're going to waste... okay, now we're off to the races. This is real bad for Landstill. So, Woodrow may have the record of a 1-4 for this event, but he's not a 1-4 player typically. So, this is just bad beats. I think the Terrageddon deck has had the best possible draw to kind of stop. So it's not a Aquarian Dryad. It is a Werebear. Okay. So that's fine too. Werebear is solid. It's 2 mana 1/1. Just tap for green mana, and with Threshold it becomes a 4/4, I believe. It gets +3/+3. I'm gonna look it up. It's been a hot minute since I've seen the Werebear. Werebear. Well, give +3/+3. Yeah, so it does become a 4/4. There's a human bear druid. Right. We do get a white source. We send the Werebear farming, rather. But that's okay. We've got 5 cards in our graveyard. And we got Zoran Orb and 2 lands. So if we want to, at any time, we can make these gooses 3/3s. Which would make them... I think right now, honestly, if I'm Mike O'Malley, I say, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to sacrifice both my lands, hit you for 6, put you to 6, and say you've got 1 land and 1 turn to find a way to stop this. Yeah, that would have been great. Because now you'd have 2 6/6s, you'd block, you'd attack, he'd have to block with the factory, you'd be winning. So I think now you can still do it. It's not quite the same effect. I don't think Woodrow can do anything against these geese for 2 mana. So I think you just attack in with both. If he blocks, it's got Summoning Sickness, so you can go ahead and sacrifice both of your lands to make these geese bigger. You will eat the factory. Yeah, I definitely think Mike had a path to victory had he sacrificed both lands the previous attack, and then he could have attacked in here. Woodrow would not have had enough time or resources to fight back. But this is going to give Woodrow time to kind of fight back in. We still don't have any white sources, so we're still far away from the Geddon. We have chosen that we're not going to block. Now we can block for profitably and actually trade with the goose. So I think what we're looking for is maybe another wasteland here. This is a shame because I think Mike is, might have to lose a goose where he otherwise could have won the game. We'll see here. Woodrow deciding, yeah, I'll just take the 2. This is good though, because now, well, Woodrow now has the Wrath of God. Okay, so this is exactly what we were worried about. Mike has, Mike is going to get Threshold. Unfortunately, his goose are going to the graveyard. And now this is Woodrow's game to win, as Mike is throwing away his board state when I think he had a path to victory. He just needed, it was counterintuitive. You had to nuke your own board, but you could have gotten there. And now we're going to see Wasteland take care of this land. Okay, yeah, now the screws are turning, and Woodrow is saying, okay, I'm here to play. This is where Woodrow's sweet spot is. He knows that he's got the mana advantage now. We're going to play a land. We've already shown that we don't have the cards to cast. There must be something really good in Mike's hand for him to think he needs all of his mana to cast it. Fact or Fiction, showing Standstill, Plane, Sword to Plowshares, Sky Cloud Expanse, and a counterspell. We're going to group the land over. I don't think you can give land counterspell. I don't think you can do counterspell Standstill either. Ay. This is coming off the rails for Mike, I think. This is a really hard split. I think you might have to do. I think you split the land. I think that's just the easiest thing. You just split the land, and then you decide what are the cards they want. We'll see if Mike goes ahead and do that. Mike does indeed split the land. He does want to give his opponent counterspell and swords. I think that's fine. I think you don't want to give your opponent standstill. Your opponent already has the ability to cast standstill and attack with the factory. Woodrow's, of course, is just saying, I need more cards. I need more answers. I could just draw these 3 cards right now rather than cast a standstill and draw 3 cards later. I think that's fine. And here we go. So we're going to play the Fairy Conclave, tapped, pass the turn. And Mike's going to have to find more land if he wants to get back into this fight. Humility. All right. Now it doesn't matter what Mike plays. His creatures are going to have a hard time getting through the finish line. Now, if you ever played Humility with the man land, Humility interacts with layers, and the man land's abilities act with layers in such a way that these are going to become 2/2s, even though Humility is in play. Humility says, hey, this is going to be... Woodrow is not in the booth. He was in the booth last round. I haven't changed the thing. It is just me. But thank you for tuning in and catching that. It is Robert only. Look at that. It's just me. But yes, so Woodrow's going to go ahead and activate both these man lands here. Swing in 4/4. Layers is a very fun thing with Humility. Do we have a Sword to Plowshares? Yeah. All right. Who's going farming? This 2/2 factory is going farming. There are 10 players in the Invitational and 6 rounds. We start with 3 rounds of Vintage, and then we progress to 3 rounds of Middle School. The records stay the same. So if you played someone in Vintage, you're not going to play them again in the Middle School portion. And we've had some draws and some other weird things, so it creates some really weird pairing scenarios. So you can see Mike is 4-0-1 and Woodrow is 1-4. As Chad has pointed out, farming is not allowed. We will leak that. So, yes, Woodrow has turned the corner. He's being aggressive here. We're going to go ahead and counterspell this Sword to Plowshares. And, hey, look, it looks like I'm being joined by Tweety.
Hello.
Turn you one.
I just got beat by Ivory Tower, which is really good against red.
Tweety's playing Mountains and got beat by Ivory Tower. Womp womp.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to see Mike's deck.
This is game 1. Now, unfortunately, Mike had the opportunity to win the game and then didn't see the line and lost the game.
What was the line?
The line earlier, he had 2 monkeys in play. Woodrow was at 12. And he had the ability to sacrifice his entire land base of 2 lands to get Threshold, attack for 6. Woodrow was on 1 land in play. He would not have had the resources to play a land and deal with the other 2 mongoose on the crackback. So
I still feel like that. All right, so mongoose is one of those cards where it's like, since it's untargetable, holy cow.
Hey, look at this. Here's their answer to a man land. Hey, Woodrow could not counter that fast enough. Look at that. Get that out of here. There's no getting here.
Dude, it was
no,
like...
I want my land.
It was targeted. It landed directly on top of it.
That projectile counter. That was... that was great. Could not counter that fast enough.
Oh my gosh. We got Travis in the chat.
Travis is in the chat. What's up, buddy?
What is Travis doing in the chat?
You
got your elves, Travis? What's up?
I can hear him say, absolutely not, from Columbus. Yes. Get that out of here. Absolutely. 100%. So
I can't even count how many times Travis has beat me with Thalia, so I'm not going to think about it. Anyway, back to
here. So Woodrow is at 2 from his pain land. So casting some of these spells isn't free, but I believe we've got the tools needed to get out of here. Mike's at 5. We are.
I mean, this is garbage time for. I mean, like.
What do you have another Mishra's Factory?
How does Mike come back from this spot? I just think it's over.
I don't think he does. Honestly, I don't think that he does.
I mean, obviously.
Hey, well, we had the corrosion reclamation, so we're gonna sacrifice that.
Whenever Woodrow starts throwing cards,
the
game is probably over.
Woodrow's at 1 now, so his Darkar Waste don't tap for mana. He still has a Skyclave Expanse, and he's got some basic islands and basic plains. He's okay. Mike got him down quite a bit, but
it doesn't matter. There's no threat on board.
Right, there is no threat. Mike's at 9.
Dude,
so
Woodrow might as well be at 40. I don't know. So Mongoose is the perfect card against Woodrow.
It is.
But you need to win when they're in play.
Well, and that's Mike had the opportunity to do so. It was very unintuitive. He had to sacrifice his lands to his Zoran Orb and leave himself with no land to do that.
Holy crap.
Yep, another counter
he
spell.
Didn't throw it this time.
He did not throw it this time. Are we?
What is Woodrow's favorite card?
Oh, we just forced it. Okay, we didn't actually counter spell it. We forced it.
No, it was a counter spell.
He put the counter spell back in his hand and tapped more land and played. I'm gonna force this because force doesn't do anything at 1 life, so that makes sense. You know, Mike's tapped out.
Armageddon seems like the kind of card that Woodrow would really likes.
Woodrow, yes. Well, I was talking to everybody at the beginning and said that Land still has the word land in its deck title, and Terrageddon has Geddon in its title of the deck, and so they are the exact opposites of each other in this case. So it is definitely.
Mr. Collier from I watched the top 4 of the last league, and I was really hoping that he had brought in Geddon. It didn't make sense to bring in Geddon in that white mirror.
Sure.
The Rebels mirror. He
right.
was playing
Rebels versus White or something. Yeah.
But it was like there were so many turns where it was like if he has Wasteland,
sure,
he takes him off blue.
Hey, we got a threat. Mike has deployed a threat. It is a 1/1 because of humility.
Really good actually in this format because it tutors up Wasteland.
It does tutor up Wasteland, which is very big in this format.
Yeah, and there was I think we had a semis or finals where that card came into play and then it just got Wasteland 4 turns in a row and it just won.
Woodrow is a real stand for Goblin Guide, Chalice, Gideon, Geddon. Yep, sure.
Dude, one of my favorite moments ever playing against Woodrow is he was playing what was the old mono blue legacy deck with Candlestick in it?
Oh, like the High Tide.
High Tide. He was playing High Tide. So I go turn 1 Goblin Guide and he probes me or something and I reveal other Goblin Guide.
Oh my gosh.
And he was just like, all right, that's it. I quit.
So
I refuse to play against 2 Goblin Guides.
Mike's going to deploy the Weathersteed Wayfarer and the Terravore as 2 1/1 threats under humility. Woodrow's going to counterspell 1 and send the other 1 farming. We're going to main phase Enlightened Tutor. I think what we're looking for might be
power, maybe?
I don't know if we have tower in the deck. I mean, this is land still, right? So we're probably going to grab maybe a powder keg. We do have the list.
Keg would be good. Keg is great.
Standstill. Standstill's also fine too. I think that's also very reasonable.
Do you have Mike's list?
We do have Mike's lists. Yeah, so we can take a look at that.
Is he playing Nantuko, whatever it is that makes the 4/4?
Let's find out.
What's that? What is that? Nantuko Monastery.
Yes. I believe he is playing the Monastery. He's also playing 61 cards, which we'll discuss here when we get to sideboards.
I mean, that sounds like Mike.
So we'll take a look at that here in a bit. I might have to resize that one for the screen.
Look at this record, though.
But Woodrow, I know. Mike has a good record. Woodrow is definitely saying, hey, you got to earn this one. You don't just get to trounce in here with your 401 record.
I don't want to be like
Woodrow is
Brian
fighting
Hockey,
back.
But I feel like if I was Mike, I would have entered the scoop phase.
Cataclysm!
It's not going to resolve.
But we can want it to resolve.
Yeah, he could keep casting spells into Woodrow's full hand, but, we could see Woodrow's hand. It's got I see a Force of Will. For sure.
Yes.
I still don't know what initiative does.
So chat's pointing out that we
Travis
had the
tells us-
monastery that was in play earlier and got sacked.
Oh, he had a Nantuko Monastery earlier.
He can't force of will, so he has to actually have actual counterspell, which he can cast. Well, there's mana burn, so he can't. Well, no, we have the manland to funnel into. So we can make another sky. We can make Skyclave make a blue, which then pairs the other blue from our Fairy Conclave.
Gonna fall for something. Yep.
Back to fiction. Okay, well, so we're just gonna draw cards. All right. So this is gonna resolve because he's at 1 and can't. Yeah, get all these Force of Wills. They do nothing. You can have all the Force of Wills.
Yeah. So I mean, the fact that it's game 1, him not having like a silver bullet for low life. It's kind of in a bad position for him. You can bring up their list, right?
I can, and we will in a moment. But
Okay.
so Mike's split here. I'd put both Force of Wills together because they both do nothing.
Well, then don't put them together. Separate them.
Well, sure, but either way, you could separate them. Put
I
a
would
mana
separate
leak.
'em.
Yeah, this is fine. Powder keg, land. I actually, because we don't want to give him land and mana leak. Although I guess we could play around it, so that would be fine too. But we're going to do this, and I think what we're going to do is sacrifice, because we played a spell in response, and now we've got perfect information, we can sacrifice 3 lands to the Zoran Orb.
I don't know why you put 3... like, it seems to me like if you're resolving Cataclysm, you put the land with the Force Will and everything else in the other pile. But, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Because him having a blue source is going to be huge now after the Cataclysm.
So we did not sacrifice lands, even though we had priority. That's another misstep, but that's okay. That's okay.
That's fine.
I mean, Mike's at 5. And there's a man land in play, so like the 6 life is not meaningless.
Oh man, yeah.
Especially when you kept the brush land, right, as the 1 mana source. So I think that is a missed opportunity. Woodrow giving.
Does he have land in his hand because he's going to play a 4/4 werebear on his turn probably?
It's going to be a 1/1 werebear.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of his creatures match up against the 2/2, so I think we absolutely needed to have gained that life to give ourselves time to do this. Yeah, gaining 6 life would have been great. We're just going to get the wasteland, so Mike's had one real opportunity to win the game and another opportunity to give himself more time to find a way out of here.
Well, regardless if Mike loses, he's still going to top 4, I think.
Oh, yes. No, Mike is locked for top 4, I believe.
But
he wants the better seed.
But I mean, absolutely, those 2 mistakes. But also with the fact of fiction, it's like the land was the most important card in the.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, and that's true. You knew that there was going to be a land, which meant that we were going to activate this factory again. So you needed to give yourself more time to answer the factory, which there are a few. You have some wastelands in the deck. You have some other stuff. So let's take a look at the decks. Let's go ahead and look at Mike's deck first. Terrageddon. So we've got
he's only got 1 Nantuko Monastery.
We've got 1 Nantuko Monastery. This is true. There is a single Windswept Teeth on the bottom to complement his play set, I believe. So I'm going to leave that off screen. But yeah. No, that's just the 1 Windswept Teeth. Yeah, so just 1 Windswept Teeth. But if we take a look, we've got some Brush Hoppers, some Exalted Angels main deck, Werebears, a lot of good 1-drops and 2-drops. So this is a really good curve against the Landstill deck.
He doesn't really have anything, though, that's like a trump card against Landstill. I mean, I guess he's main decked against Landstill, right? So,
yeah, being main deck against Landstill is fine. These Mystic Enforcers don't really do too much.
I mean, Naturalize is great.
Naturalize is good for the man land. So you can bring in some Naturalizes to just hedge against these 2/2s.
I mean, I didn't see the beginning of the game, but it's really possible in this matchup to resolve a Weathered Wayfarer and just lean on it.
Yes, Weathered Wayfarer is good. All right, let's take a look at what Woodrow's deck has. So typical Landstill, we've got a lot of good creature interaction and counterspell magic in the main deck. We're playing 2 copies of Decree of Justice, 2 copies of Wrath of God. I think those are important to note. We do have a main deck copy of Disenchant and a main deck copy of Powder Keg. Those are good. Let's see. We've got the 4 factory, and we've got how many conclaves? 2 conclaves. Okay, cool. And then we have...
So
feature match
like,
contestants are going to have...
There's so many cards in Woodrow's sideboard that are interesting to me in this matchup. Like, I'm kind of curious what he's going to bring in, because the trump cards that Mike has are so good that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like Meddling Mage comes in every match.
Sure.
I mean,
I think Meddling Mage is great. I think you can name Meddling Mage, you can name Armageddon, and just not have to worry about it.
Right.
Mike doesn't have a lot of ways to enter.
Real sweet.
Teferi's mode is good.
Yeah.
I think that is definitely solid.
I'm so happy to see him playing that. But even Exalted Angel has play. I mean, we don't know what Mike's trying to do, but if your plan is to, like, you know, go 1, 2, 3, 4 with your cards, and Meddling Mage is one of them, then a card like Exalted Angel could just win the game.
So chat is saying we probably bring in the Angels. I think that makes sense. Moat seems great. And maybe Teferi's response. If we're worried, you know, just to save a land, or if we want to counter Dust Bowl and get rid of it. those all seem fine.
I think that's true, but I really feel like Meddling Mage is the kind of card that could come in and name Armageddon. Or it could come in and name Weathered Wayfarer. I mean, it could name it. Yeah, or it could block. I mean, but and it's just one of those cards that, like, it's really hard to interact with sometimes. Obviously, Nimble Mongoose is insane in this matchup. It's like an all-star. And I wish I would have seen it in play before I got here, but that seems like a really bad card for Woodrow.
So I think Mike is absolutely bringing all 3 copies of Naturalize because of humility and actual moat.
And Mistress Factory.
Mistress Factory, so that all makes sense. I think that's fine. Players are resolving their mulligans here, so they're going to get started here shortly. I think it's interesting. So, Mike had several opportunities there to win the game 1 in the very beginning. And then also to extend the game and give himself another chance. Woodrow did go to 1, which made any threat lethal. We had a lot of opportunity there. We'll see what Mike is to do. Mike will be on the play again. We have a Mox Dipin opener, which is great. So the only real threat Woodrow could have would be Force of Will. Get rid of, Monastery, that's fine. Play a Werebear. That's fine. It accelerates the mana.
It's fine, but like the nature of this matchup is Mike's in the back seat unless he has these untargetable spells. Like Woodrow can play a trump card and just send him back to the Stone Age.
Sure.
And that's my fear whenever I'm playing a list like this against Landstill, is that something like this is going to happen. Like, Mox Diamond is insane. We all know it's crazy.
Mox Diamond is an incredible card in this format for sure.
But when you're on the play, you're playing Mox Diamond and your opponent has a 2-for-1, it feels bad. It's a feel bad,
Yep. Well, we're going to go ahead and get in with this Werebear. We're not going to use it for mana. So we're going to see what Mike follows up with. Another Werebear. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
and a
fine.
Treetop Village is good. All right, so we just need to find a way to get Threshold, and this is easily enough pressure for the rest of the game.
I hope he doesn't have Wasteland right here. He doesn't, though, so I'm assuming he's playing...
I sense a Sword to Plowshares coming, but...
Does he have Prohibit, or no?
No, Woodrow does not have Prohibit.
Damn, the aggression.
I would absolutely be aggressive right here. I'm priced into just attack. I want to kill my opponent as fast as possible. Woodrow's deck favors the long game, and this is exactly how Mike put himself in a good position last game.
Something inside of me would want to bluff Armageddon every turn.
You can still bluff it. You have these Werebears. If you had Armageddon, you just cast it.
I feel like when you Alpha Strike in that spot, it's kind of desperate, but that's just my opinion.
I think if you had Armageddon, you would just cast it with 2 Werebears on play. But even then, only getting like 2 land is not a recipe for success against Landstill. You need to get 3, maybe 4. Getting it on turn 3, like if we were to cast Armageddon right now, I think it would be phenomenal.
Right.
Because we'd still have 3 mana sources in play. We'd put 4 cards in the graveyard.
He's slow rolling that Weathered Wayfarer too, which seems wrong to me. His opponent's got 2 non-basics in play.
Yeah, I think being aggressive in these turns, I think, is totally fine. We're not going to commit to the board. We don't need to cast any more spells into Mana Leak, potentially.
So he fetches up Plains and he plays Weathered Wayfarer. I mean, he gets blown out by Wrath, but he still has Treetop Village, so...
So we have 5 power on the board, and Woodrow's only interaction at this point is going to be Wasteland or Sword to Plowshares.
Right.
Which means he needs to have very specific cards to answer this board state. And I think that means not deploying any more cards is totally reasonable, so that way we don't turn on the rest of the counter magic in his hand, allowing him to draw out of this stage even further. So I do respect being aggressive here. We don't commit any more resources.
That's just like the kind of player I am, where
Sure.
it's like I want to kick people when they're down. Really
Landstill is only down in the very beginning of the game.
See,
All right.
the Wrath of God. So
this is fine, though, because we've still
slow
got...
rolling Weathered Wayfarer is probably fine. Because now he can just...
Now he can Weathered Wayfarer and activate Treetop Village.
Yeah, and he can then start wastelanding Woodrow out, hopefully.
Yeah, and chat's pointing out that letting Woodrow, get to the point and, with a high enough life total that he's got mana to cast, Decrees or Fact of Fictions or even Angels, is not a good spot to be.
That's a nimble.
No,
Mongoose.
well, Mongoose is great. This is fine.
I think it's great too.
You know, we've got 4 cards in the graveyard. We still have Armageddon mana.
I agree with you. I just think that Woodrow's deck is all about land drops. Land drop.
Sure.
Land drop.
Okay, there's
land
the
drop.
Wasteland, which is fine, and we've got an Angel in play. All right, so we've got the Angel in play. So, all right, if I'm Mike, do I cast? This is suspiciously.
Strike.
This is suspiciously also Mana Leak mana.
He's got a plow in his hand.
He's got a plow, but he can't cast the plow this turn, which is fine because there's nothing to plow.
Yeah, he does. He has a Mox Diamond.
Oh, you're talking about Mike has a plow.
He can just plow
Sure.
the Angel.
I think plowing the Angel's fine. Woodrow, I'm trying to see if there's a Mana Leak in Woodrow's hand. Because we have 4 mana.
So he
and
plows first, pays for Mana Leak if he has to.
Well,
He's not
yes.
gonna do that, but
no.
What is that?
I believe is
that the weird
Scry
word?
Shroud Elite. It gets bigger if your opponent's got a non-basic land, I believe. Let's go look at Sky Shroud Elite.
Yeah, I would have loved with plow because the Angel's gonna just destroy him. I think.
Sky Shroud.
So activating Angel is 4 mana.
I believe. I don't remember what unflipping it is. Sky Shroud Elite gets +1/+2 as long as your opponent controls a non-basic land.
I don't think that was what it was because he turned over a bunch of cards.
Oh, that was mulch.
It was mulch.
Not Sky Shroud Elite.
So-
Ignore me. Thanks, chat.
I mean, that's good for the Mongoose, but
Yeah, Mongoose will beat through this Angel, and now Woodrow's it too. So we can fly in though. We're gonna gain 4 next turn, which is a real problem.
but it's if he flips Angel and can't protect it with a Mana Leak.
Yeah, then Woodrow's in a tight spot.
Yeah, but I still think you lead with plow and then you mulch.
We might have a force though. I see a force in his hand. There's a force in blue card.
Okay.
So we're fine.
Man, I don't know if we're fine. If he has force blue card, then I think that Mike is in real trouble.
Well, we're not playing around Mana Leak right now, so
yeah.
Which I think might be the other blue card in Woodrow's hand.
This is why the Weathered Wayfarer would be so good because he could set up these turns where he can deny him. No, it's gonna get countered, but he can deny him mana for permission. It's like you put the Weathered Wayfarer in play, and then you set up these turns where you get Wasteland, and you deny him certain colors to resolve your spells. But dude,
Woodrow decided to let it resolve.
He plowed the Exalted Angel, so what do I know? I guess
He's decided to let that resolve, which is a very patient and calculated player with this deck.
It takes 2 white. He doesn't have 2 white, does he? Oh yeah,
he has 2 white, but he has to go to 1 to do it. We're gonna Wrath. Okay, this is fine. So we'll Wrath now. We'll waste.
He respects Mongoose.
And we still have force and blue card to counter the follow up. Dust Bowl's big. Well,
he could play Dust Bowl and Wayfarer, and that would be pretty good.
I don't know if he has the Wayfarer.
I think he's been holding it all game.
Well, if he has, then that is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's what I was implying.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Mongoose. Oh, get that out of here.
Yeah, that's
Teferi's response. Yep. Nope.
That seems like
he had the response too for the
Teferi's response. Such an amazing card.
There's the Wayfarer.
I told
okay.
you it was there the whole time.
Good.
So now,
this can get him another manland too.
Or it could just take him off blue. You know?
Yeah, force him to use this at Dakar wastes.
It matters what he's trying to do, but I mean that's how I like to play my Wastelands. I don't know about you.
That is a fine way to play Wastelands.
Tutoring up. I mean, being able to tap him to just Wasteland someone is really good.
I agree. All right. What are we tutoring for? What do we want?
Does he have a land protection spell other than Teferi's response? Oh, that's really
Powder
good.
Keg. Yeah,
fine.
Powder Keg seems fine. Because now we can check the manlands that this Weatherseed Wayfarer can grab.
And it just deals with that card because that card is a problem.
Yeah, it also blows up the Mox Diamond.
Ooh.
Now it's gonna go on top of the deck, so we don't have it yet. But
we hardcast it, so let's see what happens.
How did we? Oh, we upkeep this.
Yeah.
Okay, we upkeep. So we hardcast it. So we're gonna let him have the diamond for it now. I'd cash in the diamond for
He's not gonna kill the diamond. That Wayfarer is a huge problem. He's gonna get.
I might. You know what I might have done? I might have actually just attacked for 1 and put Woodrow to 1. That's what I would have done.
No, that's actually a really good idea.
That shuts off a Darker Waste. It shuts off Force of Wills. It shuts off Fetch Lands. That's what I would have done.
It doesn't progress the board. So Mike's got a completely different plan than I do. Like,
sure.
I just feel like, to me, Wayfarer is one of those cards where it's just like, you get 4 Wastelands, then you figure out what the next card is. And, but that's just me. I don't know.
All right. So now, the question is now do we attack with Wayfarer or do we activate it?
I think you definitely activate it. You can take him off Fairy Conclave, which is huge. You make him have to use the powder keg on the Wayfarer because if he
can't. The powder keg's sure, that's fair.
Like the Wayfarer is incremental value, right? You know?
I think we're gonna force if we Dust
not
Bowl.
Anymore.
Well, we knew the Dust Bowl's in the hand, so this all makes sense. So I think we can tutor waste.
You know what's up, Travis.
Since
we're on the same page.
Isn't Lether, you just leverage it every turn until Woodrow addresses
too.
it. That's fine. Well, and that's what I think, I would have done it like maybe once.
I mean, look at this. He's activating Dust Bowl, and now he's activating Weather Wayfarer for Wasteland. Or is he attacking?
He's attacking to put Woodrow to 1. I like Woodrow being at 1 turns off a significant amount of the attack plan, especially because since Powder Keg is forced to stay at 0 to check this.
Yeah, but if he tutors up a friggin' Wasteland, he just now.
Well, that's what we can tutor. We can tutor up a land, and then because not like Woodrow still doesn't have any blockers right now.
Right,
We got rid of the blocker.
What I'm saying is like Wayfarer up a Wasteland. It forces him to use Powder Keg on.
Yeah, so that's
Wayfarer,
it.
And then you just kill him with the Treetop Village.
Well, if you can force the keg to go away, but in any case, this game is going to go to Mike 1-1. So Mike's going to go ahead and tie this game up.
Theoretically, it could have been 2-0, right?
Theoretically, it could have been 2-0. Yes, absolutely. So Mike definitely had the opportunity to make this 2-0, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and move to game 3. Our opponents have 13 and a half minutes to get to the next game. I'm going to go upstairs real quick and let them know, and I will be right back.
Want me to do it?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll grab a drink. You want something?
Yeah, another beer. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our sideboard plan here again. It is cut to top 4. So Mike is locked for top 4 for sure. Woodrow playing for the highlight reel. So our Terrageddon opponent is playing the 61 card special. You'll see that Windswept Heath at the very bottom there. It's the 61st card. And notably, the sideboard options really only 3 naturalizes to deal with manlands, powder kegs, problematic enchantments, things of that sort. Right deck, we've got Landstill, typical stock Landstill list. Woodrow opting for the creature package on the board. We did see him bring some amount of Exalted Angels in from the sideboard for this game too. We also saw Teferi's Response. There may be Teferi's Moat as well. All powerful cards. Now, we don't see actual Moat, which is a little surprising. Looking to see if it's hidden away. Oh, there is a Moat in the main deck. So we have 1 Moat and 1 Teferi's Moat. So, yes. We have those to kind of stop this creature package from attacking us and getting us from, 20 to 0. But it should be interesting. Players deciding on their mulligans are keeps right now.
Yeah, I mean, Nimble Mongoose, man. That card, I think, is the kicker in this matchup.
Mongoose is great in this deck.
I mean, you saw Woodrow; he respected it to a way where he spent 4 mana to get rid of it. I mean, Mongoose, I think, is underplayed in the format, period, because it's really hard to interact with.
All right, so we're going to Island pass into Diamond Treetop Village. We're going to waste the treetop. Yep, get that out of here.
It's like
That's
Woodrow
fine.
can see his hand or something.
All right, so we don't have any 1 or 2 drops. Wow, I do see an Exalted Angel hiding out in Mike's hand, so you will morph that next turn.
Wait, Mike's playing Angel?
Mike does have some number of Angels main deck. I have a suspicion that there's a mana leak hiding out here.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
Yep.
So Woodrow's on the play, right? So
Woodrow's on the play for this
Mike's
game,
got
yes.
Dust Bowl, Angel, something.
Dust Bowl,
Woodrow's
Angel is
got
not great.
Force, 2 planes, a Mistress Factory. What are those other
Forest
cards?
Plains, Mistress Factory,
Island.
Island. All right.
That was my best guess, guys. What's that card on the far right? Powder Keg?
Possibly. Yes. No, I don't know. I want to say it's Dust Bowl, but I don't think he's playing a Dust Bowl.
Hey, it's Impulse.
Sure.
There it
All right,
is.
Morph. All right, whatever could it be? We have open deck lists. We know what it is. We know it's an Exalted
He's
Angel.
holding Forcible. He's going to let it resolve. Damn.
So once upon a time, Travis and myself got back into Magic, went to PAX one day to play Legacy after not playing for forever. We just sleeved up the decks that we had from, 4 years prior. And of course it was like a blue-white control deck. Travis, morphs in an Angel, and then turns over the Exalted Angel, and then from across the room you hear Woodrow going, "What? What year is this?" As he
Dude,
flips over the Exalted.
that
It was
works,
great.
Man. Sometimes playing stuff that people don't expect it works.
It was great.
Some people sit on old decks and they keep playing them and they do well. Trust me, I know. I played Show and Tell for years and years.
Woodrow said, "What is this? A '57
Oh.
Chevy Corvette?" Oh, we flipped it over. All right. Well, the beats are on. That thing should have vigilance. Oh, wait, we attacked and unmorphed. Okay, so it is tapped and attacking.
We're gonna have an Angel off. Is that what's happening right here?
That's not the kind of content we have on our stream, Tweety.
Man, this is not. If I was Mike, I don't know what he has in his hand, but I don't want to race Woodrow with Angels.
Well, so the way that you beat a control deck, at least in my head, is you present 4 power, which Mike has done, and then you do not deploy any more resources, and you ride that 4 power until they answer it, and then you force them to do something, which in this case is unmorph your own Angel.
Travis, Angel definitely. It doesn't have lifelink, right?
Angel has neither village nor lifelink.
It's got what lifelink was before it was lifelink.
It's old lifelink. Okay.
It definitely doesn't have vigilance.
I just assume Angels all have vigilance because of Sarah Angel, so it's just a thing.
What is happening?
Oh, he's gonna show his
blinging off?
His bling. All right, fine. I guess Woodrow flew down here. He gets to do this.
Man.
Chat saying that they have lost because they had delayed lifelink. This is true.
Dude,
it is a trigger.
I've actually lost because of delayed lifelink.
Especially in middle school, we have damage on the stack.
It really sucks when it happens.
So we're gonna wasteland there. We're just gonna bounce lifelink triggers off of each other for a little bit.
Naturalized was one of the cards. This Brush Hopper? Yep.
Brush Hopper.
I think his hand is naturalized Mongoose, right?
I might have played. No, I wouldn't have played the Mongoose.
Brush Hopper's really good because if he casts a sweeper,
you can't Wrath, yeah,
which he has to because we're in racing now.
Yep.
Dude, Brush Hopper is. I used to play that card back.
That card was 3 mana, 3/4, blew my brain. I of course was a red player, so that broke all of the wheels in my brain.
It's really funny.
And then when I finally tried to kill it one time, I was like, "Oh, just discard 2 cards, unsave it," and I was just like, "No, table flip."
It's really funny for me to think that at one point I actually played a green card.
What?
Hey,
that's true.
It was a long time ago.
Chat, you can't see my face, but it's complete Pikachu
now.
shock.
I know better now.
Tweety playing green cards is kind of like the Chevy, or drove the Chevy to the levee, and the levee was wet. That's what that is.
Dude, Brush Hopper is actually pretty good here.
Yeah, it's another 3 power, which is very significant.
So how does it read exactly? Do you have to discard to make? How do you phase it out?
You discard 2 cards from your hand
Okay.
to remove it from the game, and it will come back at the end step.
If you have 0 cards, you can't do it.
Correct.
Ooh, God, Cataclysm is so good.
Cataclysm!
Cataclysm is like underplayed and just so good every time. The crazy thing about the stream was the whole like animate a Mistress Factory and keep 2 factories.
Yes,
That
yes,
was so
you
great.
can. Cataclysm. Hey, you have 2 Mistress Factories. You
Or
animate
3.
them both. Well, you animate them. So you animate both of them. One of them is an artifact you keep. One of them is a creature you keep, and then you get to keep a 3rd land.
Yeah,
it was great.
So crazy.
So in this case, Woodrow has a question, and the question is Cataclysm. And does Woodrow have an answer, or is Woodrow
He's
going
holding Force of
to?
Will, so he's got an answer.
Okay, so this is interesting. If Woodrow tries to like cast a spell to like draw a card, like he Fact or Fictioned last time, if he does that, Mike has the ability to phase out the Brush Hopper, keep Angel and a land
Right.
and the Mox Diamond,
Right.
and then have 2 creatures against Woodrow's 1. We'll see. Mike hasn't played against those stack interactions, but he has that opportunity.
Woodrow's counting it up, but I just feel like this is an automatic Force of Will. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I mean, he's thinking if he draws a Sword to
He let the
Plowshares,
Brush Hopper
he's
go.
going to win. Well, he had to because the priority had been passed. Woodrow didn't hadn't added anything to the stack, so that was a bizarre play. I mean, well, the problem is you have to. Wow.
Wow. What the? What? I don't.
All right.
Okay. I don't know what Woodrow has in his hand, but
I mean, Woodrow just says, "Hey, I'm going to draw out of this." Yeah, Mike played it right. I think that's totally fine because you can't.
I think
you can't.
Mike definitely played it right.
You can't
I don't
blink your
understand
dude.
This play from Woodrow.
I mean, he feels that these angels check each other just fine. If he draws a Sword to Plowshares, he gets to remove this angel and be ahead. Well, not with the standstill.
Yeah, but Mike's got 2 cards, so Mike just sits there.
Sure.
He gets the 7.
He does.
Breaks the standstill. Woodrow discards his
Yep.
hand.
Woodrow also has a force though, so Woodrow can let him break the standstill
on his
and then
instep.
force. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like this play personally.
Now, would you be attacking? I'd be attacking. I want to gain life. Although I don't want to give Woodrow the ability to gain life.
This is questionable.
Unless we're gonna like land Sword to Plowshares, which seems bad.
So, like Hockey was saying, I don't know if you were there when he was talking about it, or actually even Woodrow was saying this. So, like, there's 2 plays.
This was just gain 4 life,
Yeah.
sacrifice
There's
a land.
2 plays with standstill. There's either break it the turn it comes into play,
Or you don't break it.
or you
For
break
what?
it when your opponent has 7 cards and it's their end step.
Yes.
Those are the only 2 times.
Sure.
You don't break it like in the middle of that interaction. You know, you don't let them have a couple draw steps and then you break it.
Yeah, that was a questionable attack. Mike essentially decided to just gain 4 and allow Woodrow to gain 4 unnecessarily. And then...
I love standstill because, I mean, it's like land tax where it's one of those cards where, like, sometimes you just cast it and your opponent just forgets how to play Magic. They're just like,
yep.
What do? I don't know what to do. And they just, like, start...
Yeah.
The game just completely changes. And it's hilarious to me. Like, even I feel that way sometimes when standstill's in play. I'm like, the inevitability is pretty bad, but I don't know, man. I feel like with Mike's deck, you just jam. You want to jam.
Okay, so we're just jamming a mulch into this, which is fine. We're gonna counterspell the mulch. All right. Well, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not really that unfortunate because I personally don't think that Woodrow can close this game before time is called. You know?
That's true. Time. We have 2 more minutes left in the round.
So it's like one of those things where it's like, Mike doesn't give. He doesn't. As part of my friends, he doesn't give a shit about his drawing.
Nope.
And so now it's like you're just looking at your control opponent and going like, "Can you beat me?"
Yeah.
I don't know if you can.
Well, so if this game mattered for top 4, it'd be unfortunate for Mike. Mike is luckily in a position where you know
friends, yeah.
this is fine. Like this is not a problem. We're not in a tight spot. Hey, look, we got another 4/4, which isn't like good enough against this 4/5, and we have a Tavarius Moot.
Man, I just like this is the thing with the Landstill deck. I just wish that I suffer from it too because the black-green like Necro Rock list that I play has the same problem. Just when you soft lock people and you can't like close them out, it's just crappy feeling.
All right, so Teferi's Moat is a 3 mana, 3 colorless, 1 white, 1 blue enchantment. When it comes into play, choose a color. Creatures of the chosen color without flying cannot attack you. I'm assuming the color is green,
I love
which
that
then makes all of this. Yeah, nope, no, cheat. We cannot cheaty face another Exalted Angel into play here. So it just has the 1. We did morph.
Woodrow also is obsessed with Teferi, so having Teferi's Moat.
Sure. That makes sense.
It's on brand, is all I'm trying to say.
Oh, man.
Even in middle school, it's on brand. I've lost to Baby Tef a bunch of times with Woodrow playing it. So.
It doesn't surprise me. That's a 3 fairy is a very good card. All right, so we're gonna play Terravor, which guess what? Can't attack.
Yeah.
But guess how? We're gonna do a land check, see how big it is, which does matter for blocking things that we can't block.
It's all it's at this point, it's all stall. I think. I mean, Mike is in no. I mean, Woodrow's not gonna top 4. Mike is stalling.
Not with a draw, no. Yeah, Mike going 4-0-2 is absolutely locked, and that's time in the round.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I mean, not like it matters, but I'll let him know.
So I'll let them know. If we get up there fast enough, then this turn will be turn 0. Otherwise, Woodrow might end up having turn 0. Now, we do have naturalizers in the deck, so we may be able to set up a big Alpha Strike. Naturalizers are in Mike's deck, so we could Alpha Strike. We'll see. I kind of want to see that happen. But against 2 Exalted Angels, I don't know if Alpha Striking is big enough. I mean, these Mongeese certainly have Threshold. Terravor is as large. Yep, nope. Naturalize is not happening. There's definitely counter spells in Woodrow's deck. So despite being Cataclysm, Woodrow has definitely rebuilt his land base here, his board. I think they're trying to figure out what happens if there's an Alpha Strike, or maybe they're just trying to determine, hey, is this going to end in a draw? Is this not going to end in a draw? I think this game has ended in a draw. I don't think anyone has won. What a game, you know.
Yeah, I think that Woodrow slow rolling that Force of Will is probably. I mean, I don't know if it cost him the game or not, but it just seems like if he aggressively used the Force of Will,
sure,
maybe there would have been some more action for him. Oh shit! I didn't realize.
We're on camera. Yeah,
we're on camera.
So yeah, I think so. Ultimately, the takeaways I think I have from that match is that Mike had a very good deck to beat Landstill with.
Yeah.
And I think game 1 missed the opportunity to win and then got their game 2. Who knows if being on the player draw, would have affected game 2 at all, but he certainly had the right deck for the job.
I think that Nimble Mongoose is a card that's really good.
It is.
Against Landstill.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Really good against them. And I think Nimble Mongoose is a card that's just good, period, in the format, and it doesn't see enough play.
Yep.
When you have a format that's defined by Lightning Bolt and Plow, like that card is gasoline. I mean, I'm not going to play green cards, but for whoever decides to play green cards, that'd be good. So, man, top 4 coming. I'm so excited.
Top 4 coming. That does conclude the last round of the Swiss. We are going to go figure out who our top 4 is. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break to figure out top 4. We're probably going to give you some replay video, so stick around for that. When we get to top 4, we will announce that. We will stream each game of the top 4.
Yep.
And it'll be great. So stick around for a little while longer, and we will be back soon. blocking to remove the permanent. We'll put damage on the stack and then ping. So Lauren will still take 3.
Yep.
But Ty is running out of resources. We'll throw a cat.
Oh gosh, there's a cat with the rancor. That's all the cards, and he's like, I'm done. And
totally told me I was wrong. He's not running out of resources. Still has
sleeve,
all these.
Nothing up my sleeve. We want
chat
now
commenting on the art choice for swamps.
Zurin Orb.
Ice Age swamps are great.
That's gonna keep us alive. And what we really want now is Plague on Cat.
Yep. Okay. I thought you called the shot for a second.
Oh, wait, he still has 3 mana. He could make another one. Okay.
This is true.
Okay.
All right, we're going aggro.
All right. So we have Carnophage, we have Priest of Gix, and Lorien is looking like the aggro aggressor now. And he goes all the way to 5. He says,
yeah, there's no combination of cards in Ty's deck that can deal 5 damage right now.
So he says, yeah, do your worst. Which is a creature with a rancor on it.
Well,
like,
it's
I'll do.
I don't even think we put rancor on here. I think this is just on
I mean, for Ty, there's no for Ty, there's no reason to take damage. But yeah, and you can cast the rancor next turn and still attack for, if you want, or like you said, you just snipe off some guys.
We have a little bit of life to use as a resource on Ty's side, so we can take a turn off from blocking and try to snipe some guys starting after this turn.
My fans told me that my fans told me my face disappeared because I was getting into the map. I was like staring down at the screen. Your face disappeared. We didn't see you. All right, so here we go. Wait, is that Contagion?
Yes, that is
Contagion in the list. Did I just miss it?
Yeah, there's one in the main.
Oh, it's in the main deck. That's why. Okay, I was looking in the sideboard. Okay, I swore there was one. Okay, I love that card. It's one of my favorite Grim Tutor targets.
Oh, sure.
Because you can cast it for free after you
find it. All right, well, Lauren is showing all sides of his deck now. We are on the aggro plan, and now we've got 6 power.
Yeah. Is that a Withered Wretch? Yeah, he just put in dudes. He's like, I need more dudes.
Well, we can grab Rancor now.
Withered Wretch is the solidest dude or dudette. Withered Wretch is a female, I would say.
I'm on board. I think it's a zombie. You can be whatever you want.
Okay, yeah, but Withered Wretch is a 2/2.
Yes.
For 2, right? That is the rate of modern day, magic, right?
2 mana 2/2 is pretty good. And the ability is very powerful for this
Plus
format.
the ability, right? Like, so Lorien's loving this. He's going to 4. He says, whatever. I got Zurin Orb.
Worst he can do is bolt.
Can't kill me.
And we have these Zurin Orbs,
Can't kill me. This is pretty much over for Ty. Ty's not liking any of these developments on Lorien's side of the board, and he scoops it up.
Nope. Sealy Cleansing too slow.
Oh, man, Ty.
Wow.
I hope you keep going, Ty. I hope you make the top 8. I'd like to see the Rancor deck again, for sure.
That was really cool to see. We haven't seen that kind of magic, I think, in a while. We don't see too many aggro decks outside of like elves or goblins, and they're usually doing their degenerate things. This was just a straight up, 2/1, parade of cats and Jacobups.
I like it.
All right, so thanks to everyone for hanging in with us while we looked at cards from this century or whatever decade, because I guess some of these cards are from this century. But we're back with more middle school action. I'm Nate, and that's Woodrow. How you doing?
All right, we're pretty excited. We've got a matchup that promises to be pretty punishing, honestly. We have 2 decks oriented around degenerate enchantments.
Oh no, you're good.
And we're being told that they can hear the players through the Discord. And so on one side we've got Stasis. This card makes it to where there are no untapped steps. The game really doesn't make a lot of sense when people's lands are Lotus Petals and their creatures are all ball lightnings. On the other side, we have Squirrel's Nest Earthcraft, which is a combo that at least kills very quickly. When you execute this combo, you'll get infinite squirrels, and then you'll swing over and poke your opponent to death. Tragically, the card Toski has not been printed in this format, so you can't, deck yourself by drawing a million cards at the same time.
I think. Okay, so we should say that it's a couple of blue-green decks, right? And
the Stasis deck is mono blue, and then the Enchantress deck is blue green.
Oh, the Stasis deck is mono blue. Okay, I thought he had
mono blue. Stasis is keeping it real, just playing islands and passing the turn. Like that's
it would have been our third blue-green deck for the night. Actually, it looks like our Enchantress player is splashing white for Seal of Cleansing, which will actually be good against Stasis.
Yeah, the Enchantress player has some winners in their sideboard, but I feel like game one might be a little rough. I mean, they're only playing, at sorcery speed. The Stasis players has a lot of counter spells. Actually, this game's really weird. I just said that, but if the Enchantress player ever resolves anything, they might just win. Like if they resolve an Argothian Enchantress, the Stasis player could just get buried alive in all these extra cards very quickly.
Yeah, I'm already looking at the decks here, even though I have to turn my head to the side and seeing that the Stasis or our Enchantress player has a few dead cards in the opening game here because he's got 3 Elephant Grass and 1 Worship.
Creatures.
So those are just cantrips. Creatures. Yeah, those are just cantrips for the
it's also worth noting that the Stasis win con, besides, putting your opponent in the sleeper hold out of boredom, is actually some Black Vices, which when you have a bunch of Enchantress effects in play, Black Vice is very relevant.
Yeah, definitely.
You always have 7 cards.
Yeah, I mean, this could get ugly. That's one of those things we're joking around. It's going to take forever. But our Stasis player can really just sit back and pick and choose here. Because all they need to do is you're not muted, Rob. Oh wait, never mind. You don't. I can hear you, but I don't think I can hear you. Anyway, they just play Black Vise and let their Enchantress player always have 7 cards in hand and just counter anything that kills them, like Squirrel Nest.
Right.
Then they'll be okay.
Yeah, that is a problem with the Enchantress deck, especially game one, is that there's not a lot of cards that actually win the game. You can actually let them draw a bunch of cards, but there's a very limited selection of cards that win the game. The question being, of course, does the Stasis player know that? Because sometimes the Enchantress decks have a bunch of different weird win conditions, so it'll be beholden on them to figure out what's important. Which is, the classic scenario when you're playing with counter spells. What do you fight about?
We've got a bunch of draw effects here with Argothian Enchantress and Enchantress's Presence. We've got 4 Wild Growth, 4 Fertile Ground, so some ramp, some serious ramp. Definitely have the ability to make infinite mana and people with Squirrel Dust.
All right, we're starting off Stasis, like I said, doing nothing, playing an island and passing the turn. So let's see if Enchantress can explode out with some quick green mana of some kind.
So you have my
also
coast.
Being on the draw really hurts. Okay, great. Get the quick green mana. Because if you're on the play, then you can play an Argothian Enchantress and only have Force of Will be the problematic card. But now both Counterspell and Force of Will are here. To be into play against that. So it's unfortunate, always want to be on the play. And what are we going to do, Stasis player? Do we have a standstill? We just leave up our mana? Yeah, that's right. Sorcery speed effects. Who does that? Never tap out.
Yeah, this is definitely.
All right. So if the Enchantress player is making a play, they have 8 Enchantress effects. They have 4 Enchantress Presence, 4 Argothian Enchantress. If they're playing something now, we've got to conclude they kept their hand because they have one of these effects. If you don't have one of those effects, I feel like you're probably supposed to pitch that hand. So let's see what they've got for us. They're going to run out something.
Argothian Enchantress. Oh, another Wild Growth.
Nope.
Okay.
More Wild Growth.
So I've got 1 mana floating of some sort.
Got a bunch of mana. So this is interesting because I feel like maybe we were supposed to have held the Wild Growth
Cloud of Fairies.
Oh, so we're gonna make a bunch of mana.
Yeah.
Okay, lots of mana. What are we gonna do with it?
Our opponent is not choosing to counterspell, but the thing is, like, he probably just thinks that Dustin just thinks like, I'll just counter whatever the payoff is for this.
Right,
so
right.
He's still got one mana floating.
Yeah, like right now there's just this like 1/1 creature and like some mana floating. There's nothing that we need to fight about yet. So now it's Enchantress Presence. So now this is something to fight about. Like, oh yeah, I've got the counterspell. Look, my opponent was thinking about having fun. That can't be allowed.
Seal of Cleansing.
Oh,
what?
Seal of Cleansing in
this
the
is
main deck.
Really nice sequencing by Jake.
All right,
if he knows his opponent's playing Stasis.
Yeah, all of the sequencing heavily indicates that Jake like knew what Dustin was playing, because otherwise he would not like have Seal of Cleansing be the bait, be the spell the real spell, and you wouldn't run your other spell in. And this is still a pretty aggressive line, but Seal of Cleansing definitely gives you is like one of your most important cards. All right, and it looks like we might like force a will on this with some.
I mean, if your plan is to... Dustin also has Standstill, which is also really bad.
Oh, well, so he's pitching the Standstill.
Which maybe he's only got 2 Standstills. Maybe he drew both of them. But then he's going to be playing it into a Cloud of Fairies. You can't even
play the Standstill now because, like, yeah, you just attack 20 times with Cloud of Fairies. All right, Dustin doesn't even have another land, which is a little rough whenever you're playing mono blue control. You just want to make all your land drops until turn 7.
What an interesting match this is actually turning out to be. How many cards do we have on Dustin's side in hand? Maybe 3?
So 5. Yeah, he missed the land drop, so I think she had 4. All right, we're going for
Sterling Grove. That's a tutor.
Sterling Grove, yeah. This card's sweet. It stops people from targeting your enchantments. Not that, Dustin was going to do that anyway. And then, yeah, it lets you Enlighten Tutor something to the top. We always loved this when we had stuff like Solitary Confinement or Warship. You could just put people on the hard lock. All right, Dustin's thinking about lowering shields here. Like, if you're missing your land drops, you got to, but it's a little rough because if you lower shields, then they crack the Sterling Grove and go look for something. If you don't, then...
Well, what's he lower the shields for here? He's got a couple Portents. He's got a couple... Impulse, he wouldn't do it there. He could have gone for Gush. And then
no, I think he was thinking about tapping one land, so I think it's Portent. He's thinking about.
Hello, everybody. I'm Robert. I'm joined in the booth by Andrew. How's it going, Andrew?
Pretty good. I scrubbed out of the event, so I'm here to talk about the rest of the event. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're gonna go ahead and bring you the conclusion of our top 4. So we have our top 4 players right now. We have Kai versus Mike playing top 4. Kai is 4th seed in top 4. Mike is top seed. And they are playing for the Invitational or 4th Invitational, where they will get this big ol' silly thing. So we have this monstrosity to give them for the winner. And they're also playing for bragging rights. So
yeah, there's also a custom Tarot-style Time Twister.
Yes, so if you've seen any of our other previous events and some of the posters, we've had for vintage events tarot cards as proxies. So in this case, it is a Time Twister as a tarot card. Beautiful, it's wonderful. It'll be great. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our players. So we've got Mike on the left, Kai on the right. We have switched back to vintage. So this is vintage. We are playing vintage. And we will be playing vintage for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, and so Mike, I think, went undefeated in Vintage, and he's playing Hogak Vine, so it's pretty aggressive, bizarre strategy. Just dump a lot of power in play using Bazaar of Baghdad and the Graveyard. And Kai is playing a list that is almost all one-ofs, and...
yeah, so this is Kai's list. Kai's is basically playing an Esper Tinker. It's a lot of individual restricted cards. We see our players about to start here. They've got about a minute left on the timer. Cool. So we got a minute left to talk about the decks. So the Gakvine deck that Andrew was just describing here. It's a fast Bazaar of Baghdad deck that uses Bazaar Baghdad to leverage these Wootrollas to cast Vengevines really quickly or to cast a Hogak really quickly. Graveyard strategies with Bazaar Baghdad are very powerful. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Yeah, so I did win last Invitational with Dredge. And Dredge is a little bit different than this deck. So Dredge is not quite as explosive on the first turn, but it gets to play blue forces.
Yep.
Whereas Mike is going to dump a lot of power in play on the first 2 turns. That's his plan, at least, and then just get there before their opponent can hopefully enact their plan.
Kai's path to victory includes casting Tinker, getting Sphinx of the Steel Wind, and blanking the rest of Mike's deck, or assembling the Manifold Key Time Vault combo to take infinite turns. And we're going to go ahead and get started here. We'll see what happens. So Kai has the ability to, maybe the right force of will to counter a Hogak at the right time will be important. But Mike being top seed is on the play. That's going to be very valuable. We're going to start off with a Bazaar Baghdad. I don't think we took any mulligans, which is really powerful for the Bazaar deck.
Yeah, unlike Dredge, like this deck cares about the cards in its hand.
Yep.
So a strong start. He's going to get 8 power in play, 4 of which has 9 power in play. Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Okay, so
Multiple
this is
hollows.
we may just see the end of game. This might be the end of the game real fast. So yeah, Bazaar Baghdad.
So Kai not mulliganing though might indicate he has a fast Tinker, which is his path usually to win game 1. He needs to have a quick Tinker. Game 1 is really difficult for the fair blue decks against Bazaar decks usually, unless.
I just want to add that I've seen before because he.
Tweety coming in with his own color commentary that complaining about how hollow ones always enter the battlefield in multiple numbers on turn 1.
Yep. So Bazaar Baghdad discards the Rootwalla, the Vengevine, and the Bloodghast. We cast the Rootwalla for badness, cast a hollow one, trigger Vengevine, cast another hollow one, and pass the turn after attacking for 4. So very strong. This is exactly why this deck is undefeated right now. So we're going to get to see Kai doing what the blue deck can do. It's notable that a card like Wasteland, which is good against Bazaar, is bad in this particular moment. Sword to Plowshares, which Kai does have a single copy of, I believe.
Yeah, he's playing a single sword, so...
that isn't really good enough in this position unless we can follow it up with something good. Black Lotus is exactly how we get out of this spot, though. So if we can find a Tinker and another artifact...
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to have to be. Or maybe like a Mentor and some other spells.
Vampiric Tutor. Okay.
That can find Tinker.
That can find Tinker. Now,
how are we going to draw it?
We're dead on the crackback at the moment as a result. We'll drop down to 13. And we are dead on board now. There's exactly 13 power on the other side. So we gotta do something this turn. But Demonic Tutor is a very powerful card.
Yeah, but this is not Demonic Tutor. He still has to play a blue spell to draw it.
He does. Oh, well, we've got a top.
Or a top.
Okay, so we're gonna top and draw. Balance!
I didn't even realize he had balance in his list.
Oh, everybody.
That is pretty exciting.
Everybody, look at this. All right, so you couldn't hear, but we're in a basement at a bar, and the match is being played above us right now. And when Balance hit the field, everyone went wild, just like we did. This is great. Look at this magic. That's one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty great, but I'm not sure if that's enough for Kai, because Michael O'Malley is going to be able to reload real quickly.
We get to activate Bazaar again.
Yeah.
I mean, now what? We lost, what was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our cards. So we lost 5 of our starting 7. We played one of them. So we had like 1 extra card. We drew a card this turn. We do not have a lot of resources anymore. This is going to buy at least 2 or 3 turns.
And he does not have any more Root Wallas. So
nope. We will get the Bloodghast. So that's something. It will provide pressure, but it is certainly not the wall of cards that we had. So we saw the Battle of the Vintage broken cards. We had Bazaar Baghdad, which is a pillar of the format, so it will never be restricted. And then you have Black Lotus, which is a pillar of the format and is restricted. Battled together, and we saw Mana Advantage got there. With the top. So
Mike is down to 1 card, so it might take him a little bit to be able to trigger that Vengevine again.
So I'm going to do a deck check here real quick and see if Kai has... you have got the list right here.
Yeah, I've got
Does
it.
Kai have a Pithing Needle that we can search up with and name this Bazaar Baghdad?
I think he does. He does have one Pithing Needle main deck.
All right,
yeah.
so we do have a Pithing Needle main deck, so we are 2 turns away from turning off this Bazaar forever. I think Kai has the 2 turns. I think we can get there. I think if we can play another land to make a blocker, then we will certainly be in good shape.
Yeah, he's definitely got some time. I mean, it depends on what Mike draws, but like if he can trigger the Vengevine again next turn, Kai might be in trouble. But
this is true. Now we need to get another land so we can make a construct token, so we have something to block this Bloodghast.
Yeah, or just Tinker.
Ooh, look at this. We're gonna force a Vigor, destroying the land and I imagine we're also gonna go for the top. Because why not? We get to pick 2 targets. We're not going to fizzle.
Kai does not have a lot of cards left in hand. So I doubt he has a force.
No, and we lost the force to our balance. We decided to get rid of it. So we'll probably... I mean, we already know the top 3 cards. We've topped already. Are we going to draw a card and then...
He's going to float and bring his upkeep, it seems.
Yeah, so we responded to our top trigger by drawing with top. Let's see if we want to rearrange some things.
Yeah, I think he drew with top, with the top activated ability on the stack, so he gets to draw the card and then rearrange the top 3 so that he doesn't redraw the.
Oh, but we just have the Pithing Needle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who needs to search for it?
Who needs to search? So we're going to just go ahead and cast 1. We're going to fetch. All right, so. Kai has no cards in hand. He has 1 card in hand.
Interesting choice to fetch.
We're just fetching for a creature.
Yeah, I guess he just wants more power on the board.
Yeah, this is 4 power. I think this is fine.
Yeah, the downside is he can't trigger another Bloodghast if he mills it with the Bazaar.
We can't. Well, we're not going to mill Bazaar. Bazaar's Pithing Needled.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So we've got 4 power against Kai's 11 life total. So we've got... Kai has 2 turns. He has his next coming turn and 1 more turn after that. Unless Mike can draw a red source. If he can draw a red source, then we might be able to Blazing Root Wall a little bit.
Yeah, the fact that Kai didn't play a land last turn is concerning.
Yes. So we're gonna scry these both to the bottom.
Yeah.
So I think Kai's played this pretty perfectly given the cards that he's had access to. He's definitely made a lot of solid choices. Now we're gonna miss the land drop as well, so we're gonna get 1 more draw step. We're gonna.
That's probably it.
Nope, lights are out. Wow, what a game!
I think there's anything Kai can draw here that will get him out. Especially unless it was like he's got a recall and he plays a land and recalls and draws Lotus.
No,
but...
he needs to find some way to get the Lotus out of his yard into his hand and recast this balance.
Yeah.
That's his path to victory.
Yeah.
I don't know how we get there. Looking at 3 cards, getting to keep 1 of them might be fine.
I don't think it's
given that we've used the Black Lotus, I don't think that we're anywhere. So Kai's gonna pass the turn.
Die on the crackback.
Elvish Spirit Guide Fog, is that where we're at? No. All right.
Yeah.
So, despite the balance, Mike is going to claw his way back and get this game won. But you know what? This is exactly how these Bazaar decks play. They want to get game 1 every time, and then we get to the sideboard games where it gets a little tricky. So let's take a look at Kai's deck. See what he's going to bring in, actually. So it looks like Kai has an extra copy of Pithing Needle. That seems fine. A Tabernacle. That seems great. Soul Guide Lantern. That seems wonderful. Sword to Plowshares. Those all seem okay. Leyline of the Voids. They're not the best against the Vine version, because you can play these Root Wallas as well. But they're not bad. They're definitely great.
Good enough. They're better than Force of Will.
Yes, most definitely. Strip Mine is good against Bazaar. And wow, that's like half the sideboard.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, right? I mean, that's what most of these vintage decks do. They have half the sideboard for these Bazaar decks.
So I think he's bringing in all the cards you just mentioned. Probably taking out... I mean, the Flusterstorms are probably the first card out. Maybe the Forces are...
Sure. We have to find some ways to fight these Force of Vigors if we're worried about that, but I don't know if we care as much.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, I think you can keep maybe some of them in. Lavinia, does Lavinia do anything? Does it stops the Root Wallas, right?
I think it actually... Does it? It doesn't. Yeah, it stops the root
Oh,
Wallace.
it also stops Hollow One. But the problem with Lavinia is like when you cast it, it's probably too late to stop the Hollow Ones.
Yeah.
Like Hollow Ones usually only get cast on turn 1, then like the hand gets too small. Hollow One.
Yep. All right. So, what does Mike have for this? Mike has Pyroblast. Those seem fine. Boseiju seems fine. There's an argument for maybe an oof or two.
I think the oofs are good. I mean, I think the way Mike usually loses this game is he gets tinkered out.
Sure, an oof is a good way to hedge against that if you have it on time.
Like, you can't really cast oof until turn 2 at the best.
Right.
I mean,
you have a
draw.
Mox.
I guess he can draw.
If he draws the one Mox.
He's got two Mox, a Jet and a Emerald.
Yeah, I don't see a Lotus anywhere.
Like, you always want to play the Bazaar on one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can bring in the oofs, but they're not the most exciting. But it is kind of how you lose, like the fast mana and Tinker.
Now you're looking at these archive traps and you're wondering who plays archive trap in Vintage. Well, if you've ever played against Doomsday, archive trap is really good against Doomsday. Now no one is playing Doomsday in our top 4, so we have 4 dead cards, but I don't think Mike will mind too much. Well, it'll be interesting to see.
I'm curious if Mike brings in
how this draws up.
The oofs are like borderline to me against the Tinker decks. I'm interested to see if he just like. I think the Pyroblasts even aren't the most exciting, but they do counter Tinker, a blue spell that you care about.
Yes.
But they don't deal with all of the sideboard cards, which is mostly probably. Like, you're just trying to make sure you can execute your plan usually, our deck, and. But it's hard to beat a Sphinx of the Steel Wind, so he might.
It is hard to beat a Sphinx of the Steel Wind. The only way that Mike really has is the Boseiju that we saw on the yard or in the sideboard.
Bring in a second one.
Yeah, so we have one main deck. We can bring in the one in the sideboard. That's really it.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you can go so wide that you can still win through it, but that's asking a lot.
It is asking a lot. I think in a position where Kai gets to pick, if you're going that wide, we're going to balance every time, and then try to tinker down the road. But we'll just see. You know, maybe we can string a tinker into balance. That would be sweet.
Yeah, I mean, one thing Kai is doing is he's playing like as many tutors as possible. So you know, I think being on the play will help him quite a bit because he can try to go find either executing his own Tinker or like getting the hate piece.
So his deck reminds me a lot of when I first started playing Vintage a number of years back. One of the popular decks was essentially Turbo Vault Key, and they usually called him, a City Vault deck.
Yeah, like Steel City.
Steel City. I played a version. It was basically all of the restricted cards, as many tutors as possible, with the intent of just turboing out this combo. And Kai is a very similar deck. It's a bit more balanced than some of those decks used to be, but the card quality has improved since then. And you see a lot of other thing. 2-card Monties, yeah, sure, it's similar.
Yeah, I mean, Kai is playing a couple of creatures, but for the most part, he is like a combo control deck.
Yeah,
he's got Lavinia's and a Monastery Mentor and one opposition agent.
Yeah, I think his path to victory is Tinker for Bolas the Citadel and pair that with Mentor to make a bunch of tokens, or Tinker for just a Sphinx or Vault Key.
Yeah,
and then everything else is just part of the control good card package.
Yeah, I think it's like a big liability to Tinker for the Citadel in this matchup because you cannot Force of Vigor a Sphinx of the Steel Wind, and you pretty much can't beat a Sphinx of the Steel Wind as a Gakmine.
Yep.
So I just much prefer to just get the Sphinx and
sure.
just attack them.
Well, it looks like Kai's going to go ahead and take a mulligan, and Mike's going to go ahead and take one with him. One mulligan a piece. Not too bad.
Yeah, generally speaking, the Bizarre deck's mulligan better. All they really need is a Bazaar to execute their game plan. But the Hogak Vine deck definitely needs some cards in hand. It does play spells from its hand.
Yep.
And so running out of cards does hurt it.
It's a little bizarre for a Bazaar deck, no pun intended. Whereas it wants to have the broken Bazaar plans, but then it also kind of wants to cast spells, which doesn't lend too much self when you're at the card disadvantage that Bazaar has. So it's kind of a delicate balance. Mike's been playing this deck for a while now in a lot of our events, so he's definitely, got the practice in and the reps in. But you get to this point where you don't want to activate Bazaar for a couple turns, which is counterintuitive, especially compared to a deck like Dredge, where if you're not activating Bazaar, you're losing the game every time.
Yeah. I've won some games without activating Bazaar just by dredging, but just discard step and dredging. But
sure,
your opponent really needs to be doing nothing for that to work. But yeah, it is like I feel like the advantage of these types of Bazaar decks is that they play around the hate a lot better. You actually do, like, the fact that you can cast spells from your hand means that you're not just cold to graveyard hate. You actually cast a lot of spells from exile with the Basking Rootwalla and the Blazing Rootwalla. Is it called Blazing Rootwalla? Red one. And so you can kind of get in the hollow one you cast from your hand, so you can get around some of the graveyard hate pieces. Also playing lands, like 4 Wastelands, for example, so you can take out Tabernacles.
Yep.
So definitely, this deck is much harder to hate out.
It is.
The historical Bazaar deck.
Absolutely, because you get to cast spells.
Yeah.
Reminds me of playing Dredge in Modern, which is one of my most enjoyable Dredge moments, because you got to do the degenerate Dredge thing, but then you also got to cast spells, and so you actually got to play Magic while also doing the silly broken thing, which was like bonkers, because normally you do one or the other. You don't get to do both.
Yeah. And like I think the other Bazaar deck in our event actually had like a Life in the Loam, which just made me think of Modern Dredge.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
But it was actually a Hogak Vine deck, but just had like one Loam that it could potentially use to like buy back a Wasteland Strip Mine needed to clear out a Tabernacle.
All right, so it looks like Kai, I believe, kept his 6, but Mike is going down to 5. Makes sense. Your Bazaar deck, you do want to mull to Bazaar. I'm going to do a quick deck check. Do we see Serum Powders? Yes, it is a Serum Powder deck, so that does make sense. We do want to mulligan aggressively. Makes sense.
I think every Bazaar deck is a Serum Powder deck now. The interaction with the modern mulligan rule, very good.
It is. All right, so we can already see into Kai's hand. I saw a Soul Guide Lantern, I think. I don't see any Leylands.
Like leaning over as though I'll be able to see it better.
Yeah. You can't see us, chat, but we're like leaning over like with you to try to see
what good Kai's
yeah.
There. Turn 1 Soul Guide Lantern is definitely good. Soul Guide Lantern is not the most oppressive graveyard hate, but and as we said, Mike's deck can play around graveyard hate a little bit. Like it shuts off Vengevine and Bloodghast. It doesn't really shut off everything else.
Shuts down Hogak, but it does not shut down Vengevine. No, sorry, it doesn't shut down Hollow One or any of the 8 Rootwallas we've got. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start off with Urza Saga into Soul Ring. Resolves. Soul Guide Lantern.
Soul Guide Lantern, you can sack to exile their graveyard, correct? I forget how it works.
Let's look up the rules text, because this is a card that I always have to proxy because I don't own it, and I never get to actually cast it when I do. So
I think it enters and exiles a card, and then you can sack it to exile their graveyard.
Soul Guide Lantern, 1 mana artifact. When it comes into play, exile target card from a graveyard. You can then tap it and sacrifice it to exile each opponent's graveyard, or you can tap 1 mana and sacrifice it to just draw a card.
Well, Mike's start is very strange. So he just cast a Rootwalla and wastelanded.
Wow. Well, it's going to be good enough because Kai's going to play red mana, which doesn't cast anything in his deck that needs colored mana.
Right.
And Mike's going to go onto the fair plan, and we're going to get Rootwalla beats coming in.
I'm curious if he has an oof now. Did he keep his hand on like Wasteland oof and just like beat down?
Oof would be nuts here. Would be we'd have to draw a card off our Soul Guide and then just like hope for the best.
All right. Well, he did pump, so no oof. I think Kai just drawing and passing. He could cash in the Soul Guide Lantern for a card, but that's like a pretty rough trade. I think.
I don't think that's where we're not there yet. A single Root Walla, while a pain in the butt when you get to pump it, isn't all that threatening. Deathrite's kind of a big. That's no small potatoes.
Yeah, I don't think Kai's very worried about Deathrite either. It's still a pretty slow clock. I mean,
Yeah, but we're just like 1 mana source away from like getting to like cast a Vengevine, and then
true, yeah.
that presents significant pressure. But Kai has shown us that he plays with the cards that he's dealt. He plays with them very well. Wow, we're gonna actually, we're gonna play the Mana Source, and we're gonna play the Boseiju, which is important, and we're just gonna provide pressure on the board.
I mean, this is
we've
reasonable,
left Flusterstorms in the deck. Kai has a Flusterstorm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like if you want to counter for Force of Vigor, you might want to keep Flusterstorm instead of Force, so it doesn't 2-for-1 you.
I would rather Force because I'd rather be able to counter a Hodak, but maybe I don't know. I mean, obviously
countering Hodak is usually just like they just cast it again right away.
They do. Well, that's true. There's no wrong. Maybe countering like Hodak is just a losing proposition regardless.
Kai like really kept his hand on the strength of Saga and Soul Guide Lantern,
And Fast
he just
Mana,
like
yeah.
hasn't found any blue sword.
So Mike's trying to figure out, okay, what does Soul Guide Lantern do? Do I sacrifice it? It's not Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah.
We don't get to draw a card and do her thing. Oh, nope. That's it. Kai got Wasteland out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, and Kai's 6
Wow.
was reasonable, but it didn't have any colored mana. It had red, but he doesn't have any red spells. So, yeah, I mean, that's
unfortunate.
It had a couple hate pieces. I don't blame him for keeping that. And, you know, potentially he could use the Saga to get colored mana if, you know, if it came to that, but he obviously got Wastelanded. And actually, like, his hand just lined up really bad because his opponent didn't use their graveyard at all.
Yep, this is true. It's unfortunate. Tweety, what are you doing? We're all friends here. We're all having a good time. We've been playing 6 rounds. If you're just joining us, we've been playing 6 rounds of our Invitational, 3 rounds of Vintage into 3 rounds of Middle School. Now we're in a top 4. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break so that way we can go ahead and get the next match started here shortly. So go ahead and stick around. We're going to get the next top 4 match ready to go. And it's going to be great. We hope to see you when we return. everybody. We're back for the next round of our top 4. I'm Robert. This is Woodrow.
Hello. Yeah, we're moving into the semifinals. So this matchup promises to be interesting. On one hand, we have Brian Hockey on mono white initiative, which is this weird EDH mechanic that makes no sense. And what it takes advantage of is in Vintage, people aren't prepared to interact with creatures.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Hockey, this Jeskai deck is randomly playing Swords to Plowshares and Lightning Bolt and Dreadhorde Arcanist. So if at any point Luke starts taking off with, Dreadhorde Arcanist flashing back Swords to Plowshares, it's incredibly hard for Hockey's deck to win.
Yep.
And he doesn't get to free roll these weird disruptive creatures that he gets to play. So
let's go ahead and take a look at their decks here.
Let's take a look at these lists and see how many. Basically, the question is how many plows and lightning bolts is Luke playing?
All right, so let's take a look at Luke's deck. Luke is playing what? 1 lightning bolt. I see
2 plows main, a prismatic ending main. Only 1 Dreadhorde Arcanist, but he does have 4 of the super cool young pyromancer
third path iconoclast.
Yeah, variant who makes a bunch of dudes.
They can all steal the initiative.
Yeah, so this initiative mechanic is like the Monarch. Whoever attacks, they deal damage, they get the initiative back. And usually in Vintage, we can just free roll that because our opponent won't be playing any creatures. But Luke's deck can easily make a whole bunch of creatures and go wide.
Yep.
The only thing I'll add to this is Hockey's deck has this weird creature that when it attacks, it gets protection from creatures and therefore can't be blocked. And so Luke can't just lock Hockey out of the attack step by making a bunch of tokens. Because Hockey has this randomly weird evasive creature in his deck.
Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Yeah, Seasoned Dungeoneer. And so there'll be some interaction with the dungeon, just like Rob and I were in the dungeon right now, except it won't be as exciting or as attractive. It'll involve draining out our opponents and giant growth.
The Undercity.
Yeah.
So the initiative, if you haven't seen it, works kind of like the Monarch. Whenever you take the initiative, you move 1 step through the Undercity. So first thing is you immediately draw a card and get a basic land.
Are we on this?
We immediately get a basic land. Then the next thing, ignore the right side. We never travel right. Next side is we're going to put 2 counters on our creature, so our creature's going to have 5 power. And then we're going to go trap and lose 5 life, and then attack with our 5 power creature, and that's 15 damage already there. So the initiative does kill really quickly. We'll draw a card in the next time, and then we'll just get a big creature off the top of our deck when we complete the dungeon.
So yeah, there'll be a lot of referencing this like dungeon card throughout the match.
Yes.
I had to do it when I played against Hockey, and I mostly just took his word for it. He was like, "Yeah, my guys, you're getting drained for 5," and I was like, "Sure, I guess that's what's happening now." Because this weird sub game is taking place involving the dungeon. It's definitely mechanically difficult to keep track of.
Yeah, so keep in mind on your upkeep as well. Camera is out of focus. We're gonna let it do its thing. There's not too much I can do.
We can ask the players to like lift up the cards and bring them down, maybe.
I'll run up and do that. See what I can do.
All right, yeah. All right, so we're gonna try and fix the camera. So we have the dreaded Cavern of Souls, making F6ing our opponent out of counter magic. So this is pretty good. We want to get mana and get ahead quickly. Okay, I think the players. All right, it's in focus now. It works. We did it. I'm gonna take complete credit for this action. It was by my incredible management and IT skills that the camera got into focus. And yeah, because I delegated this job to Rob.
Success.
So we're casting Ponder, restricted card. It's interesting. Yes, exactly. A lot of people have been playing Consider in this format because Consider fills up your format fills up your graveyard and is an instant. So it's cool whenever cards from new sets make it their way into Vintage.
Yes, it's hard to do that.
Yeah,
especially when they're blue.
So but now we're just casting Ponder, and Mox Sapphire is like the best Mox, like by far. And Mox Sapphire just lets you do 2 blue spells on turn 1. That's really all you want to be doing.
Yep. So our players are just kind of going through each other's lists while we kind of do this to kind of figure out what the optimal play is. We are playing open deck lists. These top 4 rounds are not timed. And we're playing, typically in a, professional match, or not looking at each other's list in the middle of the game.
All right.
But we're all friends here.
All right. So we played a white creature. I think this is the...
Take the initiative.
Yeah,
this is White Plume
initiative,
Adventurer.
And so this, as long as it'll get to untap a creature during his upkeep, something like that. And so he gets to go get a basic plains. Yes, the initiative has been seized. All right. But we're going to seize the initiative back by making... All right. Whoa! I love it. This is karmic justice because I had to read all of Hockey's cards. And now Hockey has to read this new, super cool Young Pyromancer variant. So it is a blue card, so it can be red blasted, but it also pitches the Force of Will, so that's a break even.
Yep.
It's a 2/1, and now instead of triggering like Young Pyromancer on instants or sorceries, it triggers on any non-creature spell, and most importantly, it makes an artifact creature, which is very relevant in Pioneer because that means your opponent cannot brave the elements and attack through all your tokens.
Yes.
So this card is pretty sweet and played in multiple formats, and you can just go off and make a bunch of artifact creatures and chump out everything, which is kind of what's going to happen.
Yeah, so we see the attack here for 5, courtesy of traversing the Undercity.
All right, we're gonna attack, and we're gonna. Oh no! Wait, what's going on?
We're gonna cast another one. We're gonna continue
flash?
through.
Wait, I feel
no,
like
we just didn't block. We just took
Okay.
5.
We
So
just-
Luke drops down to 15. We seize the initiative again. We're going to trap. And so if we want to track our progress, the Undercity next thing is trap. Target player loses 5 life.
All right. If that's where we're at, then yeah, Luke is in trouble because
Yeah,
he
Luke's
needs
at
to,
10.
Luke needs to start playing spells to trigger his Iconoclast. I'm a little confuzzled about like what's going on, or we're getting Wastelanded. That's what's going on.
We're gonna wasteland the thing that casts Sword of Plowshares. That makes
All right,
sense.
Yeah. So
We're gonna tap it for mana. What are we gonna cast? We also get to untap the 5/5.
yeah. So our 5 is like this weird pseudo vigilance. All right, we're gonna gush. Take that, Wasteland. Yeah, we're just gonna draw some cards and make some tokens. That seems fair.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so we've seen a game, with Luke against Kai, and Kai ended up having a lot. Oh, we're gonna
All right.
Solitude.
Speaking of
before
Source
Gush.
of Plowshares, we're gonna cast this. All right, so everyone's just gonna mind twist themselves and make a bunch of tokens. So yeah, Solitude.
Yeah,
got
but Luke
pitched
gets to draw
kill-
2 cards.
Yeah, so I think this entire exchange favors Luke. We get to make a bunch of guys to chump out, and we force will the Solitude. It's cool that Solitude is making his way into Vintage. Who knew?
Yep.
Who knew that like free spells would be good enough for this format? Rob, did you anticipate that pitch spells would be good enough for Vintage?
Free spells are good enough for any format. So by
Yeah.
that logic, yes.
Yeah, I definitely could have seen Endurance being played in this format, and it is.
Yes.
And Solitude. Usually, it's hard in this format to put enough white cards in your deck to justify Solitude, but Hockey's deck can do so.
Now, Hockey's going to get to untap and continue along this Undercity and draw a card in the next activation. So we didn't get to. We're not totally mind twisted. We're going to get something out of this.
But this is the bad scenario. Hockey has another creature in his deck that when it attacks, it gets like protection from creatures, so he can
Yes.
attack through these tokens. But at this point, if Luke gets to cast another spell, it can swing out with his tokens and seize the initiative. It'll be hard for Hockey to get it back because Luke will just keep chumping him out.
I think they might end up trading initiatives off. Oh, so okay, we're going to play another Cavern, which is going to allow us to play the Seasoned Engineer. Archon of Emeria.
All right.
That's pretty solid.
So Archon is really good, but Luke's deck is not a combo deck, so playing one spell a turn is fine. Also, Luke's deck has instants, whereas Hockey's deck basically doesn't.
Has Mind Sensor. Has even Mind Sensor.
I think it's in the sideboard. So Luke's deck of the decks in Vintage can play through the Mind Sensor more so. All right, but Luke says to hell with that. And he pitches this irrelevant Force of Negation.
We have Solitude as well in the deck, too.
Yeah.
Well, we're just going to say no. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just say no. Because of the Cavern Souls.
We caverned on Archon.
Oh, did we?
We would have had, yeah, because we have the Cavern on Human already, I'm sure.
Okay, so I think they're, yeah, there's no way to think we'd force something if it'd been Caverned, but the only way for this
Maybe.
to have been played is if the Cavern was on Archon.
Yes.
Let's, all right,
So misplay.
there has been some bad communication between the players. Somehow something got missed. So that is unfortunate. So we just discard two cards, lose 1 life, make a 1/1 artifact token. That's not the best.
Chat pointing out that we named Cleric with the Cavern because it casts both of our adventure guys. That makes sense.
So that is unfortunate. That being said, the Iconoclast is such a powerful card in this matchup. I still think that Luke can turn it around, especially if we draw any removal spell.
Do you think we just like cast Force anyway, knowing that we weren't going to be able to cast it later just to make a token?
No, I definitely can tell by the players' like hand gestures that people did not expect their Force not to work.
Sure.
All right, so now we're in a spot because if we try to attack back to get the initiative, we're going to lose some guys. So we need a removal spell. And white mana is off the table because of the Archon, making our Tundra come to play tapped.
Yep.
So this is
fine.
This is fine, but this is the Archon doing work. Usually you cast a draw spell, draw into a removal spell, clear some guys out of the way, and then progress. Because of the Archon, we cast a draw spell and pass. That's the only spell we can play this turn.
Well, and specifically against Expressive Iteration, you get to put a card in hand and cast a spell. You don't get to do that because you've already cast a spell. So we only get to draw one. We don't get card advantage that we normally get out of Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, well, we got a land. We got this Wasteland. Doesn't really... So we're in...
we get the Wasteland and the Ancient Tube. I think that's fine. We're not going to cast any more spells.
Yeah. All right, so we're doing the ultimate bring up the dungeon.
Undercity Throne of the Dead 3!
Okay, reveal the top 10 cards of our library. Put a creature card onto the battlefield with 3+1/+1 counters. So we get to do it all. Like we get to look at 10. We get to cheat on mana. We get to put the creature into play, and the creature gets giant growth for the rest of the game.
And we get to go... Because we put an initiative creature into play, Seasoned Dungeoneer, we get to start this dungeon over again. So we immediately go search for a basic land and put a land into our hand and start the dungeon over. And this also means one of our creatures is going to attack and get protection from creatures. So we're going to be able to attack for 5 this turn on the ground and in the air, which I believe is lethal.
Yeah, we're in trouble. We've got the creature that gives our creature when they attack like pro creatures.
Archon is 2 power, right?
Archon's 2.
Okay, so we have 7 power that we're going to attack unblockable.
And like this creature gives like explore. So if we reveal a non-land, it could be lethal. All right, we reveal the land, but because of I found the protection from creature very obnoxious because I could not block it.
Yes.
I was like, my opponent's deck is playing a bunch of creatures. Why can't my like artifact token block this creature? So I think Luke is just like Deadzo because of the weird evasion on the screen. And in fact, Luke is reading this card because I had to do it too.
Yep. It's literally a bigger true name nemesis. Sure. Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, you can like build it. Yeah.
You can.
Anywho, the problem being that there's no basic planes in Luke's deck, so you can't like play the basic planes and plow something.
Yep.
So you need to play like Mox, Pearl, pass, and then plow during Hockey's upkeep. I think we're just dead. It's unfortunate. Oh man,
we're discarding the hand size.
No, we wastelanded. So
sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Luke's like none of Luke's lands are coming to play untapped, and we don't get to cast a Mox because then we don't get to cast spells.
All right, we're casting Brainstorm, but that's our only spell for the turn.
Yep.
Because Archon of Emeria is a really powerful card, and Luke has decided to pack it in.
Yes.
Yeah. Once you get the initiative and you have like weird unblockable creatures running around, that's
I think
happens.
Luke's life total was actually 1 as well.
Yeah, Luke was pretty low.
So I don't think like with an unblockable creature next turn.
All right. Let's take a look at these deck lists. Hockey's deck is not going to make a lot of changes. Most of his sideboard options are against like degenerate things, like against Bazaar, or against a bunch of artifacts. Luke is playing weirdly fair Magic, so Hockey doesn't have a lot to bring in here.
Do you think there's any consideration for Tabernacle, knowing you're playing against an Iconoclast?
Nah, Tabernacle's 4 Bazaar decks. I wouldn't, because Hockey's deck itself has a bunch of creatures in it.
Both
of them are playing creatures kind of fairly. However, Jit is really good against Iconoclasts and tokens. So I would definitely consider Jit, because one way to like beat it, in case you don't draw your protection from creature guy, whatever that's called. The Jit will definitely beat that.
It makes attacking into the opponent's board really difficult because you'll get to block with your Jitte creature, and then you get to murder down more things after trading. So I think that's great coming in.
Yeah, if I were Hockey, like Jailer and Jit would be the only cards I'd looking at. My opponent's deck does have creatures, so the Jailer's relevant. And hey, my opponent's deck does have creatures, so I can make them irrelevant by playing Umezawa's Jit, because that's what that card did. It basically said your opponent's creatures don't do anything anymore.
So let's see, what does Luke have to bring in here?
Okay, so Luke has some real goodies. There's a Path to Exile and a Source of Plowshares. Those are snap bring-ins. The other thing I might consider bringing in is this basic mountain, because my opponent is on this Dahlia Wasteland deck. Whenever I play against these decks, I just want as many lands as possible. After that, I don't think I would bring much in. I'd bring in the Path, the Plow, the Mountain, and we can take out... We've got some easy removes. We can get rid of this Pyroblast. We can get rid of these Force of Negations. Do we have any Flusterstorms? Those can probably go too.
Yeah, Flusterstorms seem bad.
Yeah, and I would do that. I wouldn't get too complicated. I feel like Luke's deck is well set up, and Luke gets to be on the play in this next game. Of the decks in Vintage, this fair Jeskai removal plus like good creatures deck is one of the ones that's better set up to beat the mono white deck. The other option I'd have to beat mono white would be win on turn 1.
I think the Goblins deck that was around actually has a pretty decent chance. Because it's playing a lot of cards that don't interact, and with the hate cards that Brian has, that Hockey has, and it has the ability to actually take the initiative many times throughout the deck.
Right, and the Goblins deck can win outside of creature combat with its infinite combo that involves creatures, but doesn't involve creature combat. So, like, a lot of the disruptive cards that Hockey has, like Dahlia, don't interact with the Goblins deck.
Yep.
Regrettably, the Goblins deck is not here.
Nope.
It did not make top 4.
It did not.
But the Goblins deck could do work. Who knew red creatures beat white creatures? Magus of the Moon was also in the Goblins deck, which beat a lot of people. A lot of people lost to Magus of the Moon today.
Yes, it did. All right, so our players are going to resolve their, I guess, sideboarding.
Yeah.
We're not at mulligans yet.
So, I definitely feel like this should go to get 3 games. Being on the play, getting to play some spells before your opponent disrupts you, should help Luke. Usually with these Jeskai decks, you have to spend at least 1 turn spinning your wheels, like casting Brainstorms or Expressive Iterations.
Yep.
And that's very penalizing if your opponent is beating you down and wastelanding you. But when you have round the play, you basically get a free turn to do that. So I expect in this game for Luke to take it down. Luke has a lot of really relevant cards, many more than most Vintage decks do.
Sure. Well, I am a big fan of blue-red cards. I do like the Iconoclast. Happy to see it here. I kind of want to see it do more things. I haven't seen a game yet where Luke gets 2 Iconoclast in play, because I think that's where it gets really bonkers. But we'll see. I am a fan though of the initiative deck, and it's what I would have played if I were qualified. I think the initiative is just silly and bonkers, and I think just getting to play this value engine that is you can't interact with. Your opponent can only interact with it by taking the initiative from you, and Vintage decks are bad at that.
Okay, so the problem is like the initiative takes I think 3 turns to like pay off, and anywho, I think if you just kill your opponent during those 3 turns, that
it
can work.
Take 2 because your other creatures you play progress the initiative.
Right. Okay. If we chain like initiative creatures, both players are mulliganing. In that scenario, I think that favors Hockey. His deck needs fewer moving pieces to get going.
Yep.
On the other hand, Luke can easily mulligan to some degenerate cards like Ancestral Recall and undo his mulligan.
So chat's pointing out you can turn 3 kill with the initiative deck and Legacy. I imagine then with Vintage, if you can just go the turn more consistently, go a turn faster by having more access to faster mana on turn 1.
There's some Mox in Brian's deck. He's got Chrome Mox for sure.
Yeah.
Mox Diamond and like one other Mox.
Sure. So it definitely feels like this can go quickly. And that's why Hockey brought the deck, right?
I mean, so a very smart player, Paul Rietzel, said the best way to beat a format is find the cards that people are using to interact in that format and then play a deck that ignores those cards. So I feel like Hockey has done that.
Yes.
He's like found the way that people interact in this format, which is like on the stack or interact with the graveyard. And he has brought a deck that does not interact on the stack, so he has Cavern of Souls, and does not care about the graveyard. So I definitely feel like Brian has definitely brought a deck that ignores most people's interaction, but at the cost of doing so, there are certain spots in the format where he will have to ignore his opponent and just hope they don't have it, which honestly is fine. That's fine. This is Vintage. There's a lot of things people can have, and sometimes you just have to hope they don't have it. So that's very reasonable.
And I think that's just Magic in a nutshell.
True.
Which is reasonable.
It's more compressed in Vintage because, like, a lot of times it could be like turn 1. Oh, I didn't have Force of Will, so I die, which happened to me.
Yep, this is a Force of Will format, that's for sure.
All right, it's looking like both players are going to keep.
So we're both
right.
keeping 6, which is good.
All right, Ponder. That's not the Djinn opening we're hoping for. As
No,
the
but
Jeskai
it's like you said, you kind of have a extra turn, free turn to just develop.
Yeah, to spin our wheels.
So that's gonna hopefully get Luke what he needs.
Yeah. So Ponder is like a really interesting card because, on one hand, if my opponent casts Ponder and shuffles, I'm like, oh man, they didn't find what they're looking for. That's great. But on the other hand, if my opponent casts Ponder and shuffles, I'm like, oh no, I'm playing against an opponent who knows what they're doing. Because a lot of people are just like, oh, here's a spell, I'll take that. Oh, speaking of spells, are we casting Lavinia?
Ooh, that's gonna stop the fast mana.
Yeah, Lavinia's in this matchup is not.
Wait, how did we get the? Oh, never mind. I didn't
Yeah,
see
blue,
hockey pass.
blue eye.
I miss hockey passing.
Yeah, so Lavinia
I'm a turn behind. Don't worry.
does not have a lot of relevant text in this matchup.
It's
Lavinia
gonna stop fast mana.
Yeah, there's not a lot of that here, and Lavinia doesn't stop like creatures by and large. Yeah, Thalia.
Thalia jumps that
all
real
right,
fast.
so here we are. We've got the battle of white legendary creatures, and Thalia beats Lavinia in a fight. Yeah, Lavinia counters Solitude. In a lot of other matchups, Lavinia is insane. Like Lavinia is like one of the best turn 1 plays in the format. But just unfortunately in this matchup, Lavinia is best text is like I block another creature, hopefully. Okay, Expressive Iteration.
4/3, sure. This means we're only gonna draw 1 card.
No, because we're on turn 3. We can play land.
We can play land. We can play land.
We can
You're
play
right.
land.
Yeah.
So we're playing through this Thalia. And note, the basic mountain came in. When my opponent is playing this Wasteland deck, I am totally gonna like, ooh no. All right, we're exiling this. Well, if we have a land, we can play a land and play the Mox. Okay. Not the Mox, the Bauble.
The Bauble, yep.
Okay.
All right. Look at Brian's card. Is it good?
We cannot see that, Brian, but I assume it is some like weird white creature that we'll look up on Gatherer because we don't know what it is.
That is what all of his opponents have been doing all tournament.
Oh no! You know it's really good when everyone has white legendary creatures. Karakas. Embarrassing. Also, I don't know if Luke remembered to draw off their Bauble, but we'll
Luke
assume
did.
They
Luke did
did
draw off
Okay,
the Bauble.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So we search for planes, Undercity, right? So for those following along at home, Undercity, secret entrance. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle.
all right. So the biggest daggers ever. Like I got the initiative, and the Undercity was going on, and I had already drawn my basic planes. I could not play it. It was incredibly frustrating against the Wasteland deck. It's like, man, one more land would be really good here. But the basic planes was in my, the basic island was in my hand.
That is bad beats.
Yeah, it was sad. So yeah, this Lavinia is really not great. A lot of other decks in the format would actually just fold to Lavinia. Lavinia beats a lot of decks.
Yes.
Like, fun fact, Lavinia counters Hogak because you never pay mana for Hogak.
We saw on stream round one of what round 2 with the first first match we got to stream. Lavinia got played on turn 1, and we had a whole counter war. We had 2 Force of Wills from the opposing side and a Force and a Fluster on the other side to keep Lavinia in play, and Kai lost to the turn 1 Lavinia.
All right, so so this is really not what we see for Luke. The hands that Luke wins with would have removal in them. The fact that Luke is spinning his wheels a bunch, casting Iteration, Preordain, Ponder, Brainstorm, and not playing removal on these obnoxious creatures is an unfortunate sequence of events. I would have thought with this many draws, Luke would have had like a Bolt or a Plow or something to do. And so this is regrettable.
So if Brian wins this game, then we're going to have a finals with no blue cards in Vintage.
Ooh. Yeah, so if Brian wins, the finals will be Mike O'Malley on Bazaar versus Brian on Mono White. I definitely feel like game 1 would favor Bazaar, but let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. Luke's deck definitely.
Yes, Luke's deck still is not out of here.
Yeah, and Luke. So this is step 1 when you're playing against Death and Taxes is assemble your mana. Luke has done this, so Luke actually gets to play Magic. This is the most important thing when you're playing against these like Thalia Wasteland decks is, can I even cast my spells? And Luke can do this. So I still think Luke has a pretty full grip. Luke has a whole bunch of mana to play through the Thalia. I feel like Luke definitely can turn the corner on this game, assuming that Brainstorm revealed some removal spells.
So we're going to cast our Mox. And we're going to go ahead and Archon, which is real good. So we're able to cast the Mox by bouncing the Lavinia. This makes sense. We play Archon. And I think that is going to seal the deal because now Luke has no board presence and can't cast all the spells he's been drawing.
Well, if any of those spells are removal spells,
we
just removalify the Archon and then
go from there.
Yeah, from there we can do whatever. But if this Brainstorm bricked, then Luke is Brainstorm locked and the game is over.
So we're going to find out here shortly. What is this?
All right, hopefully it's a Lightning Bolt or Source of Plowshares. That's what we're hoping.
Survey says.
Okay,
we're
plowing at the Archon.
Good.
So we're back in the game. But yeah, our next spell also should be a removal spell or a Dreadheart Arcanist or something.
Well, yeah, because the next Undercity level is Trap. So we're going to put Luke to 5 immediately.
And then we can
next
swing
turn.
for 5. So like, I would swing for 7. So
Yes.
Luke needs to have something else, or they're just Dobbs.
Yes.
Yeah, Luke's
Well,
like,
he has
wait a
to-
minute, wait, what's going on in the dungeon? And we're like, Luke, you're getting chained up, and we're cracking the whips. It's a good time for one of the people in the dungeon.
Welcome to the Undercity.
Welcome to the dungeon.
Yep.
We got fun and games. Fun for hockey, that is.
Yeah. And for our viewers
Yeah,
and us, we're clearly having a terrible time at the booth about it. I mean, I think Luke's next thing also has to be removal for this White Plume Adventurer because if we could drop the Experienced Engineer and then our White Plume is unblockable, and that's 5.
Yeah, so I would also accept Dreadheart Arcanist. We just play Dreadheart Arcanist that would block the Thalia so Thalia can attack. We can... No, yeah. We still have to block the 5/5. So we need one more spell here.
Yeah. Things aren't looking good for Luke, but he's certainly trying. He's making a show of it.
What do we got here? Like a Prismatic Ending, we could tap 4 Prismatic Ending, the 5/5. That would be really good.
If Luke can take the initiative this turn, he won't get trapped next turn.
Okay, that would require like dashing out Ragavan and no. Yeah, that's not a thing that's going to happen. There's no Ragavans in the deck, so we can't take the initiative. We have to removalify some more creatures.
Yeah. We've cast swords, which means we can't use bolt.
All right. Well,
we have to have another swords. Well,
no,
all right.
No, we can use bolt, but the fact that we passed is really weird. So it looks bad. Looks bad, man. We're getting drained. We've got lethal on board. If we've got a removal spell, it's a removal or bust. I don't even think there's snapcast rates. You can't like snapcast or plow because that would be insane. But we're not playing those.
It has to be exactly swords. Because
because bolt doesn't work. Oh, we've got a 5/5.
Yep.
So swords. There aren't any flash creatures in Luke's list. Something weird. Swords or some weird vintage combination of cards that we haven't thought of, which could totally happen.
All right. So we have the one of Lumark Aspirant still in the deck. Gonna put it on Thalia. That makes sense. Crack in and.
Yeah, are we about to concede or are we about to plow? Okay,
we have
Path to Exile.
Path to Exile. Okay,
that makes sense. We would wait on the path because we don't want to give our opponent an additional land for their turn.
Yep.
So now we're at 1. We can't crack any fetches. We can't play our irrelevant Force of Wills, but we do need more.
Yeah.
We need like 2 removal spells or 2 blockers. Next turn, we're wastelanding something. Luke has plenty of mana. That's not a big deal. Are we gushing again in response? No, we're floating mana. Ooh, okay, the Stoneforge Mystic is big. There's a Cauldra complete in Brian's deck. That is a big problem.
Dig Through Time is the card you need in this exact spot.
All right, this is the card so we go get like 2 removal spells.
Yep.
Plow and something else, and we're like, we could do it.
Now, for those watching at home, Luke's life total is not accurate. It should be at 1. That's okay. I'm sure our players are aware. They've got a lot going on, a lot to keep track of.
So for those who aren't aware, you can use Delve to beat the Thalia ability, or at least last time I checked.
Yes.
So
it costs 1 more, so you delve an extra card. Life is good.
That being said, I do think Luke is in a lot of trouble. And then there's not a balance in Luke's deck, which would be bananas right now. that would be the card, balance. You just nuke all these creatures.
Playing balance in your token deck seems suspect.
It does seem a little sus. So we need like removal, blocker. It's rough. It's tough.
But we get to look at 7 cards and maybe find something.
Yeah, the fact that early in the game Luke cast all these cantrips and found no removal was a little unfortunate.
Chad is asking, when did Hockey decide to drop the blue cards and pick up the same cards that Travis plays? I mean...
At this tournament, I guess?
Yeah. He saw that it won a Japanese event.
The way Culture Complete works, it's got Trample, so this creature who makes a bunch of tokens, who usually would be great, is very poor against Culture Complete.
Yes.
So we need to removalify the Stoneforge, and we do.
Okay.
So we're actually okay now. We've done it. We've assembled a bunch of blockers and removal spells. Hockey will get to continue doing initiative things.
We're gonna have to take the initiative real fast, otherwise this understate is gonna circle back to trap.
Yeah. But this is the sequence we needed.
All right, draw a card.
Draw an extra card. Cavern. What a great card. So, I really wish...
Palace Jailer!
Oh, no! Okay, well, we can't...
Get back in the dungeon!
So now we have Initiative and the Monarchy. You know, I wish we had the, like, Burger King crown to put on right now.
Oh, my God.
Because now we have, like, all of the EDH mechanics are in play.
Wow, we have... Wow. The Monarch and...
All right, so we're only talking with Thalia. Okay, yeah, that follows. Like, we just jump either way. We jump block Thalia.
I mean,
so I guess these life totals are correct. Luke is at 4, not 1. I feel like they would have updated by now.
Yeah, we must have missed something about that.
Yeah, so that being said, Luke is in trouble.
You know what I think has happened? I think stuff needs to be refreshed. We've just lost this. The life counter is timed out.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. So the Palace Jailer was the bee's knees. You know, we mentioned like what cards would we bring in? Jit and Palace Jailer. So we've seen the Jailer. Luke needs to make a big play here. All right, so we get the Luris. The Luris doesn't really do anything. So we have Lifelink, but we can't play anything out of our graveyard, even if we had a bauble, because it's like obnoxious Dahlia creatures running around. So we just get to like chump block with Luris, which is not great.
So I could go to spend the time to fix the life counters, but I'm not, because the game.
Yeah, we could be about to be out of life in about 2 turns here.
Yeah, if we go to the next game,
right, we just ultimated so the Jit did come in.
Okay.
Oh, and this Kataki came in. I'm a little medium on that. All right, we brought in. We're gonna Solitude something.
Yeah, this is game.
Oh no, yeah, we just get to put the Solitude into play because of how
Yes.
the dungeon works. So yeah, I think that's GG. We're just dead zone.
For those following at home, dungeon, reveal the top 10 cards, get to put a creature in. It's got hexproof and +3/+3 counters on it. So yeah, Hockey gets to attack this turn.
Yeah, I think we're in trouble, and you know,
And he draws 2 cards because he's got the Monarch.
Yeah, why not? Just run up the score a little more with more weird mechanics that make any sense. Yeah, let's
All
bring
right.
some more
There we
Solitudes.
go.
Okay, Luke is like, I don't want to play anymore. I've seen enough of these white creatures. I'm going to the Fortress of Solitude like Superman. I'm gonna like just be by myself.
Well, that's gonna do it. Brian is gonna win this game, so we're gonna go to our finals here shortly, in impressive fashion. Pretty good.
All right, so in the finals, we're going to see Mike O'Malley on Bizarre Hogak versus Brian on Mono White Creatures. I think game 1, Hogak should have a pretty big advantage. Games 2, Brian has a bunch of Containment Priests and Graveyard Hate, but it's really hard to play fair creatures when your opponent is like not paying mana for the creatures like Vengevines and Hollow Ones. So I think game 1 Mike should have a good edge, and it's as usual with Bizarre decks, but if you have a good sideboard, then you can win games 2 and 3. Also, Hockey has a bunch of Wastelands, so you can just blow up the Bizarre and hope that works.
Exactly. So I think we're gonna go ahead and get our finals match all squared away. We will be back here shortly. So stick around for the conclusion of our invitational. We're gonna have two non-blue decks in our vintage finals. We're gonna have a bizarre Hodak deck, and we're gonna have this initiative deck.
I don't even want to commentate even if there's no blue decks. Like, what is even the point?
So stick around. We'll be back here shortly, and we'll see you here in a moment.
Love it.
everybody. We're back.
Welcome, welcome.
My name is Robert. I'm joined in the booth by Kai.
Hey.
Team Serious Champion.
You know, I wasn't able to repeat the effort here, but you know what? At least we brought that trophy to Texas.
Well, we're not Team Serious, so that's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We just can't let our trophy go out, and it is going to a local at the very least, which is great. So we're going to bring you our finals match here shortly. It is going to be against Brian Hockey of Austin, Texas, and Mike O'Malley of Austin, Texas. Non-blue finals.
Which just how why?
In vintage.
This is vintage.
In
If
vintage.
this was middle school, I would have been like, you know what, understandable. I get it. No one wants to sit and watch a land still mirror, but we're in vintage. Vintage is about blue and broken and all that.
I think the amount of restricted cards in each player's deck might total 9.
Which also feels just wrong.
It is. It is bizarre. So let's go in.
See what you did there.
Let's go and take a look at our players, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at our deck lists here again as a refresher. So we see that timer there. We got a minute, a little bit more than a minute here a little bit more than a minute to go through these decks. On the right, we have Initiative. So Mono White, Make White Good Again is that was really bad. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That was nope. I'm gonna get sacked.
We'll cut that in post.
Yeah, we'll cut that in post. But no, white is good again in vintage. It's been one of the weaker colors for a long time. We have a new archetype doing well in vintage. It's nice to see, which is great. And then on the left-hand side, we have this Gakvine, which we saw against Kai.
Yep.
Explode.
Its thing.
It did its thing. And then to everyone's much applause, Kai balanced them all away, which is great. But yeah, so Mike is in the play for this. His plan is to do exactly what we saw earlier, which is just explode value. And I think his deck does have the ability to race the initiative better than any other deck we've seen. Yeah. Certainly has the ability to get the initiative better. It should be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I mean, as much as, like, all jokes aside, we're accustomed to seeing so much blue. It's vintage, those big combo decks. But being able to see something like this, we're like, things are going to be turning sideways. Combat math is going to matter. Math is for blockers. But
yes.
It is cool to see this. I totally agree with you, Andy, that it is nice to see something new doing well. Not just like, oh, here's this interesting thing you can do, but it does the thing. Especially in vintage, where, like we were saying, right, with all the restricted cards, the power level is just so high, that barrier to entry. It's why you end up, people gravitate back towards, like, yeah, I'm just going to cast these stupid blue spells because they do the most stupid thing. But Initiative is proven that it is, not just today, but other events leading up to this, which is what put Hockey, and I think other players were interested in the deck, will put them on it, of like, it can stand up against these other decks very, very well. And I played Hockey earlier in the tournament today, and it's one of those weird times where he's like, I can mulligan, and granted today we have open deck lists, we know what people are playing, but he's like, I can mulligan more aggressively, because he's like, in some matchups half my deck just doesn't do anything anyway, so why not just look for a better hand? So like, it's today is definitely interesting with the open deck list, but it's really cool to see these decks getting here. And these players, right? Like, Hockey is trying to reclaim his crown. Mike's trying to play Spoiler Maker. I think it's going to be awesome, no matter what happens.
I'm excited for Mike specifically to have made it to the finals here. Mike has put in a lot of effort over the last couple of seasons to really not just to like improve his game, but show up and be consistent, and it's paid off. Yeah. He picked a really good deck choice for middle school, and the deck that he's been playing in vintage for a while is definitely showing dividends. It's a good deck choice in general, and he's relatively proficient with the deck.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. I think we've seen that. You see this in every format, right? People see a certain deck, be it some sort of aggro deck, I'm going to, in air quotes, and they're like, oh, it's just like autopilot. It's just easy. And it's like, no, there are decisions you have to make along the way. Like, you have to know the deck well enough to be able to say, like, if I do this now, that is, even if I'm trying to just turn things in sideways, right? This is how it sets me up for 2-3 turns down the road. It's not just tap Bazaar and, go brainless, right?
Right. So we're going to see Hockey go down to 2 mulligans now. So we're going to go down to 5. And that makes sense. We have open deck lists. We know what we're playing against. We know that game 1's going to probably be a struggle. So we're just going to look for the hand that gives us the best chance, which probably includes turn 1 creature into Wasteland. or Wasteland into turn 1 creature, to follow up, and then hope that the initiative can get us back in the game.
Yeah. I mean, right, he's not playing against, again, a blue deck where he's like, oh, I need that Thalia.
Right.
And you never feel great when the Bazaar player is just like, yeah, I'm fine with my hand. I'm just going to keep.
So Mike, being top seed, is going to start us off with a Once Upon a Time free spell in Vintage. It looks like he might have accidentally pulled up and looked at a card, so Brian's going to just randomize it for him. We are playing it We Are All Friends Ariel, so that is the solution we're going to do.
See what he's got here. He's not snapping anything off, which... Vengevine.
Vengevine, okay.
So if I'm hockey, I'm immediately like, okay, how many... When you activate Bazaar, how many Vengevines am I going to get punched in the face with? But this is interesting.
It is interesting, and Brian does have... Hockey does have free interaction. We do have Solitudes in our deck.
Yep.
We rolled to 5. Going to 3 to cast a Solitude does not feel good, but, we do have that interaction. We do have the ability to interact before we have mana sources, so we're not completely out of, parity here.
That, and I did see Mike flash a hollow one to the camera earlier on, so yep, we're getting
all
this
right,
one
so we're gonna do the bizarre things. We're gonna follow up with another hollow one.
Oh!
All right. So like it's the
hollow 2.
Okay, so we're just gonna say nope. All right, so like I said, hockey does have some interaction. We go to 3, which hey, you know what? Honestly, if this is Soulland Mox White Plume Adventurer. We get to go ahead and immediately put a 3/3, draw a basic land till we play next turn, take the initiative, and then we're going to get a 5/5, which is going to check these hollow ones. Hockey's going to go ahead and waste this now. I think that,
Now he plays away some pass. I think he might be assuming either he needs the mana or he's trying to maybe get a feel for Mike's hand size, what he's going to be able to do. Like, was it I'm going to go big on turn 1, and then after that, I kind of need to start to rebuild. Chat 100% agree. That definitely checks out. 3 is not dead, be it cards at hand or life total. We've got a Gak in the yard now. Okay.
We can't cast Gak yet, but we're close. We're
I'm wondering if we have a
colored
fetch.
source. We can get Dryad Arbor.
Yeah.
And then we can cast Gak. Wow.
Yep. That seems, again, peace.
Yeah.
Especially after you've salt. Okay.
Okay.
So
that's fine.
Get something. Okay, yeah.
We get to cast those spells and cast our Gak.
That also seems acceptable. But yeah, I mean, this is like we were saying, right? Like game 1, Mike gets to do a lot of things where he's just like, I didn't actually, air quotes, spend a lot of resources to put all these things into play. You have to answer them.
Yep.
And I know that a good portion of your deck doesn't answer anything with what I'm doing. So.
You're telling me Hogak is favored game 1? Yes.
You
yes,
know
we
what?
are.
Believe it or not. Mike's just turning him sideways.
So Hockey preemptively put his life total down and then gets it corrected as we assumed an attack from the Root Walla, which did not happen. And all right, there we go.
So kind of what we expected, right? A little bit more favor towards Mike. Whenever you're playing a Bizarre deck, it always feels good to be able to have 2 sideboarded games. But with the lists, I certainly with this matchup had not considered what our sideboards might be looking like. So
Hockey
he runs through this.
Hockey did come prepared a little bit. We do have Containment Priests, which seem fine against some of this.
Mm-hmm.
We do have Jitte seems fine if we're going to get to creatures. It might be too slow.
Yeah.
But at the very least, we do have the Tabernacles. Tabernacles will be solid. They will be great. If we can cast an Archon, that makes Bazaars come to play tapped. It also means you can't cast Hollow One and the Root Wallas. You only get to cast 1 spell, so that's something.
Yeah.
Cauldron just beat all of the creatures in combat.
Yeah.
Probably too slow, but that's something. What do you think? Is Containment Priest even that good here? I'm looking up exact Oracle text. If it wasn't cast, We cast everything except for Vengevines and Bloodghast. So
Yeah.
we might have some bad cards. I think an Aspirant is bad. We could put in a Containment Priest instead.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable.
It definitely starts to become the game of like these cards, even if they don't feel great, they're not worse than what I've got. So yeah.
So let's see what Mike has as well. Mike's got
not a ton.
Maybe a bus. I don't even know if we want a second Boseiju. We could probably bring in Boseiju. Well, yeah, we want to bring in the second Boseiju because we know there's Tabernacle.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
We might bring in Oof to like stop Jitte. Chat saying maybe we cut Thalia's.
Peacekeeper more. Sure.
Yeah, sure. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Those are all reasonable cuts.
Very reasonable cuts for hockey side. But yeah, I mean, Mike doesn't have a ton. I don't know if he played. Did we have 2 initiative players today?
No, just the one.
Just the one. Okay. So yeah, I don't think he played hockey today yet.
No.
But either way, I am curious. Like, I'd be curious how Mike is thinking about this, or if he really put most people or anyone showing up with his deck, right? Like, that's a big thing with this invitational is you're playing a assumed field, and I think a lot of players were able to guess more or less a pretty significant number of the decks that people would show up with. There were definitely some surprises.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, were you expecting initiative?
If you're paying attention to Legacy, then maybe, because it's definitely been the new hotness for the last week or two.
Yeah.
But I think, so Lord of the Third Path is interesting, right? As a one of, you can just, vindicate a hollow one. Seems fine. Come into play.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's not that great. I don't know. We'll see what, Hockey decides is relevant. Hockey's going to be on the play here. We're going to see if the initiative can erase bizarre aggro, essentially.
See if he can take the initiative here.
Yes.
But yeah, I am curious of the top 4 of how the players were expecting him. And I know Mike would have much rather played against Luke. Right?
Yes.
Than playing against the initiative. Hockey, honestly, coming to this, he probably feels pretty good about just about any of the other 3 decks that he's going to play against.
Yeah.
I
think. I think the only thing, this
maybe
is probably
maybe
the
this
worst.
Feels like a coin flip, or
this is
like
the most
unfavored,
coin
yeah.
flip of the other top 3 decks for Brian to be playing against. But that's vintage sometimes, and that's just also Magic.
100%. Yeah, but all right. So players are drawing their first 7s. Maybe they're decided 7s.
I want to see a game of 3, so I definitely want Hockey to keep 7, and I want to see the initiative.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're here for the finals of the Invitational. We need 3 games.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, do not let us down. I mean, we don't have to give him the trophy, right? We can just decide, like, you didn't satisfy the masses.
Well, so the trophy, we're going to hand it to him. Let him, whoever the winner is, let them hold it. And then we're actually taking it away because there's still some work that has to be done to it before it is ready. Right now, it doesn't say anything about Romancing the Stones Invitational. We have acquired this. This wasn't, planned ahead of time. This just happened to be a happenstance to acquire this, ridiculous trophy. So we're gonna spruce it up, make it, better, and then display it down the road. But so we can just say, hey, you didn't go to game 3, so you don't get the trophy.
Sorry, R.I.P.
No.
Be better. So we're seeing a mulligan from Mike. Hockey looks to be keeping 7, so far you're getting your wish, Rob.
There we go. And, mulligan from Gakvine, no surprise there.
Yeah.
And we've got 13 viewers. Hello, 13 viewers. We love each and every one of you. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching.
All the Magic content you could be watching. We appreciate you being here with us in Texas.
Yeah, and there's been some good content lately on the weekends, so we appreciate any of you guys spending your time with us, watching us play ridiculous formats like Vintage and Middle School.
Yeah. I was bummed I couldn't watch the stream between rounds or anything. Did you have your supercut going?
We did have the supercut going.
Oh, I got to go back and watch it.
I'm surprised we only got an hour, maybe an hour and a half into the supercut. I cut 4 hours of cool replays for all of you guys, so we'll cycle through our future events.
For any of you who are new to the stream or haven't watched a lot, producer Rob is literally the GOAT.
The man.
Today,
You are the man.
all of our weekly streams from middle school, anything else that we've streamed, he's made this happen. Like, if you can see the setup, the lengths that he wants, you were here at what, like 8 a.m., like, or earlier, getting all this set up, fighting the firewall.
Fighting the firewall, yes. Yes,
Rob
we did that.
Was literally doing the most to make sure that this content was here. And, like, I mean, think about it, right? A lot of your other, like, large events are not providing streamed content nowadays. So you're getting this homegrown from Rob.
Rob
confirmed,
confirmed.
never skip. Yeah, facts. Rob's got them juicy lower bodies.
There we go.
No, honestly, y'all got to be checking in, watch the streams, give Rob like the applause in the chat for doing all this, because especially for the invitational, like it makes it feel more like an invitational.
It
right?
is
You're
special.
playing under the camera, literally under the lights.
We're
It's
not
awesome.
playing for money, but the stakes are still high. You know, it is special. It is fun.
I'd say the stakes are higher. You get to talk shit to your friends all year.
This is right? Like the stakes are high because honestly,
Juicy Hammy. Oh, we're bringing it back. We're getting him a shirt printed.
Look at this. We're gonna start off with turn 1, unblockable initiative. There we go. All right, so everybody, roll for initiative. All right, so we're going to take the initiative. We're going to go ahead and secret entrance. Go ahead and grab our land. Next turn, we're going to go to forge and grab 2 counters on our token here.
You don't think he's going to scry too?
I've been telling everybody all day, ignore the right half. I'm going to just Sharpie the right half of the because we don't go there.
Well, what are those options? They aren't there. There are no other options.
They are. We can scry 2. We can create a treasure token, or we could go to creature. Creating a 4/1 skeleton token with menace ain't nothing, but nobody goes to the arena.
No.
Nobody ever goes to the arena. So,
not to mention, especially in vintage, with all of us old fogies, you're gonna say goad, and someone's gonna say, "What the fuck's that?" No, pardon me. Bleep that stream. Sorry. Hold on.
Mike's going to respond to the initiative by Once Upon a Timing. Which actually doesn't seem. I mean, I guess we get the tutor sort of for something, but we get to look. Citrus Supplier. Okay, this feels a little. We can cast it.
We can cast it. That feels not as fantastic as other things we.
Yep. It can attack and take the initiative though. So if hockey doesn't have any blockers, you know, then maybe Mike will search for basic land and not have any.
Yeah, I mean.
Does he have any in the deck? I don't know. I didn't look.
If he is, oh wow,
that's something we have to do now. When we play against initiative decks and look at deck lists, we actually have to look at our basic land count for both players to see who can benefit from that.
Cast Gak. I mean, not wrong. Gak is probably pretty good, but I mean, I assume that's where Mike's going with the Citrus Supplier. He's like, fuel the yard. Try to get some stuff in and yak him.
Yep.
Bazaar, I couldn't see what the second card was, and then a powder.
Looks like an force. No, that's not a force of vigor. It might be an oof. I don't know why we would have brought oof in.
No.
Stone Forge. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a 2/2. It can beat. It does stop Jitte, which is like fine.
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah.
Yep.
Stop Jitte. Stop the like.
Force of Vigor. It's probably Force of Vigor. It's in the main deck. That would make sense. We only have so many cards to cut.
Yep.
We're only bringing in a Boseiju, right? So
We got to find other cards.
Yep.
We've got that Cauldron, which, like we talked about, is pretty beefy.
Yeah, that will easily check most of Mike's board. So we're gonna see here what the difference is between being on the play with initiative versus no Bazaar in a Bazaar deck. So we flipped over the Bazaar. That's unfortunate for Mike. What does Mike need here? He needs probably Bazaar. Do we have any way to interact with the Stoneforge?
I don't think so. Chat's letting us know that we have we're here for one goal and one goal only. It's all people's portfolio values. Because I don't think we don't have like a Fury or anything like that.
No, there's no Furies in this version. If our stream can affect the financial markets in any way for Magic, that would be the best, positive reinforcement I could have for this stream.
That's how you know you've made it.
Yes.
Really, right? Like, we are the market.
Yes.
That would be the sign. While we're sitting here playing, and good for Well, that's kind of that's the floor for decisions, right?
So initiative
bad for
creatures,
Tweety.
the initiative creatures are showing up on our stream, and they've also spiked in value recently. Coincidence? Maybe.
Who can say?
Who can say?
Who can say? So we're getting in there with the Vine. We might as well attack while we can.
Well, Mike definitely did what he needed
Get
to
the
do.
initiative.
He found.
And now we got to figure out what we get to do.
So the initiative for the reader, we're going to read along with Mike here. Whenever one or more creatures deals damage to you, that player takes the initiative. So Mike has taken the initiative from Hockey, and Mike is like, oh, now I got to read the dungeon. What do the dungeons do? Well, here they go. Remember, ignore the right side of the dungeons. We're only going to do the left side of the Undercity.
Is there another good dungeon?
Not that you get. There's no good dungeons that you can get with the initiative other than the Undercity, because the initiative specifically says you have to go to the Undercity.
Oh, okay.
But this was a good turn for Mike. He was able to find the bazaar and assemble, which looks like a great, battlefield, and get the Vengevine and take the initiative.
Chat's got a really important point. You have to read now.
Yes.
Reading is like the nut slow, right?
This is true.
You never
Now,
want to have to read your opponent's
Hockey's going to
cards.
get the initiative back. He's definitely going to attack unblocked. And he's just going to get to go ahead and attack for 10 here, essentially, because he's going to seize the initiative, which is a trap. And that's going to bring
You've
Mike down to
activated
4.
my trap card.
Yep. And he's going to attack unblockable next turn for the win.
That seems better than...
So yes. Trap! Target player loses 5 life. There you go.
How many Admiral Akbars have we gotten on the stream so far?
Quite a few.
Yeah. You take the initiative, you venture, you do all of this stuff. That's why there have been multiple times today when Hockey has been, during the vintage rounds, Hockey would just tell his opponents what was happening to them, and they were like, sure.
Yes.
Because it is definitely not worth me trying to actually read this and figure it out.
Yeah, so Hockey's in a great position. He's at 16 life. We have a Cauldra ready to be deployed as when ready. And it will be indestructible, which means Force of Vigor does nothing. And you can't Force of Vigor the token because it is not an artifact. So we're going to be able to block and survive, and whether we lose the initiative or not, we get to attack unblockable again, because this card is templated just wildly.
Are you suggesting that Magic cards in the latest years have had poor templating, Rob? I don't believe this.
Surely no, because WotC, a multi-million-dollar company, maybe even billion at this point, I'm not quite sure, but multi-million-dollar, has the ability to invest lots of money into research and development. Cool. So we're going to see this going to game 3, just
Fortune
as
teller Rob.
Richard Garfield intended.
Yeah, this does mean we have to give Hockey his actual trophy if he wins, though.
So, taking a moment to explain the initiative and the Undercity. So, the initiative. When one or more creatures a player controls deals combo damage to you, that player takes the initiative. You gain the initiative when a spell creature says you take the initiative. That puts the initiative into play. Just kind of like the Monarch, it can pass from player to player. Whenever you take the initiative or at your upkeep. So, at the beginning of your upkeep, you go through the Undercity, or if you attack someone who has the initiative and take it from them, you also venture into the Undercity. So when we look at the Undercity, we start with the Secret Entrance. We get a basic land. The next turn, we'll go ahead and forge, and if we attack someone who's taken the initiative back from us, we get to trap them sometimes. So it does kill people very quickly. We saw Hockey deal 10 damage because Mike stole the initiative from him. So it actually hurt Mike to attack, which is kind of wild.
Feels weird, yeah.
It does. Well, and the joke is because the seasoned engineer attacks unblockable, then you can't really not attack and take the initiative back because it's just going to attack and keep going through the dungeon. So it's pretty busted, pretty good.
I am very interested to see, and I know we've been talking about I don't know if y'all were talking about it on stream throughout the day, but I will be very interested to see how people react to the initiative deck going into Eternal Weekend next weekend, right?
Yes.
And all this other stuff, right? It's I know I mentioned it earlier of this deck is actually showing that it can hang with the rest of the field. And yeah, chat's pointing out, right, Mike would have taken that 5 no matter what, which is the thing. It is literally a trap. It's just waiting for you to send you to the Shadow Realm. So it is wild, and this is one of those times, right? There have been a number of cards lately where people were like, "That's been a card." What is it? Is it Smelting Vat or something like? There's another card where people were like, "Yeah, the deck isn't as broken as people thought," but it's just this wild card. This has just been out there in these supplemental products.
There's been a lot of interesting stuff out of the supplemental product. Yeah. A whole new archetype out of the most recent set.
Mm-hmm. And how often do you get that? Normally, right? It's this is an upgrade for 2 slots. Well, at least in Vintage, right?
Yep.
Versus this is a new deck.
And it's good.
It's good.
Maddening Hex was probably the last one.
We're getting refilled here by our wonderful host, Mr. Brian Tweedy.
Maddening Hex was another good card recently added to the Vintage pool. I was able to play it at one of our previous Vintage events. Got to resolve it against Hockey on stream. It's really good against PO.
Oh yeah.
Maddening Hex is great.
Really weird.
It's interesting. I don't want to say this. How Vintage, for example, right, gets formed because of where the player base is.
Sure.
How large or frequent that player base interacts with everything. Because the people that are very invested in Vintage are super, super invested. And people say online, right? A Magic Online, there's X number of people that are literally shaping the metagame, right? So then you try to take that, and I think that's why it's interesting going into Eternal Weekend. I don't recall if either of our finalists are going to Eternal Weekend. I know Brian isn't. Well, I know Brian's not going. I don't know if Mike is, but of how people choose to go into that, right? Because there is now a much different financial barrier to playing these decks in paper if you're not playing in Romancing the Stones event where we are proxy friendly.
Yep.
And it's weird because the initiative deck, I know a lot of people were like, I don't know if you play that deck because it's $1 bazillion on Magic Online, so how do you test it?
Right. And for a while, Maddening Hex for at least easily a month, maybe even 2 months, wasn't even available online.
Right, yeah.
While it was still shaping paper formats, you couldn't test it online, and when it became available, it was only available in chests, which made it impossible to get.
Because that's been the problem with the initiative cards up to this point, right? They're available in
same
chests.
Thing. So the same thing happened with Minx and Boo as well.
Yeah. Yep. So it'll be interesting because, you think about paper a lot of the time. People are not literally taking the deck they play online or whatever else it is and just going to paper because of the cost. Not everyone has access to full play sets of power, right? You see a little bit more bizarre because, and I'm going to air quote this, you just have to find a way to borrow 4 Bazaars if you're going to play Dredge, and then you need $400, $500 for the rest of the deck.
Exactly.
If you play other Eternal formats, you probably own the Force of Will, right? It's very different. Same thing with, workshops, not quite as much because there's some other stuff in there, but I'm very excited to see what happens with Eternal Weekend. I know 4 Seasons is going on right now, overseas, so that's a lot of information.
Yep.
So this is why we love Vintage.
Goblins is also not an expensive deck in Vintage comparatively, and that is a good deck.
Yes. It's super good. I literally won a match earlier only because of a perfect draw. The deck is just
that's sometimes how you have to do it,
right? And I know that's Vintage, but there's so many things about that deck where it's just the way you want to attack it. Y'all saw I was playing an Esper Tinker deck. Putting a Sphinx onto the battlefield most of the time means my opponent untaps and then just combos me out. Right? It's such a cool deck. And yeah, I love where Vintage is at right now. There's a lot of interesting things you can do. I know online maybe a different story, but at least Romancing the Stones, we're here, we're doing fun stuff. So,
yep.
Speaking of fun stuff, players are ready to go, and Mike is trying to have the most fun with the Bazaar.
And we've resolved. We're gonna Bazaar, and then we're gonna Once Upon a Time. Look, look, I've got all these.
Send
still.
a message.
Wow.
Send a message.
All right. So this is the scariest moment for hockey. It's this turn and the next turn. What can hockey assemble? Yeah. Can we assemble a tabernacle? Wouldn't that be juicy?
Yeah, I mean, I only caught a peek of a couple cards, but it looked like Mike hit a couple of whiffs there with just some, well, not total whiffs, but lands. So if he's on the Bazaar plan, he's certainly not looking for lands right now.
Now, if hockey has Wasteland or Tabernacle, which card do we lead on?
I mean, totally depends on what Mike does. If Mike vomits some stuff into play, I'm probably inclined to start with Tabernacle.
Okay.
So that way I can just clean that up and then move on to dealing with the Bazaar, dealing with other stuff.
Sure.
I missed how much hockey may have mulliganed. So he may have a fast start where he can, Wasteland and then play an initiative creature, which may be a difference maker.
Yep.
Mike is also not slamming, he didn't discard a root wall. He's not slamming anything, so he may not be bringing this Vengevine back. So, okay, one hollow.
One. Okay, that's
okay.
A 4/4 does not beat the 5/5 that we will eventually get. So
not just eventually, but very, very quickly.
All right. So right now, I'm definitely, if I've got the Wasteland, I'll play the Wasteland. No, basic plans. So, as a player who's been playing basic lands in Vintage for a while, I've been the worst feeling when playing my I usually play Blood Moon decks, so with Goblin Rabble Masters, but I have to register Basic Mountain and a lot of them, and when your opponent's on the play and and does 5 things and you respond with Basic Land Pass, that isn't an island. It feels real bad.
Well, for you.
For me. So I sympathize with Brian here. Basic Plains Pass into Bazaar activation isn't great. However, these are some really good activations for hockey. Oh no! We've got the second Bazaar. Okay, so we see there's going to be another hollow one. Although there's nothing really scary in the graveyard either.
No.
We're going to attack. Okay, we're going to see a second main phase hollow one, I believe. Yep, there's the last card in O'Malley's hand. All right.
I think that's a Dryad Arbor.
There's a Dryad Arbor in the yard. There's no.
Maybe?
Yeah, there might be a Hogak in there.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a Tabernacle. All right, so hockey definitely had the sandbag. Knew it. Yep.
Yeah.
If you've ever played against hockey, you know the face he's got on his face. He's like, oh, guess I'll play this now.
Sometimes he's not even about it. He lets you know it's coming.
Yes. Wow. All right. So Mike's gonna go ahead and immediately get 2 cards to trigger this Vengevine. So we're gonna attack for 4, but they're all gonna die next turn.
Attack for 4 and hope we can do it again. Yeah.
All right. So if we could just play Soland White Plume Adventurer, this is actually a really solid place to be.
Yeah. I mean, this kind of explains. I was curious when hockey just went Plains Pass. I was curious if he had a path or swords. Not really much that he needed to worry about, right? When Mike was just playing a hollow one. But
see, we think that, but we know he doesn't have those in his list. Oh, he kept that in his deck?
Interesting.
The Anointed Peacekeeper. 2 colorless, 1 white, 3/3 vigilance. When it comes into play, look at opponent's hand, then choose any card name. Spells your opponent's cast with the chosen card name cost 2 more to cast. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate and list of mana abilities. So you get to keep that in play. Bazaar's cost 2 to activate now. It stops Bazaar. Mike O'Malley's got nothing. He can't activate Bazaar. He cannot pay for his creatures. This is exactly the kind of card hockey wanted.
Yep. This is kind of, if I gotta call it early, this feels pretty...
Advantage bar. That's the advantage bar is
swung
into
pretty
hockey
quickly. I mean, you're feeling pretty good here. The tabby, you pull him in with the tabby. It's oh yeah, no, all I had was a Plains. Go
right. So Mike had the double Bazaar, but hit sort of the fail rate and didn't get the busted stuff. And now we can't even bring in.
Back up, yeah. Mike's probably very quickly going to be saying, "Listen, attack me." I mean, he's probably just going to make him attack him, but
yep.
This feels like hockey may be reclaiming the
Swing
throne.
5. Yeah, I think. I'm really happy to see the initiative deck do this, especially against Bazaar, because Bazaar is the boogeyman, always, forever.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing, I played Bazaar in a deck that also played Mishra's Workshop, and also played Mountains. So that deck was
doing?
sweet.
Were you okay?
I was using Goblin Tinkerer to tinker stuff that I would also Bazaar into, and I was playing Uba Mask to like draw 3 cards and also wreck my opponent because Uba Mask was in play.
We'll talk about this later.
Yes.
I need to know more.
So this deck list is sweet. But
Say,
anyway,
the last time I was seeing,
if you're not playing that list, Bazaar is the boogeyman of the format.
Yeah.
So we did see they kept the card to like go ahead and nuke the nuke it. O'Malley knows that he's dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
An initiative. Hockey has taken the initiative in the biggest way possible. He has reclaimed the
okay,
throne.
so we have a winner and a loser, and unfortunately, it's the same side. So we have a winner for the initiative deck. Yes, it took down this event. It was undefeated in the vintage portion of our event, which is great. Grid sign. Unfortunately for us, Brian Hockey has now won 3 invitationals out of 4, and we will never hear the end of it.
Chat, if you don't think we've been hearing about, even when he didn't have the trophy, he was reminding us that he was going to come back for the trophy. But honestly, all things aside, Hockey has had a pretty bad run last year. He's fought back.
This has been great.
You said it earlier, right? Like seeing Mike and Brian in the finals, like they've both worked really hard, put in a lot of work.
Yeah.
So honestly, I wouldn't have been sad to see anyone win today. It was going to be great no matter what. So yeah, we will get things cleaned up. We'll get our winner down here for the presentation. But yeah, I'm probably going to pop out of the booth. Rob, thank you for running this all day. Chat, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for sending your energy and your the spirit power.
It's been great. This has been a blast. I've had a blast this whole tournament. Blast with everyone in chat who's been watching. Thank you, viewers. We're gonna get Hockey. It's probably him coming down right now.
Yeah.
Yes, Tweety, go get Hockey.
Chat.
I'm gonna bring him down so he can talk to everybody.
Chat, if you were seeing some of the awesome middle school action that was happening today, and you're like, man, I want to get in on this. I want to connect with Romancing the Stones crew. You can see stuff down there.
Yeah, that corner.
Yeah, down
that
in that corner. To connect with us on socials, you can check us out on Discord. We always have leagues going on. We'll have another Middle School Webcam league kicking off sometime in January.
Yes, January. Check our Discord. We got a lot more information there. Those dates have announced, but I paid 0 attention to them because they were in January of a year that we're not in yet. So
yeah, that's why I said sometime in January.
So pay attention there.
Well, like you show up to the Middle School Webcam leagues, you kick ass there, and you can be here playing, winning, doing all the things.
Yep.
But yeah, Rob, anything before we get the man of the hour in here?
Just that, hey, you too could be at this invitational. All you need to do is participate in our events and do well or win the event, and you can qualify and come here and hang out. You also can just show up and spectate. It's a blast. It's fun. There's a lot of good energy. All of our events are proxy friendly, so there really isn't a barrier to entry. If you have the desire to play, we'll make it work.
Yeah.
Invitational competitors are hosted by Tweety, who, let's give a shout out to Tweety for letting us play in his illustrious establishment.
Yep.
And keeping us hydrated.
Hydrated? Is that the word? I was thinking the opposite, but he always does well. Here he is.
There's something.
He is
all right, here he is. Here he is.
Is there an extra chair?
No, that's you. That is all
No, that chair's for you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Hockey.
Hello.
You're here again.
Yeah.
How
we doing?
So at the end of your match, I let chat know that we had a winner and a loser.
What the initiative does?
Well, we did that before that. But we had a winner and a loser, and unfortunately they're on the same side because we had the winner, which was the initiative deck, but you've won 3 out of 4 invitationals. So what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I'll say the same thing I said upstairs. I thanked Webb for keeping the seat warm for me. No, going into it, I was honest. Like, I tried as hard as I could to win, obviously, but like, I was like, the best outcome is I lose in the finals.
Sure.
But then Mike tapped his bazaars and there were no cards that did anything.
Yes,
in the
we
top
saw
of his
that.
stack.
It was weird. It was exactly what you needed to just come out of nowhere.
The game 2 was the first time I drew Lotus the entire day. So that was like I was complaining about it going like while I was shuffling up, and then
you drew
like, I chuckled.
Well, it was
like,
good. It was exactly what you needed then.
Yeah.
How'd you like the deck?
I think it's the best deck in the format by a wide margin. I think it's fucking disgusting.
Sure.
Like we don't even know how to build it yet, and it's like
we're undefeated.
Nothing
today.
does it. I mean, Fluster, Pyro, Force of Vigor. Like none of these cards do anything against this deck. Like Force of Vigor kind of has text.
Sort of.
If you're trying to play a bunch of Spirited Labyrinths, it has a lot of text. That's why I only played one, because like going like land, mock, Spirited Labyrinth, and they're like,
yeah, that's bad.
The game is over.
Which was in the booth earlier, and he made the comment that, a wise player once said, if you want to win in a format, figure out how people are interacting in that format, and then play cards that you can't interact with as a result. And that's what this white deck is. Lightning Bolt is like, and Sword of Plowshares are sort of the better things, and those are in the smallest numbers
Yeah.
we've seen in a long time.
And even then, it's like really awkward if you want a Lightning Bolt or Swords of Plowshares a fucking Thalia, or like while a Thalia is in play.
Sure.
Like half the time you're going to be time walking yourself.
Spoiler alert, Thalia is still a great Magic card in and of its own. In
Oh my
Vintage.
god! Like the fact that card is first strike is ridiculous. Like,
Yep.
It's so relevant.
So, I have something to present to you.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Look at this thing.
Yes.
Look at that. This is from
Chat seen this shit?
the 20s. It's probably got a non-zero amount of lead in it, which means it's probably causes cancer in California.
No, lead causes cancer everywhere.
Yeah. Are you sure about
You're
that?
thinking of like sand.
Sand, sure. So that is something that Tweety found just recently. He's gonna actually clean it up and actually turn it into a proper trophy, so it doesn't just say. What does it say? It says
Yeah.
not a sorority.
I don't know. It's the fraternity
Fraternity.
scholarship award.
22 to 23.
Yeah.
So this is 100 years old.
A frat house won it. So like I now have the same trophy a whole fucking frat house had.
100 years ago. Wow.
Yeah. It's
That's
literally 100 years old.
That is wild.
No, the plan is like Tweety's gonna make like a plaque, put all the names of the year of people when they won, and keep it behind the bar. But I'm gonna take it home for a few days.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, put a plastic bag in it and then drink out of that.
Yeah, don't drink out of it now. Even after washing it, I wouldn't.
Like unless we like put epoxy in it. I don't think we should.
Yeah, that could do it. I don't think we'll do that yet.
Is epoxy worse for you than lead?
Depends on the epoxy, I suppose.
Depends
But
on if
yeah,
it dried.
that's gonna wrap it up for today for the most part. We have no more Magic to give you guys. We've given you 9 rounds, 6 Swiss, 3 in the finals, top 4. It's
Did
been
we
a
get
blast.
The first round?
We did miss the first round, unfortunately. We were fighting firewall difficulties, but we did get to highlight the initiative several times. Go back and watch the replay. We had a blast with it. It was wonderful.
It's a dumb mechanic.
It is.
They fucked up.
It is balanced for Commander in a 4-player 40-card life format.
Any card can be balanced for command. Like, what is that?
What does that even mean, right? Cost 7 mana.
There's
Balanced for
fucking 3
Commander.
other guys in there doing shit.
Well, it's been lovely. Have anything else to say to our illustrious viewers, friends at home?
Fucking Vintage is the best. What I said last time. Play Vintage.
Play Vintage. What do you think about Middle School?
I was earlier this year. I was super hot on Middle School. Like, Middle School, I'm so into it. Like, trying to brew decks. I'm a little tired of it now. I barely won one match with it today. It would have been real sad to go 3-0 and then not top 8.
That's how my
or top
invitational went last year. I went 2-1 in Vintage and just like 0-3 punted all of my Middle School games, and it just like was a disaster.
Yeah.
So
last year I played Mike we were fighting for second to the last place. I really didn't want to go from first to worst.
that there's a lot of stakes with that one.
What are we going to get Tweety for winning 0 matches?
Yes, Tweety won 0 matches.
0 points. You at home scored the same amount of points in the Invitational as Tweety did.
But you know what he did do?
Bitch.
Well,
bought us beer.
He
hosted
did.
The event.
He did host this,
which
is great.
to be around because it's funny when he bitches.
So, thank you all
Hope
again
he
for
doesn't watch
watching.
this.
Oh, he's yeah.
He's not gonna watch this. He doesn't have any time.
Thank you all, guys. You guys have been wonderful. It's been a pleasure to have all of you guys. We're gonna go ahead and sign off. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening, and hope you guys see you in Discord, see you in some of our leagues, see you in some of our vintage events, and we'll catch you around.
We did it.